か呪われてる喉から出る手追われてる脳が鍛れてる右脳で吐き溜めてる向こうから来るハートに溺れる内向囚われの向こう途方もない壮大なるビッグボールいけるかどうか頭口だけを頼りロービーツ浴びさんさん浴び共感ないないではワクワクタイムスリルマニアただのファンただずまないただならないから傾かない看板見つからない安牌安定させさ10年黙々とリハーサルそう簡単にはしくじらない始まればあっけがないのっけから切れるまで荒ぶって洗える手ひねり出して手に入れる高めらないはずがないが押さえつける平然畳みかける経験時にはダになるつけっけにハサミ入れて万全実行する時はいつも心技体が整っていいポジショニング取りしてるいいキッコ導く方程式緻密な計算式蹴ると踏んだフリーライター向こう見つ思われがちとかリミッター外すからってキックできれば実感できるのさこの体の奥に眠る力がかけてく全て心実行できる日々没頭ミッション君自身にピンと合わし読みが甘くそうなくじけそうになる時には目閉じ下げるルート今夜はヤバそうだ生きるのも戻るのも困難舞台は荒れているフットワークから口から血から吸い上げる疾患期間胃がキリキリ舞うシックサ残すインパクトベントシーサージグザグなゴーサイン出す回が効かないこの先には一体何が起きるのかななんやらこの界隈はそう簡単にはしなかったバイバイ残した俺という存在あいうえのバイアイばかりだったあの頃から何も変わんないなら残ってる俺のトリブルはある地点まで行ったらもう戻れない到達しなければやりがいがない張り合いがないラッパーは虎の意借りたなんだかやりがいでも簡単に壊れちゃうんだ Yeah
今すでにいる音の上 Cook it up, no type of slang Yeah, yeah This too spicy 君ら汗かくどうぞ try me 怖いものもないし相手になって Somebody bite me Nothing at me 気にしないよだって I have no time to know ya Pass me some weed 落ち着きたいよだって飛び級いらない子から飛ばすテスラ Vroom vroom 誰も見たことない Move Let's go face to face Hey you come on to the stage Hey hey 作り出す new sound もう無理やるおじさん私ちょっと生意気でもほどの the sun 揺らしな to the right Yeah to the left 空はいつも lit マジで熱くさせて汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗
汗日が出るだけのバレバレ大人たちはみんな金ぶれない目でタゲバレ好きなよやるだけで騒がしてく負けこの目果てるまで足は止めずラネ揺らすフロアいつもレあげるセンスでもダーあれとは全然違うよく見ろやりすぎ来石焼きよもしかしたらさこれも陰謀俺とビートスティッチとリロ見たく相性も一緒ヘラに言うたる気象 You know 死ぬまで最先端 like クリスチャンディオ
作り出す new sound もう無理やるおじさん私ちょっと生意気でもほどの the sun 揺らしな to the right Yeah to the left 空はいつも lit マジで熱くさせて汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗
マジ半端ね俺マジ半端ね Yeah 俺のせい涙目になってるヘイターまだにらめっこおっさん言うてる俺らも言うてる間におっさん時間がない仕方ないトラウマタイズの結果全部直感
Hey 作り出す new sound もう無理やるおじさん私ちょっと生意気でもほどの the sun 揺らしな to the right Yeah to the left 空はいつも lit マジで熱くさせて汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗汗汗汗 Yeah 汗汗汗
Yo, final showdown. One more throwdown. Smoky when I'm zoned out. Gang all in, I don't fall out. Full house with house money. Bodyguards with a musket. You had one chance but it's it. So now, yo, fold up and get folded. Cool off but don't cool in. Walk out, keep walking. Yep, you've been told to the guy just fall back and get wasted. All black means basic. Face it, it's over. Look, fold up and get folded. Cool off but don't cool in. Walk out, keep walking. Yep, you've been told to the guy just fall back and get wasted. All black means basic. Face it, it's over. Yo, done and dusted. Another one busted. We shouldn't have rushed it. We act smash and crushed it. Got a full house with house money. Bodyguards with a musket. You had one chance but off it, so walk out. This was a must-see. How ugly they walked in for the talking, then the journey turned bumpy. Full house with a house money. Bodyguards with a musket. You had one chance but so now you know. Charged, mad ting, raged up, amping, all out, no ramping. Yep, you've been told that the guy just fall back and get wasted. All black means basic, just face it, it's over.
It's okay to soak you.
Yeah, my body rock clothes that way too expensive. Yeah, I pay for that till they catch your minutes. Don't you worry about them dollar sign, worry about them digits. Then they'll purple light sitting on the cloud, trigger finger itch. Yeah, I'm the addict, you ain't talking about no drugs. Baby, take a buzz, you know we going up. It is a Visa jeans and Beijing, and she fitted. Yeah, it's a lean, I bought it, I got a straight from clinic. I ain't had no one, I ain't had no one, I ain't had no hope, I ain't had no one, yeah, I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. Yeah, yeah. I ain't had no hope. 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 Yeah, I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. Yeah, yeah. I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope. I ain't had no hope, I ain't had no hope. Yeah, I remember days I couldn't spend no bread on no clothes. We coins on my feet, I'm dripped from head to toe. We get lit, middle day that you was in my highs and lows. You ain't built, I ain't got time for none of that, you already know. Yeah, I'm rockin' on red like I'm about to close. Yeah, I'm spotted with plot if we get too close. Yeah, man, balance, shoot look like I'm just on the road. Yeah, these Rico and shoot no shoelaces on no. ain't had no work, I ain't had no work,
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the... What the...
Cut it out, old man. There's some shots of the city, so you're supposed to say something dramatic, like, we're down to our final 4, and today's matches are do or die. And then you follow it up with, oh, hi, I'm Golden Boy. I'm with it on the desk with a couple of buffoons. I've heard it all before, Alex. You throw in a couple of wrestling references, and then you're done.
Where does personal attack come from?
Yeah, where has this come from? Have I missed a domestic dispute here between the two of you at some point?
That's just how it sounds. That's how it sounds every day.
I can't help the way I sound. Look, listen. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 10 of VALORANT Masters Tokyo. Coming to you live from the Tipstar Dome in Chiba. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, and if you couldn't tell, I'm with a couple of buffoons. It's Brent and Sideshow. We're on the test today.
That's how you sound. It's always the same with you.
It was a good impression.
Thank you. I don't think my American accent was that great.
No,
that didn't sound like Golden Boy.
But one day, ask me, and I pull off a mean Sideshow. Just letting you know. Just letting you know.
You got the hairstyle.
I really do. We nailed it. Don't have the mustache, though. But, guys, we have our final 4 teams thanks to yesterday's elimination matches. And, of course, just go ahead and jump right into it and recap everyone in case you missed it. And if you did, you should go watch it because... why are you here? So let's talk about this because we had NRG take on the EMEA champs in Team Liquid. And I mean, looking at this one, Bren, I was so excited because I wanted to see NRG's development, right? How they continue to grow in this lower bracket run. But then also Team Liquid, how are they going to prove that they were the #1 EMEA team? Unfortunately, they fell short.
Yeah, they did fall short just ever so slightly. But I mean, this match as well, you're watching it, there were so many individual step-ups across the board.
Really
I mean,
was.
Victor had so many instances on Split in particular as well. This guy was absolutely frying. And Team Liquid, you saw some very high highs, very low lows. And par for the course of Liquid, it feels like
really is.
Sometimes, right, when you see just those really massive moments. But it was NRG that managed to make it through as well. So, you know, they're giving the Americas a bit of a second chance at maybe earning an extra champ slot.
Yeah. And I mean, we're going to see the best team, I guess, in the Americas later on. But that's not exactly who you're expecting.
The best team that came in as the 3rd seed.
I know.
Americas.
Yeah. Who could have predicted it?
Stranger things have happened, but of course, speaking of stranger things, that actually takes us over to the Pacific champs, PRX, who were on the verge of elimination as they faced off against the upstarts in Edward Gaming. All the hype was centered around EDG and what Kankan and the boys were able to cook up at Sideshow. PRX proved the doubters wrong.
It feels like the same as their rematch, or rather this rematch, the same as the time that they played at Champions, where EDG really could have 2-0'd this.
Yes.
They were up 11-4 in the first map. There you see the scoreline, and what we skipped over was the fact that they ended up losing that, actually. It was a comeback in OT, and then PRX looked great in the second. You know, I can't believe it.
When we were covering this match as well, I mean, there's so many elements that you could really break down, but one of the most impressive ones for me that we didn't really talk about as much on the cast was CGRS stepping in still for this team with essentially no pro player experience. It's like Sentinel subbing in Tarek for a match, and then suddenly them going on a run for the lower bracket. It's absurd that PRX have still managed to keep up a relative, you know, level of form for most of other teams.
And also, I do want to say, it wouldn't happen. Stop coping. Okay? For all the people reacting,
I would like to see it. I'd like to see it.
Wow, okay.
Get little bro on the stage.
The ruiner of dreams is over here. All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket and where we are right now. Of course, 4 teams remain in this epic tournament. We have Fnatic and EG about to take the stage. And then, of course, it's another elimination matchup. NRG and PRX move forward and will take on the loser of our first game in our lower final. I mean, we're right there. We're at the precipice of it all. Crazy enough, this is also the last day that we're going to be here in the Tipstar Dome as well. We got a new venue. It's going to be awesome, man. I can't wait.
I'm leaving my home away from home, you know? my regular routine trip to the craft station where I create the perfect brew.
I got a good butt groove in this chair, you know? Like, it's nestled it in. I see
the old people don't want change. It's incredible. I mean, the new venue is going to be nuts.
Just coming at me here for no reason. All right, you know what? Look, guys, this has been an incredible time. We've had a great time in Japan. I've been having the time of my life. You know, I've been going shopping. I went to Disney. I did all the things I wanted to do, accomplished everything. How have you guys been enjoying Japan? I haven't had a chance to talk to you because the show ends and you ignore me.
Mine's been. I don't ignore you. I mean, I just go to bed early the past few days. I've been getting my rest, but the food's been good.
I've been getting into anime. I've been getting
just
deep
not
into
true.
anime.
That's actually just not true.
No, but don't you not like anime?
I was inspired by Evil Geniuses. They've had this anime arc, right? They started from nowhere. Nobody believed in them. Then they've had such a crazy situation to get into this spot and become more powerful than they could possibly imagine. It's an anime story, okay? And it inspired me so much, I've actually written my own anime. It's called Evil Geniuses.
What am I looking at?
The new greatest anime, okay? I got in touch with the people that own Evil Geniuses, and I bought the media rights. They sold them to me long ago before they thought they were going to be worth anything, and now I'm cooking. The only problem is, I can't write dialogue. I'm really bad at writing dialogue.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, there's a strike going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, right, so I have to write it all myself.
Hey, he's crossing the picket line. Okay,
so can you two help me out with the dialogue? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we workshop a scene?
Sure.
I'll throw you some.
What's the scene? What's the scene?
Okay.
We got you.
Throw it
Friends,
at us.
watch out
It's
for
got
friends.
drama, it's got tension, it's got everything.
Okay,
All right.
pros.
I'm in.
It's when Evil Geniuses are at their lowest point in Tokyo. They don't think Demon One is going to be able to attend. All right. So I want Bren. You're playing the main character. You're Demon One.
Oh, of course, Bren gets Demon One. That's great. Who else is
And Alex, you're playing the side characters.
Oh,
you're
nice. Potter.
Potter. Yeah. And then I'm going to also have you play Boostio.
Oh, okay.
And if you wouldn't mind, also play Com.
How is this a side character?
I'm directing.
You're the sidekick,
you
I'm
need
the
to
main
play it.
character.
Okay, sure.
So, let's
Crap.
set the scene.
Okay.
They don't think Demon One's going to be playing in Tokyo. Oh, it's like the middle portion of the season. And action. Potter's got the first line.
Potter's first. These things are like
Go.
Potter's got the
Okay,
first
all
line.
right. Let's go ahead and give it our all. We know it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, okay. And Boostio's line?
Next line. Boostier's line.
Sorry.
This is you, GP.
Sorry. Okay. It doesn't feel the same without Demon One.
Well, he's supposed to be sad. He's not supposed to be laughing.
I don't know. It's how Lucy sounds sometimes.
To follow up.
Come. Can we go to an izakaya instead of preparing?
Right, so everyone's down in the dumps, okay? That's how I've written this. And then Demon One makes his great dramatic entrance.
That was me.
Demon One makes his great dramatic entrance.
Hi, guys.
Freaking kidding me?
Perfect.
That's one line.
Perfect.
Boostio
responds.
Okay, all right. Oh my God, Maxu-san.
Is that a bit over the line? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Potter follows up with a reaction.
I got you. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Oh, wow, we're gonna 2-0 everyone now.
Perfect. And then Demon One, with his protagonist catchphrase, comes back in.
Yes.
Yes, I like defeating teams.
I really feel like I've captured his essence. Then we have the pivotal moment towards the end with Com.
All right. But wait. Hold on. But wait. The next team up is Fnatic. Can we really beat them?
Find out next time on Evil Genius. Okay, so like I said, my dialogue, I'm not very confident in it, but what do you think? The whole idea, right? It's a hit.
Don't quit your day job.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. That was a banger,
I don't know about that, man. I mean, listen, Netflix ain't buying anything these days, man. You ain't getting away with that.
Okay, well, I'm going to take over the social hit as well
what?
here.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't control the show anymore. So make sure you tweet out about how brilliant I am using the hashtags VCT and VCT Masters. But what I want to know is stop taking pictures of your cat, scan the QR code, and tell me, how much money would you pay in order to watch my anime? $1? $1,000? $1 million? And for legal reasons, I was required to say absolutely nothing at all as well.
I'd be shocked if you get any money for this.
I think it's a moneymaker.
I'm telling you, we're not in the market for it anymore.
We're truly not.
We're really not.
Guys, we're going to take a quick pause, and then we're going to be right back with today's upper bracket final between Evil Geniuses and Fnatic. See you on the other side, unless I don't quit already.
Listen. Oh my god. Let's go, baby! Wow. God, I'm so good. Just jiggle this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I should have had him do the intro for the anime.
It's another John Locke banger. Oh my God, I am beside myself. Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tokyo. Of course, we do love ourselves a good old-fashioned EMEA versus America showdown here, and that's the rebrand, by the way. But let's go ahead and see what we have coming up, because this is not what we thought we were going to get when we were predicting this tournament. It's a genuine David and Goliath story, and David actually is quite confident if you hear Busio's voice. He's so good, he could jiggle it. And it's, of course, Busio's thoughts heading into today. Our confidence level is so high. We do feel like we're the best team at this tournament right now. I think Fnatic will be a hard match, but the way we're playing will win it. So, Josh, my question to you, and what the kids say, is Bustio capping?
I don't think he is currently. I mean, you need that level of confidence to believe in yourself. They don't have expectations, but they do have confidence. It's a very fine line to tread. I think it's for good reason. They're playing incredible Valorant.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a heater right now. They haven't dropped a map, but this is really a battle between two of these teams, Fnatic and EG, the two unstoppable objects just colliding. I mean, which one's going to give? Not too sure, to be honest, because both teams haven't really showed any signs of weakness.
Yeah, and that has been the scary part about this, is that this team has shown absolutely no faults. Like, everything's been clean, everything's been crisp, and obviously, when you turn to that, you got to really give the credit to the coach as well as the team here. And good news is we actually have Potter standing by with HyperX to get her thoughts. HyperX?
Thanks so much, GB. I'm going to try and grab Potter here. Well, mid-dance, actually. What's up, Potter? How's it going? Wanted to catch you, obviously, ahead of today's matchup. A lot of things you've been showing in the server, it's kind of had echoes of Fnatic-esque playstyle. How do you feel about executing that against Fnatic themselves today?
Yeah, we're feeling good. Like you said, we've been inspired by Fnatic, watching them for the past year. So we definitely feel very familiar with their game. And it's not just Fnatic that we've been copying. It's been the best teams in the world. So we have like a culmination of all of that. So feeling good, feeling confident today.
Excellent. Well, good luck today.
You know what I appreciate about this team is that they're okay saying stuff like that. Most people will be like, oh, no, we don't copy, we create, we're original. But Potter's like, there's good ideas out there, I'm going to take and make it better.
Yeah, you said David and Goliath. I'm now thinking it's more like master and apprentice. And has the apprentice overtaken the master?
Ooh,
yeah, that's the big question, right, as well. But the big difference comes down to like the experience levels, probably with both of these teams. That's where you're going to really slice it up in terms of where you tie both of these teams up in a battle like this. Because you think about Fnatic as a squad, they've been through thick and thin. I mean, multiple experience on an international level, hard losses. You think back to Reykjavik initially as well, where they ended up losing in the finals to Sentinels until they finally got their title win at lock-in in a comeback fashion, which honestly just a miraculous moment that we've seen. Who knows if that will ever be repeated again in VCT?
Yeah, and then you take a look at what Evil Geniuses have been doing, and they want a moment like this, right?
Yeah.
They want a moment where they're going to be able to get their hands on the trophy, but it's been so long before they got to that point.
Oh, hey, look at that. The poll came up. No one wants to pay for your thing. They'd rather pay for the anime arc of Fnatic winning lock-in.
That's what I mean. It's not the market for it, Josh. I was telling you this.
That's so
I'm
hard.
telling you
They
this.
just dropped that in there without me expecting it, just to punch me in the mouth.
And I'm
in the
glad they
face.
did, so that this way you can get humbled as we move forward, though. But speaking of humbling, though, I think Busio also he is clearly recognized, right, that like this moment needs to be met here. And I think that if there is a team that is capable of doing it, based on what we've seen at this event, Bren, EG have what it takes, but you're going up against just a couple of colossi in Fnatic.
Yeah, you really are. I think it's going to be really quite difficult. I mean, Boosty has spoken about, they were tweeting in the past about their experience, about them kind of making, what was it, the whole event in the first place. But I mean, this was when was this? Last year, 2022.
So long ago.
Of like the playoffs in stage 2 of the NA League.
Yeah, where they post a webcam video of them all popping off because they made like challenges too.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Meanwhile,
in terms of
Fnatic's got like 4K high-def cameras panning in, confetti everywhere.
But the experience difference, massive. In terms of what they're actually doing at this tournament, very similar. Both of these teams have been scorching a path through, I mean, for EG, the group stage, but both the upper bracket, without dropping a map, looking phenomenal. Their round win rate is through the roof. Like, these two teams have been absolutely dominant in a historic sense, too. They've just been so good.
And it's nuts, too, right? Because it's not something that you would necessarily expect when you talked about Evil Geniuses at the beginning of the season.
No
For
way.
Fnatic, though, this is what you had expected from a literal super team that was conceived here.
I mean, just stay on this graphic for a while and soak it in, to be honest, because what we're witnessing here is history at a tournament. There has never really been two teams as dominant like this in the fashion that Evil Geniuses and Fnatic have been at in Masters Tokyo, comparative to every other international event that we've seen so far.
By the way, that number 4 spot, Sentinels at Masters Reykjavik, didn't drop a map on the way to winning the title.
Yeah.
And they're still in 4th place. Now, Fnatic and EG probably going to take chunks out of each other here and maybe drop each other down a peg or two. But one of the big things that I've been impressed with is that dominance for EG is like very clearly defined. Pistol round, bonus round, convert them, get the snowball going, get momentum going.
True.
And that, I think, is something that Fnatic absolutely have to stop. You can't allow EG to be beginning every half winning a pistol, winning a bonus. It's just been ridiculous.
Yeah, so much of the game plan's been revolving around that. I mean, they win this pistol round out, and then they have really cool ideas as well. I mean, you can tell the almost inspiration from Fnatic's playstyle with the prioritization of ultimates, big util combos as well, and how they've carried that forwards, because it's been the key win con in a lot of these bonus rounds. You can watch any one of these bonus rounds that EG ends up winning, and it's all about using whatever they've got at their disposal at the time when they get to that point, in round 3 or round 15.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to bring up that quote from Potter again. I mean, she said the same thing to HyperX as she said in the press conference before, where she said that we've been inspired by Fnatic's plays for the past year and a half, and also said, other teams too. But one of the reasons that I wanted to get into this is because of how they use the ultimates. To me, both of these teams are expert at taking those ults and using them to win bonus rounds or win something else like that.
I completely agree.
So I wanted to break down both of these teams and the styles of how they play and how they use their ults in big moments.
Let me guess, you're going to bust out the Telestrator and do some drawing things?
I'm going to bust out the Telestrator and do some drawing things.
Yay.
But we're going to kind of zip through these two, because there are a couple of examples, one on attack, one on defense for both teams that I want to go for. So we can jump into this whenever we like, but I'm going to start with Fnatic. So this is the team that I want to start with here. They're on, they're playing here. So the person to look at is Boaster's ultimate, and they're going to use the dog. We all saw this play. The dog comes through, tagging onto Ardis, and then they use the ult to be able to just assassinate him. Early round advantage on attack side. It's great. Now we're looking at Fnatic on defense. They have the stun here off turret contact, and then Boaster in spawn ready to ult off of it, right? But that doesn't, it's too late in the round for that trap play really to get value. So this is the other part of it. Boaster simply saves his ultimate in order to deny the plant. Keep a look at the time ticks down, and they turn the trap play into a play to deny the plant from going down towards the end. They're really intelligent at adapting the plays. So now we can move on to taking a look at EG, and they do the same things on their attack side, where they're using them to try and create opportunities. Recon Dart goes through to allow Ethan a safe place on this side. Ethan's gonna push up, he's gonna ult, and take a look at Jorgamo. He's picked up the orb, and now double blast packs in order to capitalize on the breach ult and get themselves a pick. Immaculate, Fnatic-esque kind of stuff. And catch this one before it disappears. EG on defense, Com picks up the orb over here and ults to try and help the rest of his team at the beginning of the round. They're not just cooking up plays when they have the ults, they're cooking up plays when they're one away from ults and using the fact they'll get an ult orb to craft a strategy around it. Both of these teams, god tier at using the ults to snowball.
That's scary.
That extra level of foresight that they have where they're planning out these rounds, but also not, they're not afraid to use everything at the disposal. A lot of teams will get those ults online and they'll be saving them for the rock, paper, scissors. They'll be thinking, oh, we gotta save it for a lockdown, this, that, or the other. These teams are fully focused on winning the round in front of them to snowball that advantage even further. Very similar in terms of that play style.
Yeah, I like that they are just like, if you get the ult, use the ult. We have the plan, we know what we want to do. Incredible stuff there, an awesome breakdown there, Josh. Last time I compliment you. But we do actually have Durka standing by with HyperX to get his thoughts ahead of this match.
Thanks so much, GB. I'm going to try and grab Durka. Well, man of the hour. Here we go. I wanted to ask you ahead of today's matchup how you're feeling about the head-to-head versus Demon One and EG as a whole, I guess.
Feeling good. Today I came here to shoot heads, obviously, so I'm ready for the match. They're a solid team, and we're excited to play.
Awesome. Well, good luck today, and back over to you, GB.
A man of few words, but we love him. Durka always delivers in the server, but he's going to be squaring off against a very game, very prepared Demon One. And I'm excited for this matchup because both of these guys have been wanting to take to the stage for a while now.
Yeah, and I do want to see a bit of a step up in the performance from Demon One as well, to have that legendary matchup now of Durka versus Demon One, right? Because, EG, their last win that they got, Demon One didn't even need to put up big numbers. I mean, he didn't need to perform it to a high level. The rest of his team was stepping up around him, but Durka has been consistently performing very, very well at most international performances, man.
Yeah, he has. And look at the difference
27 times.
Days as a pro.
Yes.
924 days as a pro for Durka versus, was that 72 for Demon One?
I think so.
And yet we still have the respect on Demon One as a player that might be able to bring it in a match like this. I mean, that shows you really the level of expectations versus the level of experience.
Yeah, I mean, I am wondering if we see that inexperience manifest in this matchup here today. Because Demon One, he did have a slow time, in terms of the numbers he was putting up in their previous matchup, whereas Durka has just been consistently
But
trying.
how much of that is Demon One maybe a foot off the pedal a little bit, but the rest of his team are like stepping up.
They got him.
Yeah,
they
right?
actually got Demon One. If he has a slump, they got him.
Because that's what's going on with Fnatic. If Durka's having a little bit of a bad day, guess what? You got all the
they got a super team.
They've got 3 other players that could turn up and put up similar numbers on a given day as well. Fnatic are just that dangerous.
It's wild stuff there. Now here's the thing. The map pool. It's going to be easy to predict, right? You think so?
Yes, I do think that the map pool is really interesting here because actually what we've seen from Fnatic is that they've only played on 3 of these maps so far at Tokyo. So these are their historic results, but they've only actually demonstrated a handful of maps at this event. Whereas EG, they have played on 5 maps. So I think that so far, what we've seen from Fnatic has been extremely good, but really narrow.
Yeah.
And when you get a big match like this, where we're expecting a clash of the titans and both teams to match up head-to-head, then both teams' map pool is really going to get tested.
Yeah, and what you see, I mean, when you make these comparisons, the middle ground seems to be split. So high likelihood as well that we maybe end up seeing it favored that way. Pearl's been a permaban for Fnatic as a team as well. They just don't like to play this
And it also makes perfect sense for EG to get rid of Bind or Lotus.
Absolutely.
I just don't know which. But it's going to be one of the two.
I'm excited nonetheless. We have no idea how this thing's going to shake out. Whether or not EG gets Fracture, actually runs roughshod on them.
I think they must get from
They have to get pressure.
What I hope from this map pool, though, with both of these teams is they've looked dominant the entire time. It's been clean sweeps throughout this entire Masters Tokyo run. And I think that both of these teams are going to let the best map for the other team through in some way or form.
Which is crazy
Yeah,
good.
which is wild, man. It means we're going to get an absolute clash of the very best of the best, the peaks of both of these teams looking the most dominant that we've ever seen in an international event. Ever.
It's going to be awesome. I cannot wait, of course. But we're only a few days away from our grand final, and that best of 5 matchup isn't the only thing that we've got cooking. So why don't you go ahead and check this out.
Yo, what's up everyone, it's Boaster here, and I'm at Masters Tokyo, where Riot has given some of us pros a sneak peek preview of the new Agent cinematic and gameplay trailer. Boom.
Let's check it out.
Play it.
탑시크린 영상을.
Look at these rolls. Oh, here we go.
What?
What the f is this?
Here's a chopper. 고급 슬류 캐릭터 이거도 왜 알아? 주인공 지금 트랩 설치 놓은 거 아니야? 감시자 아니야 얘.
You're genius.
Yeah.
She's
turning into a tornado.
No, it's like a coffin or like a mummy. She's a hard ass. You know what I mean? Like,
She looked pissed the whole time. Like she was about to take over some shit. Like she is on a mission.
Like me during VOD review, I'd say strict, stern, like get the job done.
guerreirinho assim, que vai para ação, que vai macetar todo mundo.
Might be a Sentinel type beat.
Nah. 움직이면서 막 이것저것 다 할 수 있는 감시자 느낌.
Actually, you might be right. It's
Sentinel.
I'm gonna tell you why. Silva ran in before her. 它是一个协助可以协助队友进到包点的一个 Sentinel 是吧？因为
she has a lot of like trap, but it's like more of a map control thing.
알 것 같아요. 되게 그냥 좋을 수밖에 없는 챔피언인 것 같아요.
我觉得有可能可以取代，在一些地图上可以取代凯宙这，因为现在凯宙有点过于强势。
Bence en azından farklı şekilde tutabilecek bir Sentinel'in gelmesi bence iş yapacak.
I'm excited because I'm a Sentinel player, so I would like to play her.
Chat's gonna love this.
Yeah.
Give Chat like the first week. He's like, oh, this is the best agent in the game.
That's the thing with our coach. He gets very excited.
Experimental is the word. Experimental.
That's what it is.
If she is OP,
Yeah, I mean, every team is gonna use it.
o nome da minha tia deu CL.
I think it's maybe like Valkyrie.
Bear girl.
Bear
The
Grylls.
bear.
Be sure to watch Masters Tokyo Grand Finals on June 25th. Before the Grand Finals start, we will be revealing the cinematic and gameplay of this new agent.
왜 울어? 감상이 너무 감동적이었어?
Cry. I don't know. I mean, you know, stay tuned, everyone. It's going to be awesome. I have no idea what's going on.
The juxtaposition between Ardis and Boaster, like the wholesome and just dropping F-bombs on the broadcast, was just incredible.
We got such a funny set of players, man.
Yeah.
We truly
Genuinely.
do. We truly do. All right, guys. So we have a little bit of time. We could do some waffling for a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone loves a good waffle. All right. Who's winning this? Genuinely, like let's talk about who's winning this and why, because I'm curious to get your takes, but I don't want to hear from Josh. Who's winning this and why?
Okay, you want me to bust out the whiteboard?
I want you to start. But yeah, bust out the whiteboard.
Okay,
Did
the
you draw
whiteboard.
anything?
Yeah, I did. I just drew Fnatic. I just
Oh,
did
with a
Fnatic.
happy
I don't know if it
face.
shows up. Yeah, a little happy face.
That's
To get
so
like make sure the lights don't shine on it. I did Fnatic for this one. I think that as much as I could lean into the bias of Americas and whatnot, EG, I think that right now they haven't really been tested on the international stage. It's just new ground for them. Fnatic, they've been here before. They are determined to get the back-to-back trophy. They want to get a clean path all the way to the finals. I think the experience is going to be the key difference because both of these teams stylistically, they're going to be matching up in very similar ways. Going to be cooking up some unique stuff, keeping each other on their toes.
Yeah.
But I just think that the experience edge, and I also think the firepower to a degree as well on Fnatic is going to be a little bit better. We've seen multiple moments where players like Leo, bail them out, Alpha here bailing them out from rounds that should have been a loss.
What happens if EG goes on that stage and socks him in the face once. I mean, you know,
It could
everyone's
happen.
got a plan
Here's the
until you
thing.
get punched in the
Masters
face.
Tokyo, for the beginning of the groups, was very predictable, but until this point, when we reached the top 8, suddenly it's just I mean, it's flipped on its head in terms of expectations. There was a real possibility that EG could come into this completely fired up and Fnatic feel the pressure a little bit too much more.
I want to hit you with some metagaming as well, right?
Oh, hit me with
it. Map pool. Fnatic always pick Team A. That means that EG are going to be able to define what the final map is. I also think because Fnatic permaban Pearl, they're guaranteed to get Fracture in there. So the first map's either going to be Bind or Lotus, I think, from Fnatic. Then you go to Fracture, and then EG define what the third map is. If EG can hold on and avoid a 2-0, I think they win map 3.
Interesting. So what do you got?
I still got Fnatic.
Okay.
I still got Fnatic because I think Fnatic have more chances to win on Fracture versus EG winning on the first map too. So I actually think that Fnatic might take this in a really close 2-0.
All right, you boys put me in an uncomfortable situation, but I'm going to keep it a $150. I believe this, but also, if I didn't, I think Mama Busio and Papa Khan would be a little mad at me. So I'm going with Evil Geniuses, and I did a nice little design también.
I like it.
But here's the thing, I have a reason for it, and I genuinely believe it's because this team is playing the hottest Valorant that we've seen in a while. They are cooking, and it feels as if that once that it's hard to stop that kind of momentum, and they're playing with a type of confidence that is rarely seen in pro sports,
And
honestly.
what happens if they lose the pistol rounds and they can't get the pistol and bonus every time? That is my worry, Golden Boy.
Coach Potter has a plan. I believe. But I'm excited nonetheless because that means that it's time to dive into this. Today, we're setting the stage for the final 2 days of competition. It's Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic, NRG versus PRX. Valorant Masters Tokyo starts right now.
I want everyone to look back not only at me, but my teams, and think to themselves, pure consistency. I want to make sure I left no stones unturned when I eventually retired.
Kalau misalnya kalian main gak enjoy, percuma kalian main. Ya ketemu mereka sih, gue seneng banget sih karena gue banyak perubahan.
When I think about performing on stage, I always had this kind of big burst of energy. You just kind of let it pour out of you. You give all that you can in the game.
With the passing of my papa, I always wear a necklace for him. It was his necklace and something I carry along in every match. My papa always worked hard in everything that he did. When times get tough, I'll always hold on to the necklace and make sure like he's there for me, and whenever I feel his presence, it's unreal for me.
All right, let's jump right in. Fnatic, up to you. Team A or Team B? You. So you want A? Okay, so EG, you will be B. Your first ban, Fnatic. Pearl, your ban. And map number 1. Side on Lotus. Okay. And then map number 2. Okay. Side on Fracture. Okay, next set of bans starting with Fnatic. You have Ascent, Haven, and Split. Okay. Your ban, you have Haven and Split. Take out Haven. Okay, so map number 3 will be Split, Fnatic side on Split. Okay, let's run back through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, EG with Bind. Map number 1 is Lotus with EG on defense. Map number 2 is Fracture with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans are Ascent and Haven. Decider will be Split with Fnatic on defense. Sure. All good? Go luck to you both.
Have been immaculate in the land of the rising sun, but today blood will be drawn. It's time for EG versus Fnatic, a match no one would have seen coming into the upper finals of a Masters event.
It is ridiculous that we've got these two teams here. I think everyone was anticipating Fnatic being in this spot, but EG minimum top 3, fighting for a grand finals position, and looking like they could do it as well.
Someone busts out the tinfoil hats.
Dude, I mean, it's ludicrous. I mean, if your brackets have not been broken at this point, you need to be buying some lottery tickets or something, man, because, yeah, it's an insane prediction overall, and these two teams are going to be so interesting to watch. Stylistically, they have so many similarities. You can't really give an edge in terms of that regard. It really is going to come down to some of the individual form and the ideas and how prepared they are for this. I mean, we've seen the map select. We know what's being played as well. We were kind of alluding to the fact that we wanted to see some of the best maps being pulled out by either of these teams. I think we've got that. Yeah. We've got Lotus and Fracture as our first 2 maps. Lotus, I love the way Fnatic play this map. I think they have some of the best ideas in terms of how they want to play it, in particular with their comp, especially the way that they, play to defense on C, with the utilization of the Odin spam as well. On top of it, they have so many little layers that just put them ahead of other teams on that map. And for Fracture, EG are going to be coming at them with the playbook that weighs down the desk is going to break it in half, man. I mean, I said this when we were casting them, but they have so many little things to add on. You are left reeling if you try and keep up and adapt.
And Fnatic have had some experience playing against that composition because they beat NRG here. That's the first time that we've seen them play against the Sova composition. But there's a difference between playing against the comp when NRG run it and playing against the comp when EG, the progenitors of it, start out. So, taking a look at this one, again, EG running that solo Omen composition. I don't like the comp, but EG keep winning with it. So who am I to argue? This would be incredible, though, if EG were able to get an upset result here in the first. It should be Fnatic taking it away. This is their best chance to win a map in the whole series.
Yeah, the prime game in Agent Select. I mean, no surprises here. One of the unique things that, Fnatic do run is they do like to have the Fade being ran instead of the Sky. Sky has a ton of popularity on this map for good reason. So tools are like almost a jack of all trade, but she does them all well with the flashes and everything else. But I am just so excited to get into this, man.
Yeah, well, the pressure is on for both of these teams, but it's time to dive into the action. And look, I got no idea how this bad boy is going to end, but I can say with certainty that we have 2 fantastic casters to call. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. Truly incredible prospect in front of us. 2 teams in never seen before form going head to head. Talk to me about where this battle is taking place. Map 1.
I mean, it's really interesting. We start on Lotus, obviously the only loss that still sticks there for Fnatic, back at lock-in, but I mean, EG toppled foot, which in my eyes was one of the hottest prospects in terms of this map overall, this stage here in Tokyo. But man, is it a tall order. It's such a tall order. And the thing is as well, we're going to have to see EG, I think, embrace an aspect of play that we haven't really seen them have to rely on yet, in the form of anti-stratting. We saw Fnatic make huge adjustments versus PRX, the complete dismantling of PRX on this map. So really, what are Fnatic going to bring today? Do they go back to basics? Do they have something else cooked up here? This is a true test to start off this series.
Deep breaths now. This is history in the making, potentially. Fnatic flawless thus far. Same to be said for EG, but only one can walk away from this with that clean record in place. EG on that defending side, Fnatic on the attack. Let's find out who draws blood first.
Looks like it might actually be Com setting up here for a play outside the door with a fault line, but Fnatic haven't, again, now the sound cue comes through. Demon 1 posted up pretty deep on this, but Durka will be able to slip away behind the smoke.
Let's see how quickly EG can respond, because Fnatic are very quick on the pivot. This puts a lot of pressure on Boostio. Got a little bit of his setup there, but he's playing slightly in front of it, and he gets dealt with. Chronicle takes him down with ease. The site's now open. They shifted so quickly from that even just attempt at drawing out that pressure on C to this A piece, and the plant should be coming in uncontested.
Safe as well for Tree. There's a very deep position here for Boaster and Durka to be dug out of by EG. It's actually the focal point is going to become potentially through archway or ropes here.
Still a couple of smokes in play, though. They can at least allow some safe passage back through, but they got to get a move on here. A lot of positions hard to clear out for EG. Fnatic's taking very deep. Chronicle unchecked on, gets away with destroying Ethan. D1 does respond, but again, time ticking and a lot of bodies to find. 4 still standing, make it against just the 2 now. Jorgamo and Com, nothing to be done here. Beautiful work from Fnatic. Mike, roll it back to the start of that round for me.
I mean, this is actually really interesting, though, because Boostio, it looks as if he puts an anti-plant setup, so the fact that he's looking to swing off his turret, I don't think he has any ability to retreat from this. This is a very committed position. You can see the alarm bot here on default, turret on top, and actually a nano swarm inside site here. It's all to deny the plant or buy a little time, stall out. Because again, just to come back to something the Des touched on, Solo Omen, the strength of this composition for EG doesn't lie in retakes. We saw how long it took them to set up and wait for some of that utility to come back online and people to be in the right position.
EG trying to get a little proactive this time around. Classics in a frenzy for Demon 1, but that's all she wrote. And you can see how hyper-aware Fnatic are of this, sitting very deep. We are seeing that Marshall back out, but plenty of rifles to supplement too. That's going to be handled, and they're trying to get that trap piece again. Durka does fall away, but they are very heads up about this. Fnatic looking very composed after some, I guess, of these pieces have caught teams out. EG was able to make a lot of these work very well. However, this time Durka's on the case, and the second they crest that corner, they're more than likely dead.
Have themselves a wide open A site here, other than Com. Only a classic in hand. Durka's still trying to farm up. Couple of kills here with the Marshal. We know it's usually the cornerstone of round 2 sort of purchase from Fnatic, but he will get an upgrade here with 4 bodies on the other side. I think rightfully so. I'm going to try and prioritize the showstopper progress.
They're still being quite cautious on the side. There is a player there. I think that's Com, just kind of tucked up towards the top side of the A site. Trade, not bad. That's a rifle, not completely available. Really? Oh God, hold on. Boostio's going nuts. There's a rifle and a Marshal now recoverable within range. Luckily for them, they've got Chronicle and Leo digging in their heels. This round should not have been a problem, and Chronicle is making that the case. Time now. Not a lot to play with, but a little bit of movement here for Demon 1. What can he do? Alpha and Leo just about slipping through at the end of that door, maybe finding a little bit of a gap to work with, but listen to that clock ticking. He has to give away his position. And Alpha sitting deep. Leo making sure he's not slipped the side just yet, and now they know it. Beautifully played by Fnatic in the end, but there were dangers made there.
There wasn't actually, even here with Demon 1, finding the Vandal. You almost want to see him play time here and force Fnatic to fall to the spike. Gets a Phantom and a Bulldog. Boostio.
Beautiful.
I mean, making this look like a rifle, honestly, with the second. A big gap here between Boaster and Durka. Like I said, EG unfortunately can't actually follow through with that. Chronicle key in that regard.
They're the players you want there, though, right? Chronicle and Leo just in those sort of positions, throwing Alpha as well. Very, very safe pair of hands. Getting Fnatic to that second round here. A little bit of a different start for EG, a new conundrum to deal with. This time around, they've got that buy, though. Let's see what they've got coming out for us here. Fnatic probably going to take their time, and I told a lie. There's no time to be taken. Durka's already taken down Boostio, and that's a C-site on a platter. Boostio a couple of times now getting punished early.
See as well how much control they really receive off his utility here. So it's going to pull Com towards the entrance of B and also Jorgamo over towards C. But actually, preemptively, Ethan's headed this way as well. I guess on the back of Demon One's forward position on Rubble. Fnatic on the back of the opener. Probably identified the correct thing, which is actually there's a gap towards B. Retrieve the orb for the time being. Fnatic really waiting out aggression.
So taking the tour for the ult's really coming through as well. Gonna get that in hand. Leo only one away now. Chronicle 2 off, building up very nicely. And there's that kind of late round aggression coming out from EG, but look at who's waiting. Chronicle so heads up from Fnatic. They knew exactly what EG wanted to achieve. Ethan, though, can't do anything about it. Alpha slides in, takes him out of this. And now, well, B was looking likely. Oh, Jorgamo can't do enough. Desperate attempt, but there's still 3 alive for Fnatic. 20 seconds now. Spike does need to cross, and it makes it there. Alpha gets there safely. And Fnatic very prepared here, Mike.
Right, I think we've seen EG trail by 3. Obviously, considering the pistol round win rate, and actually even a couple in there when they concede, how many times they're able to flip round 2 as well. It's another situation where Boostio, a little ahead of the curve. He's solo towards C site here, and he's caught up in the gravity well. I don't know if he's looking to maybe just jump spot, but as soon as that star goes down, you have to respect it. Some Sheriffs will come in here, Frenzy in the hands of Ethan, but no Blade Storm, so I don't know how much damage EG are really going to be able to do here.
Durka, unafraid. Stepping through A pretty quickly, clearing as he goes. Boostio just be trying to sit a little deeper this time. But Durka could go for a little bit of pressure on this. As EG sitting quite deep on the A side, so no one's really there to help Boostio here, so he's got to be careful to not go down first.
Durka digging a little deeper here, though. Fnatic still going through the motions. Like I said, actually playing very slowly here, waiting out some of these peaks from Evil Geniuses, and once again, Boostio punished.
Now what can the others do? Any chance on this? I mean, it looked initially like that A kind of exec was coming in, but they've kind of adjusted round towards B. Initial attempt denied. Pop flash goes in. Ethan tries to come through. Both are going to find him. Nice work from Fnatic, keeping everything tied up. No opportunities here for EG. Jorgamo and Demon 1. Okay, that's not bad, but it's a lot of work to be even considering this dangerous.
Cover going down. So yeah, Demon 1 getting a little bit ahead of Jorgamo here. Will fall, Leo will clean it up. Very clean anti-eco here. Bosa falls, yes, but Fnatic have got themselves a huge cushion here in terms of the economy. Some of these ultimates starting to come online as well.
Yep.
In that first half versus PRX, got to be sticking in EG's head. Obviously, last time Fnatic were on the defense, but they went 12-0.
This map has sat wonderfully for Fnatic. I think it has been one of the strongholds. They actually were also able to take down the likes of Foot, which is also, I know we keep referencing that. Maybe if you don't watch EMEA, you're like, why the hell are they bringing up Foot? Well, they were the specialists on this map throughout that EMEA regular season. They looked almost untouchable. Fnatic managed it. But here, I like this coming in from EG, a quick timeout. It's early. We know they have protocols up till about this round to be able to depend upon, but they need to get a grip on some of their players here.
Absolutely. I come back to a point. I mean, we haven't seen EG really trail. We haven't seen that, you know, the troubleshooting on the fly. They've been in a position where they can actually execute the strat book just round by round. And the Des were touching on this, how many different looks they have for some of these util combos and building entire set pieces around orb farming and just reliant on one or two, you know, pieces of utility or an ultimate to tie things together. So be curious. This is definitely one you want to be a fly on the wall for in terms of the timeout. And
gosh, yeah.
Really see how they're going to approach things, because even one actually going to pick up the operator here. So,
and I'm just happy seeing that Fnatic have set this tone, right? And this is now the first time we get to see EG tested like this. It's so visceral. It's so in front of you. We've never seen them put, you know, in this sort of position so clearly. Fnatic are really prepared. They are pulling no punches. This is Fnatic in full form. Just heads up, this is the best we've seen them look. They are absolutely nailing this. Now, do they hit a pace change after this timeout? Looks pretty pacey, at least for Durka, but again, could be just take that similar space he's been doing, set that precedent that he will be taking this space every single round.
Operator on the other side of the map here, Boaster Anyone really in any sort of risk. Giacomo's paused for the time being, but Boostio again.
He's got to stop this.
Yeah.
He's going to be kicking himself. Again, Boostio's been incredible to watch.
Absolutely.
But here, it feels like he's getting a little ahead of himself, wants to be that difference maker.
It feels like they're hunting him.
I mean, Dirk has been on that case every single time. He's absolutely had him dead to rights. Now, the lean towards the site, though. Look at the progress. Nice hold there from Com. Going to take away Dirk from this, but they still continue to commit. Spike's going to go down. The Viper's Pit's going to come up. That's in, obviously, off the back of Chronicle, making lovely early progress.
Does Giacomo check for boost? Boaster's not spotting him either. Did they both pop into smokes there at the same time?
I'm not sure, but...
I think Boaster went into Astral form.
Giacomo's just slipped through. This
I mean, there's an alarm bot here anyway, but Alpha can be swung onto.
Flash, really good timing. Does he want to make the most of it? Yes! Great work from Giacomo. The flash was perfect to get Alpha. And now Boaster, I mean, his position's a little weird. Coming through from Link, I guess Giacomo might even consider that. But the other two, remember who's still standing? Leo and Chronicle. Nasty little players. The bait on the door. The late time through, but there they are. Chronicle and Leo holding this down. And they're running low on time. They're running out of players. Fnatic still hold form. 5 now on the board.
That was crazy to see Giacomo and Boaster not spot each other out. And again, with Boostio falling first, that util isn't there to pick up the lurk. The awareness is there for Boaster to have a little bit of freedom. And yeah, I don't know if this is indicative of what we're going to see going forward, but EG definitely need to switch things up. Bladestorm available now. Some of these ultimates getting a little closer, but a 5-0 scoreline here.
Okay, looks quite simplistic from Fnatic, just clean into the site. Obviously a set piece, smokes up, everything that they need, and the plant should follow. Oh yeah, nowhere to go on that one really, Comp. Chipped away at pretty early, but has to respect this. Spike is down. Stingers, couple of sheriffs. Where's that danger going to come from? Demon 1 actually popped knives. That's a little much. Alpha making light work of both of them. Ethan down very low as well. It's just not enough threat coming through from this comp. Gonna get caught up. Lovely from Fnatic again. Just dealing with any danger. Yes, it got a little bit dicey when you heard the knives coming out, but beyond that, this is comfy from Fnatic.
Clinical.
Very much
honestly, EG have barely had a look in, other than round 2, really the one that stands out. That's felt like they've really put up any resistance, and the energy is totally different on stage right now.
Yeah, this is the... I love seeing Fnatic in this form because, again, I'm a Durka enjoyer. You know what? When he's popping off, fantastic. But then also, you've got to look at your Chronicles, your Alphas, and Leos. These investments, these upgrades to their players are just shining, especially on this map. I feel like it's sat with them so well here. Live into this one, Fnatic, with, once again, a brutal piece towards C, and Boostio has to play this right. He's been struggling to find his footing here.
Playing much further back here, the lockdown available, but pop preemptively here, so EG aren't really gonna gain much off this, even if the paint shell lands as well. Boostio falls once again.
He's finding nothing here. Sight's theirs. Demon 1 on the flank, sure, but he's gonna get past Chronicle, who is hitting big form, and the stall from him is sublime. Yeah, stunned up, he's trying to get away, he does so as well, readjust quickly, thinking quick on his feet, turns to flash, he's still standing, he's still firing, and he's still taking 2 down. Ethan finally trades it, but by now, what are you meant to do? You're a mile away from the site.
Round's done. You can see on Ethan's face as well, this is getting a little bit frustrating. Look at what it takes to even try and dig Chronicle out of that position. And I'm not sure if just the game plan is completely off here, but Fnatic, it's bread and butter. They're not really doing anything special right now. It's not as if they're resorting back to that choreography that we've seen them employ so many times.
Now they've got a death grip on this game. 7 rounds, sitting so favorably. Ethan just trying to keep hold of that rifle, which he is going to achieve. But that first kill, again, Boostio, I'm worried about this player. And on the other side, you look at the 9-day difference, you got someone like Chronicle just, you know, coming alive on these stages. You know, you think about pressure. It's a lot with Fnatic. You wouldn't want to, I guess if your expectations are being pushed here, they're coming up against that Cinderella story run from EG, Fnatic could have faltered to that. They could have had an issue. Second time out now for EG.
It's not actually too surprising to see this because they're not looking like themselves today.
I mean, you heard it in the interview. I mean, how many times have they discussed the kind of respect, the shaping themselves after Fnatic to an extent, but now they're facing them in the server.
Yeah,
it's a very tough tool.
Yeah,
tough
sure.
task.
I mean, you imitate a team or you take inspiration so heavily from a team, maybe there's an element of fear here and maybe a little bit of nerves, honestly, coming up
100%.
against the ones that are the best in the business at doing this. But I'm just looking at player cams. Like I said, this is a stark contrast.
Yeah, Potter's trying to get him going. You can see it. Potter is marching orders.
She's spitting.
But EG needs to turn up. There is something to be said about the fear of the name, right? You're playing against, arguably, I mean, debatably, maybe, I don't even know at this point, I think it's holding pretty true at this scoreline. The best in their ROMs, right? Like, straight down that roster, you can maybe compare and contrast, but they're always in the conversation, every single one of these. So if you're EG, who are these underdogs, these kind of, you know, upstarts you want to see do well, you've looked at these players, you've looked at how they play, what they do, and now you have to take them down. All those 50-50s feel like 70-30s. It doesn't feel as favorable anymore, but they need to get back online here. Otherwise, they're going to go out with a whimper, and it's going to just mar everything they've tried to achieve here. Back to business. Fnatic testing the waters, and that quick pivot back towards A. Wow, for now.
Fault line set up. Either mound or outside B here. Might just see the double Satchel in once again. Boombot doesn't take contact actually, and Dirk is just going to be posted up here. We'll be able to retrieve the orb. And options are plenty now. With two members of Fnatic already pushed up towards Rubble, past the doorway even, and nobody from EG over on this side of the map.
Does Fnatic double pump? They could, technically. I mean, this is on Fnatic. They can paint this picture however they feel. EG just trying to mirror them around the map, but they're going to be behind the curve. Little slowdown here from Fnatic to try and clear things meticulously, but now they're going to take towards the side. Paint shell goes in. Smokes are up. There's 5 players standing up towards the top of A. If they try and waterfall out off the back of a flash, it could be pretty tasty, but Durka's position actually could be very valuable. 4 slightly deeper. EG take back towards the side. 30 seconds now. Durka delivers towards Demon 1. Showstopper set, he's still going to be doing it all himself! Welcome to playing against the big boys. Durka is just built a little different. Fnatic unfaltering in their approach. Prime gaming flawless.
You see Fnatic just waiting for EG to pull out a set piece.
Yep.
For so long, for like 15 or 20 seconds, they're just poised here. And the thing is, you look at what the best things EG have shown us at this event, it's around util-heavy compositions and being able to put those set pieces in motion. And we're not seeing it here with this composition. We're seeing a couple of times where, you know, Com's lining up a fault line or something, but we're not seeing flashes out from Ethan. EG taking space away from Fnatic, punishing the extremities, addressing the back line. We're just not seeing any of the positives that we've seen from EG.
No, they're struggling to find any of this impact. Testing over towards Mound. Durka consistently has been finding this pick as well. I mean, he's been consistently killing everyone, if I'm being honest. Jorgmo is the one trying to hold a little bit of that space and territory on the C site. We've got Demon 1 pushed up deep towards A. Beyond that, it's patience from Fnatic.
I mean, bear in mind, last time we saw EG here versus Foot, Boostio put up the kill record at a VCT Masters event, 35 kills. And the pace at which they were playing versus Foot, you could tell there was a difference in respect. They were happy to take the fight to them. Here, EG, it feels like they're up against the ropes from the get-go.
Yeah. Flash, noted players. Demon 1's got to get the timing right on this. He's going to be known to be close by as well. They're running the clock very low, 35 seconds. They haven't fully committed just yet. There's the first challenger. Demon 1 holding his ground, though. And the Spike, where are you going with this? Is it a B finish? They've got to get a move on. 25 seconds here. Fnatic are running this so late. Again, look at the Spike. 18 seconds now. Durka does find comp.
But EG is scrambling to see. B's been left wide open other than Ethan.
He's noted it, but he's down to 18. But the player who can make the difference is Demon 1. He's got to land the shot, though. He's up against Durka. He can't do it. Ball coming down with 6 seconds remaining. Gabustio maybe save the day. Jorgmo's there. They're trying the best they can. Finally! Finally! They get the round.
1 on the board. There's still a mountain to climb to recover this half now. If they can string this together, there's a chance, but It's a fine, fine margin. That's what I gotta say. Fnatic play into EG's hands, honestly, in terms of leaving this so late. The crowd's still behind them.
Oh God, Boostio. Oh God. He's got to try and play safe on this one. If he goes down early again, it's going to be done for it, and they're eyeing up the B. So man lean towards A, leaving Jorgamo in a really precarious position. He's got Boaster sitting super deep on the other side. They've given up the B site. The pressure's going to come back in, and Boaster wins the fight. Jorgamo's gone down. They've got so much control on this. Very few avenues of approach. Back in for EG and a pivot. Straight over towards C. This is going to be heard. The door's obviously going to be noted. And Com? I mean, he's got a Bulldog. What are you meant to do with this?
And Dirk has been posted up in the lurk as well. There's 3 members of EG on B site.
They've got no idea. Now they do. Demon One turns around on a dime. Okay, that's kind of surprising that went that way, but fair play. Even numbers now. Aren't going to be coming down much faster here. EG creeping pretty close, though. Leo's called Boostio. It's just getting chaotic now. Chronicle trying to at least keep this favorable to Fnatic, which they've done.
That covers the spike as well. The pit spreads over default here. EG in a 2v3, but lots to navigate their way through.
No dogs. So little for them to play with. Com's got nothing as well. It's just the guns in their hands. What are you meant to do with this one? Oh, an attempt. Yeah, and it's going to fall. Chronicle set this up to perfection. I think Com knows it. He can't do anything about it. Fnatic, again, the pace in which they are pivoting around this map is just unbelievable. Com just needs to back away and try and keep himself standing, but Fnatic looking very good, Mike. Instantly replying.
Let's see if, obviously, Demon 1 down to 350. I didn't note the Blade Storm progress, but that 1 round so far for EG looking like a blip.
Yep.
1 off the lockdown, 1 off the Blade Storm. There's a couple of options here, potentially. Again, we're testing the in-game leadership here with both timeouts used. Like I said, we're relying now on troubleshooting on the fly, problem solving, which EG haven't had to rely on.
It's such a broken purchase, Guardian, Bulldog. 1 away, I think, from the Blade Storm, but look at the early challenge. Okay, Demon's going to land that. That's going to be knives available.
Is that the first blood they've found?
It feels like it, and not one that's instantly traded potentially, but then Alpha's on the case. A little bit of a follow-up from Chronicle here, but he's gone down. EG going to be winning out the brawl here. Leaving just Boaster alive. Demon is low, so there's a real possibility on that. The follow-ups get very, very tricky here. Jorgamo already taking a lot of space away. It's going to be very tough for Boaster.
Jorgamo hear him?
I think Boaster seems very
Yeah,
aware.
Boaster's got the awareness that Jorgamo might be there, but Jorgamo's not caught him slip through. I mean, I'm worried if he's given the plant, honestly.
Same. Easy to underestimate Boaster, but certainly been doing well for himself here. He's given a lot of time to play with, too. Ideally, in like a 1v3, you want to find that pick, right? If you can get one, suddenly becomes game on, but being given that chance, very unlikely. And he's toying with them, drawing him in towards that B. And he's nowhere there. I mean, just popping down in the smoke on C, he's keeping him guessing.
He's got plenty of time to play with as well, and EG aren't going to expect him to have made this much progress.
You can see where they're pinging.
Yeah, I was going to say, Boostio
30 seconds
didn't catch the slip through spawn either, but going to be close enough potentially here to hear if Boaster does make a step. Yeah, they're clearing back towards 8.
Yeah, I think this might be
overcooked.
Yeah, the timing, the window of timing's closed for C. Now this isn't bad though. Missed that chance. Okay, Boostio's got it. That's 2. Just off on the timing there. Best he could achieve, obviously. Second round for EG. They got ults.
Yeah, Fnatic have basically been able to buy from like round 7 onwards in this half though, so
one enemy remaining.
I still feel as if bigger picture-wise. I mean, look at this. They've won a round. Look at the energy in the player cams.
Yeah. He's getting a little pumped up here.
Deflated in the EG camp. You can see on their faces, Lauren.
Straight in. Demon 1 needs this. Jorgamo's in a whole lot of danger. Lovely work from him. Oh, but the spray's still going to catch Demon 1, but Jorgamo at least free of that. We'll be able to find a trade. That's caught so many players out already. Boostio suffered for that one. But again, eyeing up B, they're still taking that mid-progress. You've got Alpha holding the flank, holding that extremity, making sure no one gets too far ahead. There's that first sign of intent towards B, at least, obviously, taking down the turret.
Fnatic once again going through the motions, though. Step by step through the protocol list. Ethan's going to have his hands full. Does have a flash here. I'm curious of when he invests that. Potentially behind the poison orb now. Yeah, it's going to come through. Will catch. Information here, but I don't see anybody from EG moving yet.
Yeah, maybe a little nervous to leave anyone isolated, but again, this is a lot on Ethan's shoulders.
Same committed position you saw Boostio in as well.
Yeah,
a problem being boasted. Yeah, he's
selling.
Yeah,
he's selling it really well as well. Just maybe denying that TP from Jorgamo. A little bit of contact towards main. It's kept the players there, but they need some support here. Ethan is desperately trying to play his life. A little bit of help comes in, but mistimed on that. Spotted again. Chronicle closing the gap now. 77 HP. He's still coming out on top of this one. Closing down. Yeah, Leo's got him dead. Ethan didn't have a leg to stand on in that. The support was so far away. 10 seconds, but it's fine. They've got a plant coming in. Com getting a little bit deeper, but did he get noted? Did he get hurt? Next time around, there's so much util. Yeah, I feel like they may know.
Lockdown comes through though. Chronicle, does he get aggressive behind the divide?
Temptation, surely.
Com's not expecting it.
There he goes. Bye-bye, Chronicle. And now they need to get towards that spike. Can they get this defuse going in time? Boaster the first one to try and find the challenge. Leo sprays in. Boaster's got the defuse down. And now just Boostio. He's found Boaster. He ain't gonna find any more. Fnatic, double digits on first half.
Not too far away from the 12-0 scoreline we saw versus PRX. But once again, a masterclass in execution. Like I said, this comes down to, this composition just doesn't suit the success or the win conditions we've seen EG employ time and time again here in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see EG really plateau on this map. Fnatic showing that dominance we expect from them. But let's see what the desk expected of that first half.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, wow, what a rattling first half for Evil Geniuses and an incredible half for Fnatic, illustrating why they are one of, if not the best of the best in the game right now. But something to really note, I think, at the beginning of this was, it was very evident. HyperX mentioned a few times, Boostio really struggling to get something going here. You could definitely tell that this composition is really messing with his head.
Yeah, he's getting caught in gravity wells, getting caught by prowlers, and we talked about how important it was that EG got the snowball going, getting pistol, getting bonus. That was all Fnatic. So he dies round 1 first, dies round 3 first, then that manages to generate ultimates. He dies round 5 first, dies round 7 first. Like every crucial round where the economy was the same between these two teams, Boostio got caught out, was the first pick, all the Killjoy utilities gone. And it's over. Yeah. It's literally over.
I mean, once you get the Fnatic war machine going and they can start snowballing, picking up the orbs to get free space towards areas, I will say, I mean, we could talk for days as well about the kind of macro ideas that Fnatic had going in, because they were playing them like a fiddle in terms of the positioning early on in the map. But really, the big sticking point is that Boostio was struggling. And I think, again, that conversation topic we brought up at the beginning of this series, just before it really kicked off, was the inexperience difference. That was the biggest takeaway from both of these teams as they were clashing. Fnatic, they've been in spots like this before where they've been down and out. In fact, they've done it in the biggest stakes in the game, in the finals of lock-in. And I think that gives a certain level of experience. And it gives a certain level of tenure towards the players where they know what they're capable of. EG have been playing so free up into this point that it's almost like that they've... Josh, you mentioned this when we were watching the game. It's almost like they've realized where they actually are at when it comes to Masters Tokyo.
I think the realization has hit them and it's caused confidence issues. They need to get that back by playing much better in the second half, even if they don't win.
Well, Fnatic have EG right where they want them. They need only 3 more rounds and they close this out. Let's send it back over to Pansy and HyperX.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, I do want to kind of bring bigger context to this. When we looked at this veto, I saw this as being late benefit to EG.
Sure, yeah, you concede a little bit in the veto.
Yes.
Not this scoreline.
But you're not, I'm going to be honest, I think there's 2 ways this goes. Sometimes it's easy. Yeah, it's easier on a team potentially to lose quickly than have a drawn-out, horrific game. But then again, confidence, right? Does EG then just get shattered? That's what I'm worried about. We'll talk about that later. For now, it's a patient beginning regardless. EG are taking their time, taking a bit of a tour. Yes, progress on Jorgamo here. But Fnatic not in any particular hurry to make much happen. They have a firm lead in this, 10 rounds to their name. Could not ask for a better start for them. Doing exactly as prescribed on a map like this. Dark, I have to potentially respect this map, unless he's got some support.
And maybe actually some information off the back of Leo once that door drops. Not going to come through just yet, though. Durka might dip his toes.
Bloody hell, it's Durka doing so much damage. Fnatic want this map done. They want to go on to map 2. They want to get out of here. They want to get to that next game in front of them. Boostio's being bullied. And that's 11. That's a flawless start here in the second half.
Well, you don't even need Leo to find you information. The crunch is perfect. You see Court lining up a fault line. There's nobody deep holding this smoke.
Nope.
So like Demon 1 has like a wide angle to, yeah, exactly.
Well, Marshall staying up. Sheriffs on the other side for Fnatic. Pretty juiced up by. Not too bad. Lovely.
Alpha hit that, by the way.
Yep.
If you were curious.
Just if you were wondering, quick heal. Pit stop for Demon 1. Scary, isn't it, when Alpha's doing those sort of things?
But they note the force early on as well. The fact that Demon 1 doesn't fall to the Marshall shot there is a big indicator to Fnatic. That one not as clean.
Sitting way more passive now. Giving the reins over. Chronicle.
Blinded.
Trying to test the waters elsewhere as well.
There.
Juggernaut trying to make a little bit of progress towards A here. Smoke will be noted. Leo and Durka still in a position to maybe do some damage on the way in. Boostio posted up in this lurk once again outside C. But 30 seconds left on the clock with a force here. You want to see EG make a decision and make it quickly.
30 seconds left.
Looks like that might just be C site.
They've got they need to secure the site and deep.
I mean, look at the utility they have to cross.
Yeah, this is
There's
horrific.
a star, alarm bot, 2 nano swarms, and Alpha's here.
I feel like Alpha's going to at least, I feel like 1
Yeah,
maybe.
you're dead.
Yeah, bye-bye, bye-bye. Welcome to the blender. Alpha teed up for success. They need to get that spike down. 8 seconds now, can't get any more. Actually, EG making a go at this
Hold
one.
up.
There's a little bit of something left in them, but Durka's got a rifle, as does Leo, so this is far from out of the woods just yet. Both coming through from the connector side. And look at the HP. Jorgamo low, Com pretty low. It's Ethan who can really be the one to take that brunt of this.
Got plenty of time, though, for Leo to come back and clear spawn. He might just meet Com. If he continues, he's actually peeling back towards Durka.
Okay, Durka gets a clean fight on the first. No swing off it. Jorgamo not close enough. That's lovely from Com, though. Comes back around to find Durka, leaving Leo. Now 1v2, they are low. Jorgamo 25, 21 for Com. He's just not cleared the right corner. It was a bit of guesswork, but he guesses correctly for that jump through.
Plant's not good for Com, though. He has to swing off this.
He's got 2 seconds as well on the horn. Come on. That's up there, Leo!
No time.
Break in the heart, almost. Has to back away, but very, very close.
Actually, Leo tucked into the corner. He thought he was safe there from the default Plant, but lose the Bulldog as well. Yeah, this is...
That adjustment, man.
Yeah, that's a big snap. This is just like the most Fnatic thing you see on an well, actually, with EG Forcing. 2 people just stuck in the blender. Even after that, EG actually still, they continue to push forwards.
The fact they recovered was quite impressive. You know, we wait and see. What do we have here for Fnatic, though? Guardian out for Alpha, Sheriff, and a Ghost. Okay, so not masses, but a stack. So can they get a little chaotic? It looks like EG might be aware of this. Look at where they're sitting on the other side. Have an indicator given off the back of maybe the smokes. A little bit of pressure coming through. Oh, God. The timing. Oh,
He's
God,
just
the
giving
timing.
up the angle.
The timing on that, man. What are you meant to do?
I mean, they're swapping Spike.
Yeah.
It's just heartbreaking to see some of the situations EG find themselves in the opening map of the series as well, no less.
Yeah. Rattles you. One small benefit. Yeah, I guess those rifles aren't so easy to get into hand, but they're down to 50 seconds and they're so split across this map.
Doesn't matter. You almost favor the numbers of Fnatic with how they've already rotated preemptively here.
It's not particularly
Can't,
clean.
yeah, can't pin him down. Not noted as of yet, though.
Oh,
Chronicles won a classic versus a Vandal 1v1.
Get me
He's
out
got a
of this
snake
map.
bite.
Get me out of this
He
map.
can slow it down.
Oh, dear. Okay, so, this is horrible.
Somehow.
This is horrible. Oh, no! This round is nightmare-worthy.
Yeah, of course.
Fair play. Yeah.
It's a Prime Gaming flawless. With classics and a Guardian.
Oh, dear. Wow, we talk about confidence and mental.
What were you talking about? You talking about rip the Band-Aid off, right?
Yeah, mate, just get out of it quick.
If you know you're going to lose, you play the long game on the veto. Doesn't really matter what happens.
Yeah, don't worry about that. See, they're fine. Definitely didn't. It's
that was
horrible.
really uncomfortable viewing.
Yeah, that's very unpleasant. Well, there we go. Let's, oh, God. 12-3. Fnatic are making themselves look like, of course, as always, the team to beat. Durka, they're so blind, and they're still winning the fight, apparently. That seems unbelievable. Oh, they want it over and done with, and it almost is.
Durka just keeps pushing. He's laughing on the player cam. It's just Boostio left, Sheriff in hand. But for a Fnatic to find, Durka seals the deal on a 13-3 to open this series, Lauren.
Yeah, this one is looking very good for Fnatic.
I do want to come back to it, because I do think it's an interesting discussion that you started with the veto, with how they look at this, and we were trying to predict this yet. We were even trying to get some leaks from Potter, and it's like,
she gave us nothing.
You guys are surely banning Bind, right? And it's like, well, yeah, you know, the veto.
Yep.
I feel like bigger picture, we can maybe win out. And even the Des touched on this, right? Josh was even putting this perfectly. If you can win out and you get the choice on the third and you feel comfortable about it, then you play this as a 2-1. You have to approach it like that. But
it's
my counter argument to that is we haven't seen this lack of energy on stage. This is demoralizing for EG.
It's the human aspect, right? You've just been absolutely battered. And a more experienced team might be able to put this loss in a box and move into map 2 and 3 and just clean slate it. Fair play. We haven't seen EG have to do that, so now we have to find out if they can.
Little things as well, like having to call both timeouts on the first half for Potter to try and get a grip back. Yeah, get them back in the game. And like I said, this is another test that they haven't had to endure here in Tokyo. The in-game leader actually being tested here. Without that insight from Potter, you have to wait for the halftime. You have to, like I said, burn both timeouts. It's problematic, Lauren.
Well, this whole series might be problematic now. 3 rounds was all EG could get. Both these teams are flawless coming to this point. Fnatic will continue in that form, looking into map 2, which is going to be Fracture. Is this the comeback for EG, or is it them going down to the lowers with just a whimper?
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What a start for Fnatic here. I'm joined by their coach, Mini. Now, Mini, no one else has been able to take a map off of Evil Geniuses this entire tournament. You guys are the first. Why do you think that your boys were able to do it? What makes them so special?
I think our Lotus is just really strong right now. The preparation was really good. Like, the boys, like, played against the breach exactly how you're supposed to play against a breach on that map. Like, we didn't fall for a single thing, and we just made them look a little bit silly, I think, sometimes. But yeah, we got Fracture next, which is obviously their map. So I'm not really thinking too much about that map, but it was a beautiful map by us.
I'm looking forward to the second one. Thank you so much, Mini, for joining us, and let's see what else Fnatic's got in their locker.
Well, one thing that Mini said was that he made him look a little silly, and I think with a 13-3 scoreline and the way that whole thing fell apart, truer words have never been spoken.
It's so rare that you hear Mini being like happy about his team's performance, even in a stomp. But genuinely, he must have felt like that was perfection, essentially. Like the way that they avoided every trap setup, the way that EG got caught by every piece of utility. It was just masterful work by Fnatic.
Oh, absolutely immaculate, like top to bottom. You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better start for, you know, this EMEA squad that obviously had a, you know, rough closeout to the season, but I think we all knew what we were in store for when we got here to Tokyo, and the results speak for themselves. That being said, though, Bren, I know that you have a few rounds that you did want to talk about, because it does illustrate exactly why this Fnatic team is so dangerous.
Just the one, and it's perfect to really just encompass exactly what Mini was talking about. I've roped in my assistant, Josh Wilkinson. He's going to be annotating for me as well as we run through this. It's the pistol round right off the rip. It's the very first one. Mini was talking about they didn't get caught by any of the trap plays with the breach, and that's what EG are going for to try and win the pistol round at the beginning. It's around C-mound control, and they're going to try and go for just a quick little play with the paranoia. Let's play this one out, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. But Fnatic's game plan was very passive at the beginning. They wait out the first initial few seconds to see when this utility is going to be coming through, and they waited out. They see the paranoia, they hear the dash. This is all audio cues that are going to be called by Durka. He calls it, and look at the response. Zoom on the minimap for me, Josh, real quick. Look at this. They're like ants following a pheromone trail. They are just immediately going straight into the A site because they realize, okay, 3 key pieces of util are used. That's going to be a free A site. And they get themselves into the plant easily enough. Boostia was first F. We roped on about that and hammered on about that as well. But another thing that I wanted to really just hammer in the point home here is this post-plant setup. It is immaculate from Fnatic. They have 3 layers in terms of their post-plant setup. Chronicle, which is the first line of defense. He's playing behind the box. They have nanoswarms as the second layer in case Chronicle goes down and can get traded. Chronicle doesn't go down. He doesn't fall at all. But you also have the backup global utility. Durka and Boast are playing all the way at the back. And look at that star down there. You have to tap the spike to bait out the nanoswarms, the star, and at the same time deal with these players who have already posted up anchoring in tree. There's so much nuance to the way that Fnatic play this. It's so structured. It reminds me so much as well of when they were really, really well drilled at their at the Fracture post plans as well. The map we're going into next, where they're just so structured. And even if you know how to break it, even if you know what they do, if you've been doing the VOD prep, how do you break it? There's so many levels to it. They're so far apart. You have to play picture-perfect Valorant to stand a chance.
Yeah, without a doubt, that is exactly what you saw from Fnatic every single time. And now EG are the ones that need to do that. And one guy that's certainly not going to let that be very easy for the team at all is Durka, as we go to an aim lab shoot around and check in on Durka, who's going to be clicking some heads with the largest crosshair known to man. But you know, it gives us an opportunity to talk about Durka and his impact in the game, because genuinely, like, look, everyone contributed very equally in making this delicious pie of destruction that Fnatic concocted on Lotus Sideshow. But I think in particular for Durka, he's just going out there and playing with a type of confidence that you really want to see out of your ace.
Yeah, when your game plan is working, it sets up Durka for success. And first skill to first deaths, because that's where Durka shines. It was 13-3, same as the scoreline. 13 first kills for Fnatic. Durka had 7 of them. Durka going 7-1 in first bloods. Massive win condition for Fnatic. You know that they're popping when that's the case. And of course, on the other side of things, Boostio with 0 and 5, a lot of them at the beginning of that map to start the snowball going. That's what I want to see as we head into map 2 as well, because again, the early snowball and the clash of those star players, trap plays, that kind of stuff is going to be so important on Fracture. This is where EG should have their success, But it all comes down to the pistol and the follow-ups to me again. They need to start off on the right foot, and they've been boomed on map 1.
Yeah, they have been boomed to a degree. I mean, listen, Demon 1 felt like he had to carry the world in his back, I think, at times as well when they're playing these 4v5 rounds. And Fracture in general, I will say EG's Fracture is very dependent on the supportive players. Players like Ethan and Colm in terms of their util and getting the plays rolling in that capacity. And for me, that comes down to have Fnatic done the preparation, which, listen, knowing Fnatic, you know they're going to be up late reviewing those VODs and doing the homework.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, and also their coach, Coach Potter on the other side is always one to go out there and do the homework as well. Hopefully that's the case for Fracture. We did get an opportunity to catch up with her courtesy of Yinsu. What you got?
Yes, that's right, Golden Boy. I've got Potter, the coach of EG, with me here. Potter, this is the first time in this tournament you guys even have to think about how to bounce back. So what was the biggest lesson you learned from that map 1, and how could you implement that going on to map 2?
Yeah, you know, we just have to add a little more finesse to our game plan. All tournament long, everything we did worked. This time around, it didn't, and having that second layer, we have them. We just didn't use them, unfortunately. So for us, we just need to stay composed, go back to the drawing board, and understand that we can slow things down a little bit if we don't get that first initial pick. So for map 2, we're going back to our confident map, and we'll be able to do just that.
Yeah, well, it is your fortress, Potter. I'm very, very excited about what's going to happen on Fracture, and going to send this back to the desk and find out.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu. And yeah, so, you know, back to the drawing board, but still confident regardless of what happens here in map 2. That's the thing, though. I get really worried where you saw we have the start on Lotus. You said it before, Sideshow. You needed to start fast. You needed to start strong. And then what happens if that doesn't take place on Fracture?
Well, it has to, right?
It has to. They have no other choice, and that's a lot of pressure on those young guys.
Every good anime arc has you losing to the big bad guys first and then coming back afterwards. It's just part of the anime arc.
No one's buying the anime, man. No one's buying the anime. But here's the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and let's see what we got here out of this one, Brent.
Yeah, no switch-ups, no changes as well. And we already know how deep the playbook is for both of these teams. I mean, think back to the Season 8 combos, turret contact orbital strikes for Fnatic, and then Evil Geniuses. They also like to pull out all sorts of cutesy little stuff.
They do, but their defense side is slightly weaker, so they're not going to start out here with a bang, and they need it. So it's got to be different.
That's right. It is do or die. Do you really want this run to end in an 0-2, or can you force a map 3? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Yeah, we are now waiting with bated breath to see if basically map 2 is any different from map 1. We kind of discussed the idea that this should be their best opportunity, right? But then the actuality, the reality of this is they're in a very tough predicament here for EG.
Absolutely, and like I said, this is a big test of the mental reset ability of this team. Obviously, a lot of this lies on the IGL. Once again, Potter as well to give some insight here. Worried though, because we're coming out again. You get an opportunity every so often in the meta in Valorant to pull out a new comp, show something different, show a couple of little set pieces around it. But once that tape is out there, it takes one team to adjust, anti-strat it, and beat you, and it's done. Yeah, once you show the world, the rest of the teams how to counter it, that's then out there. So I'm a little concerned if EG don't show us something different here, don't have the confidence to dig a little deeper in the playbook.
Well, time to find out. Fnatic flooding the B site here, obviously on the attacking side themselves. This time will be EG on the defense. And EG sitting very deep, not really entertaining any of this.
Flank coming through on the south side here, 2 members of EG, Jorgamo and Ethan. Plant will come through. That's a fairly safe plant for Tower, actually. So Fnatic will scurry away, stacking towards Arcade. Leo, a little disconnected in underpass here. He could be a playmaker here for Fnatic.
Eyes towards him. Keep that in the back of your mind. If you start seeing him winding up here, Jorgamo taking the first couple of very critical steps towards it.
Dirk has joined him.
Oh god, this is now very dangerous. Jorgamo's done well, but keep your mind on the back line. There's Durka, gonna draw the blood. Ethan doing well, and Busio continuing the form, but it's Leo in a 1v2. Defuse started from Ethan, he desperately wants halfway, he might just get that, but he's gonna fall. Wait, Busio's got Ethan stuck to the fuse! Big man Ethan stands tall in this, getting them around on the board, and they needed that start.
Absolutely did. Obviously conceded the pistol round in the first half on Lotus, and things spiraled out of control. We talked about so many times EG starting maps with huge advantages. That would be the best possible situation to start here, map 2. A round 2 conversion, a bonus, get EG back.
Get in that rhythm.
Yeah, back in that rhythm. Back on actually track with some of the win conditions we were talking about they've shown here in Tokyo.
They still need to get past these. All these rounds are dangerous. We saw what they could do with what was it, like a classic and nothing else. So keep in mind that Fnatic are always a threat. No matter the buy, no matter the round, no matter where you are, there is danger. Danger aplenty. And kind of going bigger picture here while they take their time. We'll see if this round gets a little bit more interesting with these Sheriffs coming in. At this point, you also have to know, if you're talking about experience, Ethan probably has more than most of the people on the server. You're talking bigger picture. They need him to turn up here. Yes, the desk kind of highlighted the supporting acts that are very, very critical for EG in this. I guess same to be said for Fnatic in that regard. But Ethan, I need to see him step up as someone in the server to keep them in the game as well. He is a huge LAN player, an incredibly experienced player. I mean, back in his day, he was the, the up-and-comer, right? He was that young blood. He's still super young. It's ridiculous. So I need to see Ethan find that role. A
big concern as well. We talk about confidence across this series. You're not seeing EG deny these orbs. Alpha's going to be able to farm up here, so it's giving Fnatic an opportunity to find a lockdown in the next round. And that second objective. So Juggernaut nearly caught off guard there, but Leo will fall.
Gotta be careful of the pinch though.
Dish orb retrieved as well. Fnatic will actually potentially find a way back through. No, Alpha will fall here. I was going to say should be clean up here. Chronicle hit two fantastic shots there with the Sheriff.
Chronicle scares me. He really does scare me. The way he plays, that if he starts having a hot game, again, for me, always love watching the likes of Leo, Alpha, everyone else, but Chronicle is just that madman when he gets going. So we'll see if it comes through this map. I don't know if it will. But this time, not going to be able to do too much with it. Boostio going to find him in the end. That's the second round. Now let's talk about this, right? So it's the exchange. 4-player stand for EG, so quite clean in that regard. But Fnatic gathered every single orb available. They've done what they wanted in this round.
Well, yeah, literally, the only one they didn't was A main.
Yep.
And that's where EG obviously focused early on in the round, but the byproduct being Fnatic come into round 3 with the possibility of executing a lockdown set piece here. And like I said, that for me is an indicator of maybe a dent in the confidence. If you don't have again, they're respecting the anti-eco because probably what happened at the end of Lotus where they did get slapped about a little bit, but unfortunately, bigger picture-wise, you can't give these opportunities away.
Okay, so wait, they're getting very aggressive on this. Yeah, it's an evacuation for Fnatic. They want to get out of there. Leo just going to get to safety, and it's all north side. Yeah, but they've cleared everything.
And they get the orb here.
Going back through, though. Let's look at the pace in which Fnatic do this quick. Okay, no mistakes on that one. Straight on in, clear everything out. It's all theirs. Now, there's going to be a lot of players very aware of this, but they don't have the weaponry. Keep in mind, it's Spectres, it's bits and pieces, it's a Guardian. Alpha doing cleanup duty.
Demon 1 missed his smoke. It gave it an open sightline towards Rogue.
That's very unfortunate, as Ethan and Jorgamo trying to make something happen for themselves here. Do a little bit of damage. Very unlikely to get much more out of this.
And it actually makes it even worse because they don't have to use the lockdown. Fnatic were probably willing and able to do so, but they can bank it now. Jorgamo, Sheriff and a Spectre, one off the showstopper himself, but look how disconnected Fnatic are from this plant. Leaf Chronicle posted up here. Actually, this will put him one away from the Rolling Thunder as well.
Yep. They're going to have so much to work with. Beautiful. And you're right, one away. And I'm kind of glad that the desk was kind of highlighting how much Fnatic prioritize this and how well they play around their ults. Obviously, that sounds almost obvious, but yeah, there it is. Oh, that's upsetting. Wow. God.
Again, this is Demon 1 and Com desperate to fight back into Sands, clear some space, regroup with Jorgamo towards main.
Nice. Yeah.
It's another thing that honestly you pin towards maybe just the cracks starting to show in the performance. Yeah.
Absolutely. I know it's such an intangible sometimes, but
Potter's talking about, getting a little bit of finesse back into some of the gameplay you see here from EG.
Here we go. That's a potential fight to be had. Looking get noted. Follow up as well. And okay, Jorgamo's chasing. Oh, the moves! Oh, Duck has got the moves. He dodges so well. The trade is there for Demon 1, so it's a bit of a back and forth. They've done initial damage, but again, I want to talk bigger picture, rolling back to even to map 1. I need to see Boostio play safe as well. Looking vulnerable if they keep going for these 4-play hits somewhere, if they're trying to start to exploit that. But Fnatic now without Durka, how do they approach this?
Almost anticipating further aggression here. Fnatic, I think, with the right read there. They're waiting for EG to explore towards main, then maybe rotate a player away. Ethan does have the Rolling Thunder, and he's actually drifting back this direction. So Boostio will be left to anchor. Still lots of tools available for Fnatic, though, with that first blood. Going through. I was going to say, yeah, Com's got to be careful here.
He's dead. He's so dead.
I mean, the Rolling Thunder came through a little too late as well. They have Com staying there to try and play off the back of it, but a response here, Demon 1 catches a little bit of a speed boost on the way out here. Ethan's found the first one.
He's in so much trouble. He's so dead, though. They just offset the pace there, but the plant is yet to go in. It's still a 2v3. 10 seconds now. The cross, not particularly safe. Demon 1 just dipped away from it. And Leo wants to try and create that support, create that safety himself. Put his body on the line for it, and the plant's now going to come down. Leo, Alpha, and Boaster. Lots to be done here. Still, beautiful hold from Leo there, making sure that plant is safe. And Alpha signs it at the end. 2-2 now, all even. Fnatic back in the matchup.
First time we've seen EG try and execute a set piece here early on, but it results in a 1-for-1. And like I said, with that early advantage in terms of the old cycle, Fnatic have better mid-round options. EG already back down to pistols. Yeah, whether or not we see any further, actually. The Sheriff's a light shield coming for Demon 1, but another opportunity here for Fnatic. If they have the read, they can get towards Durka's showstopper, Boast's orbital strike, 2 away from Leo's ultimate as well.
And it's a gamble stack from EG, right? Like, he's trying to do what they can. It's a completely free site for Fnatic as well. So much kit to be played with. Yeah, obviously Chronicle invested his relatively recently, but beyond that, super comfortable. Plant gonna go in. Chronicle takes a little bit of chip damage, but this is where the bulk of EG is coming from, so it's gonna be Alpha, clean work, overwhelmed. Boostio's gonna take him down. Leo next to be brought in, decides doesn't want to be on a platter for them, and Kong. Oh, the timing with the shot's good, hold on. Still got a little bit of time to work with on this one. Leo now pulled back further, but he knows that crunch is coming in eventually. Can he get that kill in time? No. Now the pressure starts to mount. Durka taken down to 65. Can they close the gap in time? Leo's found Calm and created a little bit of safety, but you can see the threat. You can see they had to invest the ult to deal with it. Leo's held them back at the door, and Leo not allowing them close to that site.
Nice clean up here from Leo. Again, not afraid to invest these ultimates to secure rounds. Actually, Boostio will pick up an operator here. Curious to see if he holds on to that. Com buys a lot of time here, even gets a kill with the Frenzy as well on Chronicle, I believe, drifting a little deeper. Unfortunately, like I said, with this advantage, Fnatic just have so many more tools to throw into that pivot point in the round. We see the trap piece here.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, wait, what?
Boostio?
Boostio got that kill? I mean, we know about the trap piece. Clearly, Sony EG, Boostio putting up big numbers. Com by his side. Fnatic just got deleted.
I want to see that first shot from Boostio, honestly. Saw the flash come through, but I don't know if he's able to avoid it or turn it. If he did with the operator, that's a snappy first shot.
That's one of those like lovely little pocket pieces that Fnatic bring out, and it looks so good for them.
I mean, usually you'd see a little bit of utility dumped in behind the scenes.
Oh.
Way ahead of the flash.
Flash a little offset on the timing then.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Okay. Give EG a chance. I guess they're going to grip it with both hands, aren't they? They don't want to let that one go.
Oh, by the way, that's Boostio.
Boostio's here. Boostio's here. Hold on. Yeah, okay, spots a player. He's going to have to fall away.
But bear in mind, that's Boostio on a Killjoy posted up in front of the door in Sands with an operator, by the way. I mean, it's just lunacy.
I think he's got the lockdown, right? Yeah,
got the Hunter's Fury and the Orbital Strike as well.
Yeah, they're waiting for this. Okay, gonna force him out there. Boostio's gonna catch Chronicle. That's massive. Trade comes out though. Jorgo's gonna go down. How did he get caught on that? Okay, Hunter's Fury. This is all just kind of shots in the dark though. It gets cleared through by Tower. Don't think they'll retake that position. Wait it out. 4v4 now. Loss of Jorgo on one side and Chronicle on the other. The cross gets trickier. for Fnatic now without Chronicle to be able to facilitate a little bit, and leaves Boostio with a chance of the cross. Lockdown coming in. This is just chess games between the two. The timing on the cross, it's rough. Going to draw out the ult. Back and forth, countering. But the plant's going to come in, and Bosa's made it safely back towards tower. Boostio just knowing the player sat towards that cubby. Dirk is in danger. And dance on his forehead.
Got Nano to clear him as well, but Boostio holding the angle here. Finally, will put it out, but it's a little deep, and Dirk is able to shoot it.
Uh-oh. You better hit this shot, Boostio, if he comes around that corner. He's just holding space. EG, oh, there it is! Big boy Boostio doing some work here, but still, the molly
It took them
on the
so
spike.
long.
They have just got so little time to play with him. They need to close down these kills right about now, and well, need to maybe get them done a little earlier. Com already going to get towards that defuse, going to keep Alpha busy as best he can. That's Demon One's job. Oh, the spray down is already going to get it to half. Demon One's there, but do they have time?
There's no time.
This defuse, it's going to be so close. They've got it! They've got it! Heroics from EG that round. They brought everything out. Every ult brought into play from both sides.
I mean, that's actually crazy. The molly comes in so late. Like I said, it took them so long to actually isolate, force Durka out of that position, dig him out of default. Like I said, the whole time this is happening, Bosa's just holding the molly.
Yep.
0.15. I think Fnatic probably think they've done enough there,
You
honestly.
think so, right? Okay, back to business. We've got a game on our hands now. 4-3, it's starting to heat up. This is what we wanted from this map. Close, forcing Fnatic into those big games, seeing the depth of EG here. What a moment for Boostio to start hitting that peak, starting to hit that form. Having a little bit of a tough time on map 1, this time forced away. Early contact made. Sand overwhelmed by Fnatic, and it's going to be Durka to find Demon 1. Trade comes in. Com going to take down Boaster, but look on the other side. There's Smoke Snap, and he gets him, bringing Durka back down to earth. But did he see the second? Surely he noted the second player.
I don't think he does know.
Okay, well, Chronicle's got a little bit of a chance. They can flying out. Trade comes in. Ethan there. Ethan with the follow-up. And now Alpha goes down. EG back in the game.
A stark contrast of what we saw in map 1 as well. The trading, the confidence, EG putting bodies on the line. Happy to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic ahead of this site hit.
Thank God for that. I couldn't deal with another map 1.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, Fnatic play a beautiful game. We know that, but give us a real competitive match.
For me, this was the biggest question to see EG drop a map and then come back and play confidently.
And we've got a timeout from Fnatic. Again, you're now looking at those kind of exclusive clubs, right? Who forces Fnatic into timeouts? Who gets them pushed? Look at these players getting
Exactly.
up. You want to see
energy
that.
is so different here on Fracture.
Now we get to see the test, but back to Fnatic, right? They already have a map in hand, so they're safe, right? They're not going to lose on this map and then go out. So it's not that big of a, a bigger picture in that mind. But here, focused in, they've now got a challenge. EG proving there's a reason they made it this far. They've shown those tangibles now coming in. They've course corrected. They've done all those things we said. You know, put map 1 out of your mind, come in, get that start. They did. They started to heat up now. Individuals showing up. Boostio, 11-4. Like, he is having impact. Ethan's right there with him. Everyone's starting to find that little bit of something. Now on the other side, Fnatic, first time we started to see some of those counters coming in as well, dealing with some of their little pocket plays like towards Sand, all those little bits and pieces. I mean, I say counter plays, it was just Boostio backhand them with an operator, but still, dealing with some of those things that sit very well with Fnatic. What do they do now? Where's that next adaptation from Fnatic?
Well, back in a position here, obviously, with ultimates coming online. EG already have, I mean, I feel like another 2 purchases behind this. Boostio still rocking the operator. 2 away from the lockdown once again. 2 off the Rolling Thunder, so options on both sides here. Leo and Chronicle are going to be able to farm an orb here early on.
Watching here. Watching here.
Okay, you just heard that kind of flying around the map. Now, big info. That should really confirm it. Still not giving away too much here, but this should be very telling. The amount of presence coming through. You've got 3 players from EG, Ethan with a lovely little stall on this as well.
A lot of utility dump though, and Fnatic are able to really limit the amount of damage or value gained by EG here. Fnatic will take the space. Early round protocols looking much better for EG though. On the back of that pressure in A main, they're actively clearing dish.
Sitting deep. This is going to start working down some Fnatic's utility, right? They're already starting to get a little stretched in this. Durka can be held back again. Ult's going to find very little. It's not going to fully stretch. Okay, I think it just got Ethan. So not bad, but still not great. 30 seconds here. Starting to run out of time, Mike. They need to get towards the site. And there's just, they're struggling.
Spike's not even out of the smoke on Sand yet. Durka has to pop here with the satchel, but get lots of players face this way. Boaster finds a second, though.
Big trade from Boaster. They're taking down Ethan. That's pretty big. The cross still not safe. They've got to make it through here. And Com's watching this one. That cross is looking impossible. I think Fnatic have run out of time on this. Yeah, they absolutely have. With Alpha going down 7 seconds now, they can't make it to sight. This round just crumbling in front of them. The stall was fantastic from EG.
I mean, Ethan gets ulted on site here. Yes, the Sand smoke goes up very early on. We'll only get one. Juggernaut will find a third here. I'm very curious why these 3 players in main with the spike out on Sand aren't pushing harder on the back of the ult.
You only pinged one, right? So you know there's
I mean, you pinged one, but if there's 3 of you in main,
you go, right?
Spike was committed through Sand. It was past rope.
It was just sat there having to wait for that next layer of pressure.
I'm pretty sure Boaster even pops the second, I don't know if it's the second set of smokes or
maybe
a follow-up smoke after they've taken that early space. So really curious there.
I wonder what went wrong in that, right? It's like, that's when you want
those
those
frantic
right?
call, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Midway through that execute.
And coming back into this, they've got a little bit of a force buy, really. It's not great. You've got a couple of rifles. It's far from perfect. Ult for Chronicle, though, so that could be quite nice to see if they bring that into effect. He's got to be a bit careful here. Jogamo's positioning. And Boostio watching that cross. He's in the right place. He's starting to become that ever-present person on this. Right place, right time for him. Not far from the lockdown either. But Fnatic playing a little patience. Contact made. Jogamo going to respect that this time. Sit a little deeper.
There's anything on the back of the utility activating here. Jogamo does have the showstopper, so Fnatic shouldn't funnel in towards tower, but he might get caught here with the pinch. Fnatic have slipped through. They're on site.
They've slipped the net. Can Jogamo find anything with this? He's in so much danger. He doesn't know what's safe. Boostio's going to find him a little bit of a safety net. Taking down Alpha ain't bad at all. But now look at the threat. Look how deep they can post this. Oh, Jogamo's still alive. He looked dead to rights, and he's absolutely not. Shot in hand. He flies into Durka. Boostio holds and delivers. Fnatic faltering.
Fnatic looking a little hesitant here, a little knocked back on the back foot. Unable to really make a decision there. It felt like I said, Jogamo's there with showstopper, so I think Fnatic are on the fly trying to address how to dig him out of this position, but with 2 players slipping past the smoke and no swing from EG, there's no dart that comes out. They need to be decisive there.
Do you know what? This gives me, I'm going to say this early, and I hope I'm wrong, this gives me a little bit of those echoes of that Liquid game where they started to look a little out of sorts, where they didn't have that synergy. I hope this doesn't happen to them here, Fnatic. I want a competitive game for both teams. I don't want them to start faltering like this. But now, coming back in what they can afford, and it ain't much. Struggling to get a grip on EG here. A couple of ults very close by. They could have a big round coming up soon, but I mean, they don't have many rounds left to play with.
Trying to protect the purchase for obviously round 12, other side of EG. Sitting very comfortably now. Haven't had to rely on the lockdown. Demon 1 now 2 away from the orbital strike as well. So potentially lots of options in the final round. So we're going to try and probably prioritize the showstopper for Durka. Boaster's only 1 away.
This is tense. Second goal B. Boostio doesn't get checked on, and he's so confident, he's so quick. Takes out Boaster with ease. That smoke's now gone, but again, they're already leaning towards A. It's a quick reaction, but look at these positions from EG, Mike.
Yeah, deep control on the south side, so they're in a great position to retake A. They can concede the plant here, sorry.
Okay, do they get that safe drop down, though? Yep, Chronicle trying to make the cross with that spike. There's that reflex coming back in. Beautiful from Ethan, sheer control. 13 seconds. Fnatic aren't making much of this round. Leo is your danger man, and he's dead. Ethan coming alive with Jogamo. EG looking out of this world right now. Map 1 to map 2, these are different teams. I swear to you. How is this where we're at?
This is a beautiful setup as well for the anti-eco. I said, conceding that first kill, immediately Fnatic feel as if there's a stack or they're going to be able to get ahead of the rotation with Boaster dying so quickly.
It's a Boaster, it's a Boaster.
Again, I come back to the same thing. The energy totally different on stage here as well.
Yep. But look at the odds. Surely Fnatic have a round in hand here. I mean, there's a couple for EG, but it's Fnatic, right? They got old school. They should be able to use this well. Jorgamo. Oh, come off it! He's found two! Yeah, get out of there. You've done some serious damage. Dirk are gone and Alpha gone now.
Late round options as well for EG. Lockdown available. Rolling Thunder here for a retake. Just want to see EG sit back a little deeper here. Fnatic looking to continue onto A site. Problem being there's lots of EG bodies here. Stun good, but Leo's not cleared.
Okay. Oh,
he's noted now.
Yep. Chronicle coming around to help him out because Leo's in serious danger. Drawing the attention away. Jorgamo forced into this. Com there as well. It's all getting a little bit mad out here. Chronicle and Boaster fighting back massively. Ethan can't handle it. Fnatic digging deep this time. 3v2. Lockdown gonna come in.
The lockdown's so shallow though.
Yeah, Boostio trying to close that gap. Does he find Boaster? Jump spot, nice from Boaster. Gonna probably note him. Force him forward. Boaster's dead. And now Chronicle on the line. 21 HP is fallen. Boostio, the little bulldog, ripping him. Limb from limb, and now Leo. The smoke's in place, but the fuse has started. It ain't stopping. Boostio's just holding this down. Oh, he's been caught just at the end. And now there's problems for Demon 1. Still another smoke to go. He's gonna put it close. Another spray, praying. Demon 1 down low. He's got it. He's only got it. Finds him in the end, but Fnatic left with only 3. Echoes of map 1 here, Mike.
A massive contrast. EG digging so deep to get back on top of this series in map 2. I gotta say it, Fnatic looking a little flustered in some of these. Not seeing that usual polish.
Let's go. That's the EG we were waiting for. Fnatic now have a fight on their hands. This second half means everything. Boostio's coming online. Jorgamo's there. This is golden. We want to see more from Fnatic, and hopefully do in just a moment's time after this break, as Jinzu's waiting down with an interview for us.
Thank you very much, Pansy and HyperX. I am joined by an EMEA royalty. It is Redgar from Team Liquid and his brother Ragnar as well. First of all, Redgar, you faced EG before, so what do you make of this match so far?
It's really incredible match. On Lotus, like Fnatic showed really good results, but on Fracture, I had the same problems, not gonna lie.
You've been there, you've been there. And also, Ragnar, what's it like to be able to, travel to Japan to watch your brother, support him as well?
That's outstanding, amazing feeling. Like, it's like my dream. And supporting my brother every time, like being here, it's great pleasure. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Who are you both rooting for out of all the teams that's left in this tournament?
Of course for Fnatic.
Why?
They're brothers, friends.
I mean, you got any words that you would say to them right now? I think it's currently 9-3 down, not looking so good. What do they need to do?
It's time to activate the curse. Chronicle, do it.
Oh, you would know. And what about you, Ragnar? What do you think?
I think, guys, it's just a start. Go for it. One step closer.
I like this positivity. And lastly, for you also, Redgar, I know Ragnar's been really enjoying the audience. What's your experience been today watching from here?
They're really amazing. Like, they're reacting on everything so nice, and I really enjoy this. Even when I'm watching, I'm enjoying. When I was on stage, I enjoyed it really much, but when I'm watching, Nippon Daisuki.
Oh, it's been really cool to have you here as well. Thank you so much, Redgar. And Ragnar, we're going to throw this back to Pansy and HyperX, and let's see if Chronicle can activate that curse.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot to be looked at here, but let's kind of bring it back down, Mike, because we're seeing 9-3 on the score, right? Map 1, blowout. Map 2 could be something similar. But it's Fnatic. They've got a lot in the tank, right? They've got more to bring out here, surely.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm seeing uncharacteristic mistakes from Fnatic, seeing hesitation. Again, especially in rounds where we keep talking about Fnatic having so many options, so many opportunities available in the mid-round, ability to get some key ultimates online, and just not executing on that. Very strange to see.
Does EG get the start they wanted here, though? Pressured and punished. Perfect work coming out. Trying to get those follow-up players. Comp's going to find one back, but Dirk is in aim training. Just dropping bodies. A pain shell could be dangerous for Comp. He's fine. well, finds a strong word for what he is right now. He's dead. Durka, stunning start. We've seen a couple of times now EG punished with that approach, getting tucked in that corner, getting pressured there. Happened in their earlier games, happened here today.
First few times we've seen EG drop the pistol as well. See Lotus, the first example here, but this is always, EG is set up for this. They're in the right place at the right time, but Fnatic win out in a brawl outside on tree here. EG not able to even get themselves into a position to execute one of their pistol strats. And Alpha, is he going to go farming here? Plenty of EG bodies on the other side.
He's going to fall away from this. Find that next angle to sit to. See him creeping closer. Lovely. Nice from Alpha. Another chance. Not going to get it that time. He has to start falling back. Doesn't want to give anything up here. Chance for a pinch coming in through tower, though. Put that there in your mind. Boostio. Oh, dearie me. It's all gone a bit wrong here. Lovely from Alpha. Can't make much more of it. 4 standing at the end there. Not too many problems in the end.
And Alpha gets a couple of kills as well, so that will put him 3 away
How
from
close?
the lockdown. We'll come back in here. I guess, yeah, here with a Bulldog and Stinger to round out the purchase. Actually, going to catch an upgrade here. 2 Bulldogs alongside these rifles in the hands of Durka and Alpha. Curious if Fnatic want to take the fight to them. Both are just committed towards spawn here, able to smoke off both sides. And yeah, looks like they might just take the fight to them.
That's a long-awaited fight there. Follow-up not so clean though. There's escape.
Gets away?
Yep, 15 HP. He's still alive.
It's a good paint shell as well, actually coming through. Jogmo, he finds a kill on Chronicle retreating back through sand.
Yeah, the kind of counter pressure coming in through from Dish.
I mean, I know the paint shell going through, that forces Boaster back, but Chronicle then, I don't know if he goes up the rope. He falls on the retreat back out of A main.
Oh, look at the...
Boaster might catch
doing a double pump. Yeah, but he's got a stinger. It's not enough. A little too close to the corner, and Com's going to clear it pretty cleanly. Putting Leo next in the driving seat of this round. Alpha trying to maybe make his way around the north side, but Leo's got a Bulldog, full kit of util. Doesn't get noted, actually. Oh, what is that? Jogamo, half in the air, just flying through, and Alpha's going to keep that rifle.
Going to try and hold in here for an exit, but this is actually big because it gets Com 1 off the Hunter's Fury, Demon 1, 2 off the Orbital Strike. So 2 ultimates that EG have pinned a lot of attacking rounds in terms of set pieces here. I mean, Jogamon's very low, actually, 8 HP. And Ethan's a little ahead of him here. Don't want to see them actually drop these rifles with the credits you see on the left side of your screen here. A little bit concerning. It shouldn't be in range of the spike anyway here.
Alpha go for a little bit of a look.
He's more conscious, yeah, just wants to hold on to this.
That's fair. Not a problem. Okay, 10-5 now. Double digits reached for EG. First one in this half, though. Still a buy to be had for Fnatic coming through. Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
That's how that happened.
You wanted clarity, you got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Clean.
Okay, fun times ahead, though, because Durka does have the operator. Now, I'd love to see a bit of that. Want a bit of that. I need something. Fnatic, 5 rounds ain't enough for me. Like pistol rounds, and then once they go into the buys, where were they? There they are now, though. Durka, lovely connection on the first. Com going to fall down. That's a little piece of the kit that EG depends upon, removed above a minute 30. This now should change that dynamic of what they go for.
Try and counter this by finding some space in A main, but a weird setup here from Alpha. Some utility in the choke point here, and Dish uncovered as of yet, but him and Leo, I guess, ready to swing out here. Stim actually bounced off the alarm bot, but still EG find themselves on site.
Okay. So
if they can retreat behind these smokes as well.
Do they get the time?
was going to say, actually,
yeah,
nobody from Fnatic even coming through to spam on the backside of this, so almost a rehearsed retake to come through here for Fnatic, potentially.
Let's see how perfected this is, though. First player to step forward is going to be Alpha, trying to clear out the players on the side. It's going to be Jorgmo. Everyone else sitting a little bit deeper. You start seeing the fight towards those backlines coming from Leo. Jorgmo taking a little bit of a look to the right side of the smoke. He's going to see Chronicle for sure taken out by Chronicle, and now Fnatic take that next step. Masses of advantage when it comes to the body simply online. Ethan, what a shot, though. By Demon 1 here, overwhelmed in the end. Now Leo starts to pressure. Diffuse started. Alpha not going to be stopping that one either. All down to Boostio now. Oh my word, what an attempt. But Alpha held his nerve, held down the diffuse. Fnatic make it to 6.
I mean, there's nano swarms here. I'm not sure where Demon 1's molly goes. I noted it before the plant came through. I don't know if he uses it to maybe slow down the retake, but that's a big tool available here with a safe plant as well. Is that Demon 1's molly there? Very strange, if that's the case.
Imagine if I died right now.
Yeah, Fnatic setting up. I was curious why there was no real pressure onto the backside of the smokes here, but as if they were relying on, like I said, a rehearsed retake coming through. Same setup once again as well. So Alpha looking to do a little bit of chip damage here with his util in the choke point. The other 4 members of Fnatic over towards B site right now.
She's got the showstopper online. EG looks like the pace shift again towards the site. They want to try and... It looks very similar to before.
I mean, do we see the adjustment now with the orbital strike available? Like I said, the Molly's here, the Hunter's Fury's here, plenty of post-plant tools available. Nano swarms will go in.
Ethan.
There's nobody actually reflanking towards the south side here, so Boaster's finally coming through tree, but it's a lot for him to handle.
Yeah, and the timing's going to be nuts if he gets it or not, though. Jorgmo is dead to right. Doug is going to take the space. Posting.
He gets a second.
He finds Ethan. Huge. Boaster now makes his debut as well, clearing that back line. This is gorgeous from Fnatic. That's the team we were waiting to see. Clinical on the retake.
A beautiful read as well. I mean, it being just Boaster, you're a little concerned that he has so many people to get past here on the flank, but I'm not even sure. Actually, Jorgmo didn't have showstopper, right?
I don't.
Obviously, Con was on the Hunter's Fury, but I don't think he's deep enough here.
No.
No, Jorgmo, 2 away. I mean, the saving grace. Ethan fall into that. Is he just tucked in behind the double box, I think? Saving grace being Evil Geniuses didn't overinvest here, so they're actually close to getting pretty much everything online for their next buy round. 3 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs to bring into this one.
EG deciding it's time for a timeout. Probably rightly so. You've just had a string of rounds put up against you. 1 blip in the middle. But Fnatic's starting to find their footing here, right? Like, they're a good team. They're starting to look less flustered. We're starting to see a little bit more of that dominance showing. Clean rounds like that, that's a little worrying. So where's the adaptation going to come from now? Your players are activated, right? They're all looking pretty good here. Everyone's playing up to what I'd say is okay. I'd say Demon 1 could do a little bit more work, but again, he's maybe just not in that position to be doing so. Outside of that, though, the gap's starting to close. That pressure's going to start coming back again, right? You did everything you could on that first half. Now you're starting to feel that pinch.
I think Fnatic's showing as well a commitment towards the approach overall, not really relying on playing reactively or having to dig deep and, you know, explore the map. Which is key as well. We talk about EG's success with this composition lying in some of these little utility-oriented pieces early on. I mean, you have Durka swinging out tree with an operator, catching EG off guard, not really allowing them to set up. So in my eyes, the adaptation here from EG needs to be back to basics.
Again, this round may not be completely the one we see, obviously, the plan in. Stingers, Sheriffs, classic as well for Boostio. I mean, he was pretty good with it on the first map. On the other side, of course, that purchase looking really nice with Fnatic. Still going to have that operator for Durka. A whole lot of kit. Alpha 1 away from ult. Boaster already got his there. Chronicle 2 off 2. Just going walkabout, slowly closing towards that B side, but I mean, no particular hurry on this. Durka's still around as well.
Jones invested very deep, actually. Don't even think he'll have a chance to spot anything towards tower or pressure Durka off this angle. Durka will spot the knife, though. He's already posted up back on this angle. No smoke to cover just yet, either.
Oh, the timing makes me nervous. Does he just take a straight shot? No, he's actually holding off from that. Jorgamo going to invest his, and actually this is a big investment here. Jorgamo just going to take all the space he's being given. That could be one. It is, but the trade's there. Chronicle not going to go down either. Stays, holds, and now they're in real problems. They're investing so much, doubling down, tripling down. They can't get past Fnatic, holding them back perfectly. Calm and Demon 1 left with a Sheriff and a Stinger, and that's all about she wrote. Yes, an ult there for Demon 1, but is this really where you use it? Could need one of those Demon 1 rounds here. He is going to invest it. This is everything that they had for EG.
Wait,
He's
what?
bridged out to a 1v1. Chronicle gets caught, and now it's all on Alpha. The young talent, the young gun, Demon 1 down so low. He's got to land, and he does. Alpha there. Didn't miss. Held his nerve. And gets the defuse.
You should dump everything into this. You can understand maybe the showstopper to try and find an opener, but the rolling it feels like just desperation. It's like, well, we've already invested showstopper, Hunted Fury. Let's throw the rolling thunder in there.
Does nothing.
Leo actually gets a kill ahead of it, even taking effect as well. That's a tough blow to EG, and it brings Fnatic within touching distance now. 2 rounds away from tying things up. Boostio pulling out the operator here. Very curious. I mean, maybe just pushes him towards a little more passive position on that flank control, but again, nobody showing anything outside tree here. Alpha with a very deep position as well. Lockdown available. Boaster probably going to be the probe towards B site here. But EG used up both ultimates to counter the lockdown. So Fnatic can sit comfortably on that.
Yeah, that's something that's going to sit very nicely in their pocket. Durka undetected, holding this ground. And it looks like a crunch towards A. You've got north and south side coming through. 3 players here. Leo on the site. Durka very forced to reveal his hand a touch here. But does he get the safe escape? No, he doesn't. Jorgamo, so sharp. Beautiful shot towards Durka. Stall towards the north side. Look at the south, though. They're not out of the woods just yet. Leo, does he get checked on? Playing on site. Very hard to clear here with Chronicle trying to hold his cross. Jorgamo's got stunning movement. He flies in, but Boomster out of nowhere. Finding 3, bringing this back in the hands of Fnatic and put it all to Boostio to try and do something with. He's only got 13 seconds. Who wants to plant? Still a molly in that lockdown. Boostio has to go nuclear here. Lockdown in zone.
Yeah, can trade off lockdowns here.
He's got a bit of room to play with, though. Turret's there. It's all on the aim here. He's going to be forced out of position potentially by that molly. Not much to play on the left-hand side. And now he's got some room to work. Molly forces him out. Alpha is just as quick with it. Boaster just saved them in that round.
I mean, nobody's swinging onto that angle. Jorgamo finds the opener. Boaster, I think he swings out of the smoke here. The beautiful execution of Durka. I mean, he's way out of this. Wow. What is that?
Fully no man land, just sat there.
Right here.
The turret himself.
Right here.
That's absolutely cracked EG's buy. Now we're in panic stations, right? This is when reality's coming back around. So good you get it twice, apparently. Operator for Boaster. What's going on?
Maybe Durka's going to be set in motion here, yeah, with a satchel plate. Fnatic once again trying to catch somebody off guard. This is to address the ability EG have to execute on B site here with the lockdown. Fnatic trying to take some of the space towards Arcade and limit EG's control here behind it.
It's going to be Ethan up against at least Durka. Now Leo, now with all that kit there, they want to try and get this dealt with, and it's done. That's going to be Fnatic winning out the big proponent of this round. That one big element that could have maybe turned the tides a little. Now this north side hold from Fnatic makes it very difficult for EG to cross. They just about scramble towards the site. Still Alpha towards tower, doesn't get checked on, gets the punish, gets the follow-up. No third for him though. Busio and Demon 1 still going to try and put up numbers here. There's so little safety.
Com slips out. He gets back to Arcade.
But the timing, does
He's
he get caught?
reflanking tower.
But the timing on Boaster here, this is mad. He's got a shot, and he's taking him down. Tap on the spike, though, draws him around. Leo gets brought away, has to deal with it, he can't! Com overwhelms, but it's Chronicle in a 1v2, and the Molly's on the site. So he looks elsewhere for a moment. Can he close the gap on anyone? He can! Com's gone down, 1v1 now. Needs some big work from Demon 1 here, and it can't happen! EG just about get to 11. Fnatic did everything win condition-wise they needed.
And Fnatic take the space away, but they don't actually follow through it, and I think that's the problem. EG are still allowed to execute onto Alpha on site. I don't know if maybe the adjustment here is for Alpha to be positioned more towards the tower, maybe towards the Arcade side of tower. This is what, he goes 1 for 1? Does he get 2? I can't even remember.
I think he's still got 2 Alpha on this. It's like they didn't clear him with a boombot. It didn't obviously go into the corner.
Crazy, once again, the EG invests the lockdown on that sort of round, but it pays off this time around.
Bustio's in a whole lot of trouble. Bustio's dead. Fnatic even putting a hit squad to clearing this side. We've seen a couple rounds in a row now. What's the response? Not going to fully clear the utility either. Looks like just power on through, close smokes. Cross not going to get caught this time around. All the utility being dealt with. Leo held back, forced away by the... Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Michael. This isn't real. Com has no idea. He's got no idea. When does he turn? Does he ever turn? Now it's time to think about the crowd. Now it's time to hear
He's got the
what
Hunter's
they're doing.
Fury though.
Oh my god, this is everything.
Fnatic maybe think they've won this by clearing the backline and there's no Hunter's Fury to play off.
But we've seen these moments before, Mike. I can't think this is all but safe. Jorgamo goes looking, he finds Leo. And now what is going on here? Fight on the site, Ethan wins it. The backline now going to start being tested. Ethan's noted it, he knows he's in trouble, he needs the help to come in. They're being overwhelmed on the site. Ethan trying to do everything he can, he's got so much pressure. Com has to sit back, he has to wait. Fnatic have no idea, sends it, no tag. No tag, and no time, EG! Gonna make it up to 12. Com goes completely unchecked, held his nerve and just head down, keeps himself safe.
Like I said, I think Fnatic feel like they've won this out. They may be expecting the lurk back through spawn from Com, which he's done before.
Yeah.
You've seen him lurk through B side and all the way into spawn with the Hunter's Fury previously, but Fnatic clear dish proactively as well.
One enemy remaining.
I think that's why they slow things down as well. Like, yeah, they're not playing outside main. There's nobody here. That is wild.
Game on now. EG, this is the pressure that got them screwed over early. This time, Jorgamo outdoes Durka. Early man advantage now. 5v4, they can slow down a bit if they want to. There's still 3 players from Fnatic on this side of the map, leaving it all in the hands of Alpha over towards 8. And EG gonna get Ethan's ult ready to go. It's a big piece of the puzzle. Jorgamo only 1 away, as is Demon 1 now.
Fnatic slowly clearing back through underpass as well here, but adjustment in the setup for Alpha. Another one bespoke towards just slowing things down.
He's got the operator, right? Okay. Alpha, operator on site, support is not there yet for him. This is all on the young gun himself. He can't quite get away, but he's got a second lease of life. Jorgamo and Busio in unison, though, taking this one firmly in their hands. It's Boaster and Chronicle to try and deny going to that map 3. It feels inevitable, but the plan yet to go in now goes down. Boaster creeps a little closer, gets overwhelmed. Jorgamo is absolutely thriving in this round as Chronicle, last one alive. First scalp claimed, needs 3 more. Time against him, kit invested. He's got Com, he's got Busio, he's got nothing. EG taking us to map 3. Now we got a game on our hands.
A beautiful display here of EG. The recovery factor in full effect. massive concerns coming out on map 1. Like I said, even just noting the energy, the approach to some of these rounds, totally different.
Night and day, Mike.
I guess we get an answer to that big question as well. If actually EG are tested and they have to play from behind, have to go back to basics, ready to pull off here, which, like I said, a few of these rounds, EG aren't sticking to what we saw work previously. They're having to adjust on the fly, and it's worked for them here in map 2.
And I do want to give a little bit more credit, especially to the likes of Boostio, who had a horrific map 1. Genuinely bullied around the map, couldn't find comfort at all. Ended up, I think, top of the board, but you saw how it looked in those, in those early rounds. Here, 21-13, the guys absolutely activated. And we're seeing now Fnatic pushed to what I want is their limit, right? We get the final map pressure, which is going to be split. How good is that? This is such a good head-to-head of these two teams now. I can't wait to go the distance because I want to see better from Fnatic as well. There was that lovely little run of rounds they went on to get them back up to 9. But that first half was one-sided.
There's a couple of things as well. Like I said, early on, Fnatic looked so hesitant. I'm not sure if the timeout maybe changed things. I didn't even catch that actually. I saw it in the replay, but there's a couple of rounds where Fnatic are forced into a really awkward position in the round, and they don't demonstrate that same comfort. That's their comfort zone, mid-rounding, making reactive calls, and we just didn't see it across the board here on Fracture.
It's a booster, it's a booster.
Oh man, Spirit's an all-time high for EG, and Fnatic now have to face their demons here. This is a terrifying prospect going into map 3 split. It's been a comfortable map in the past for them, but they have to deal with these young guns in front of them.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They were down but not out. Evil Geniuses manages to clap back, force this map 3, and really knock Fnatic off their rocker. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Sideshow and Brandon. And I mean, already, I'm so glad we're going to map 3. I'm so glad that both of these teams are showing us their best right now. This truly has been an incredible matchup to watch.
Yeah, the two unstoppable objects finally meeting each other and drawing blood on either side. And, you know, the big question we had coming into this second map was, you know, the inexperience of EG. Was it going to rear its head? Pansy brought up a good point as well, that Ethan, you know, is a central player that's been on these big stage matches before, but I don't really think of him as the stoic individual that's going to be rallying up, you know, this charismatic guy who's going to be picking themselves up. Really, it's on the players individually to pick themselves up from EG, and we saw that just in waves, honestly. It emanated from almost every single player on EG.
It did. Okay, so EG, they won 7 rounds in a row against Fnatic. That's the longest streak that anyone's put up against them. And I want to break down one of the reasons why. They had immaculate defensive utility. So I've got my Telestrator out again, my favorite friend.
All right, iPad, baby.
And to start out here, look at this recon dart that comes through, all right? So I've already pre-highlighted it. That's going to come back in 40 seconds. And the player to watch here is Ethan, who has all of this util up, and you're going to see him just absolutely dumping it down here. So they have this fault line to start with, and that's combo with a nade and a shock dart, then you have aftershock. And look how quickly they pivot instantly into re-clearing dish, because if this was an A split, they're trying to catch the other half of it. So they instantly go back, drone topside, and Fnatic, they pause, they're scared a little bit. Now I want to pause here and just note this recon dart. It's come back online because of how long it took Fnatic to take that area of the map. And we can play this out. They have a flash recon combo to make sure they put pressure on Durka as he comes in. It forces more utility out of Fnatic again. The ult doesn't really have a follow-up. Everyone's getting stalled. And now there's only 25 seconds left, and they're forced to go in essentially dry into the crossfires. The smokes have all faded, and EG's defensive utility has bought enough time for Fnatic to just completely run out of their util and go in dry. This happened again against the operators on B, although in this clip, Boostio doesn't have that much impact. He was frying with the op. And this, to me, is just one of the reasons why this Sova Breach combo is working so well for EG on the defense side. They constantly have the refresh of the shock dart, of the recon dart and the stun to be able to keep people back.
Yeah, it's just so much utility that they could use to stall out their opponents. It's incredible, but they also needed a confidence boost as well. And that leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment, because this one actually is going to go to EG in round 6. You see, they ended that round super quickly, but genuinely, this felt like the catalyst for EG to be like, guys, we can come back.
Yeah, this is the classic Fnatic play where they do the C's over the top and they try and punish it, comboing it usually with, you know, ultimate, in this case, Durka double satcheling. But look at the instant response. It seems like they were going to go for like this A-horse clear, but they're all ready for it. Boostio hits the nastiest shot ever. And, you know, just driving home the point that you were making, Josh, as well, with all the util being bled out of them, Boostio was just running a mockery in this game, man. He was getting away with so much.
What a glow up. From a player that essentially caused the snowball on the other side and was 0-5 in first kills, he went 5-1 in first kills to first deaths with the operator on this map.
Massive, massive turnaround. That, of course, takes us to map 3. It's gonna be split. And genuinely, you couldn't have wrote the story better yourself. Everyone's always like, Riot script writers. I genuinely believe it now. Because we just saw 13-3 on Lotus. Then we saw Fnatic try and, you know, really quell the fire, the raging fire of this EG team. And now Sideshow, Brent. Now we're entering into this situation where it's both teams' game here. Here's a Prime Gaming agent select. This is very doable for both of them. This is nuts.
Very doable for both of them. No real changes in terms of the comp, as far as I'm aware, as well, in terms of what's being ran between these two teams. And it's an even map pool for both of them. We ran at the beginning, before we even got into this matchup, you know, where these teams have been landing in terms of their maps, the pick rates, their win rates on it. And Split really is smack bang in the middle almost for both of these squads.
They're both great at it.
They're both great at it. I think this is going to be a fantastic map to finalize this series on.
Yeah, first map, big advantage one way. Second map, the other way. Third map should be even, should be a banger.
All right, well, this is it. One last map to decide which teams move straight through to the best-of-5 grand final. Let's send it back over to Pansy and HyperX for the call.
We said this was going to be history in the making, and we were very close by to that. Did Fnatic get themselves into that final, the chance to really solidify that reputation that's been building since lock-in, or do we see Cinderella finally go to the ball? So much more in front of us. Mike, where are you starting on this? So it's split. We've got these two teams here. One-sided performances in the first two. Where are you going now?
I mean, for me, we need to see a step up from Demon One here. Obviously, Split in general, it rides a lot on, obviously, that duelist impact.
Absolutely.
Here, they're going to have two in the form of Jorgamo, and he popped off on map 2.
He did.
But for me, the power player here has to be Demon One, and ultimately as well, Fnatic's ability to really slow things down, negate his value. But Demon One, I believe, only 3 times this year has had to play against a Cypher. One of them being Nats, but here stepping up towards Alpha. So that counter pick discussion, how much do we see it come into effect here on Split? Early space taken away, actually. Fnatic playing very deep on this.
Yeah, no one's here. So EG will get full step to the site. They've cleared through pretty cleanly towards tower. I think the dog just managed to get around the corner. So they take a fair amount of space. Now, at this point, instantly into the retake and the post plant. Now, looking at what kit Fnatic has, plenty. All the juice in this one. Now, the timing on Boostio here is quite curious. And a swing, lovely double swing actually. Puts Durka on the back foot. Counter flash comes in from Leo to try and stem any of that aggression. Where are they going to find this?
Clue.
Oh, bouncing shot from Durka. Ethan's just been deleted. Jorko's getting back to it. And now you can see that crunch coming in. Com going to take down Chronicle. Hold on! EG starting to work their way at Fnatic down to Boaster and Alpha. Trying to work their way back in as well. But look who's waiting. Demon One on the side, waits patiently. Contact made! 2 bodies drop. EG get the first pistol here.
Boostio, again, there's a spy cam on B. Alpha doesn't retrieve it, but I don't believe he even checks it once as they retreat away from B site. Boostio put in a position where, I mean, nearly shows his hand too early.
Yeah.
Luckily, that pinch comes through from all the way deep in screens.
Okay.
Just to come back to, again, the Cypher discussion, we're really looking towards Ethan and Jorgamo to be diligent in terms of utility here, to pave the way for Demon One to find value. Or to find some of that online form once again.
If that happens, bloody hell. Okay, we're going to have the 2 players pushed up pretty close by here. You got a flash from Leo potentially, and a little bit of work maybe to be had from Durka. Okay, they're trying to be drawn in here. Yeah, oh, this is a nice little pocket piece. Ethan, though, instantly deals with that initial threat. Jorgamo staying alive.
Jorgamo actually nearly satcheled into that paint shell. We'll get healed up, though, Ethan. The regrowth available.
Don't mind the ideas from Fnatic here. I mean, you're on a round of classics, right? You might as well try and make something happen for yourself. Nice little idea. Didn't get what they really wanted. The heal coming through. Everyone's back up to fighting form. Going back in, you're going to be seeing Boaster on the other side. Still has the smoke to invest if he fancies. There. Chronicle can catch that cross too, potentially. But again, you're talking about classics, so it's very difficult. Clearing on it.
Spam Boaster out, actually.
I think they've even noted Chronicle. Absolutely, they have. Yeah, very quick to close down. Do they find the follow-up? Yes, they do. Leo's cleared. EG. Clinical in approach fight. It's down to 1 Alpha.
Jesus. How's Alpha getting 2 there with a classic?
22. He was the next one up. Bloody hell. Okay. Got a little bit, you know, precarious at the end. It is Alpha. Just a quick, you know, a little reminder for you. If you're like, have you forgotten the Turkish one kid? Absolutely not. For now, though, EG have got the start they wanted. Now, up against Fnatic, they have not had the same pistol round success or those bonus conversions. This is a very light amount to come in with as well.
Dirk actually brings a judge into this, so I'm not sure if, similar to the previous map, we see him opt towards that operator on the defense. Yeah, only the 1 rifle in the hands of Demon One, the Bulldog here. It's a Stinger and 2 Spectres, so EG trying to protect that purchase to follow this round.
Both could clean up here. Timing's pretty key, though. Keep an eye on the rest of the map. There is slow progress over towards A as well. Not a great deal, but also just getting the feel of each other at this point, kind of getting to know these 2 sides play.
I mean, I'd argue no progress, because actually they haven't been spotted, so they're not going to bait out a rotation here. The utility's unfolded. There's 2 traps, a spy cam spotting deep into heaven as well, so you do want to see these 2 players outside A at least pump a little bit, create a little bit of pressure to Fnatic.
You can see what EG are trying to do, though. They're trying to end towards that A side, potentially, but as you said, with that lack of progress, they're walking into a big unknown.
And due to the fact that they have SMGs, that's why they need to force a rotation, force somebody Fnatic to cross paths with EG in mid here, but Spike's going to regroup. EG might get an opportunity to take a scrap in heaven here.
30 seconds left. Hello, camera. So cross actually going to be made for Jorgamo and Demon 1 towards the site. Alpha's going to catch Comp. Spike is on the site though. That's true. Spike's one down, yeah. So Fnatic, unless something goes terribly wrong, like Demon 1 pops off or Boostio does, they've done more than enough here. Keeping 4 standing, really nice.
Facility is crazy.
Really nice there.
And yeah, whilst all this is happening on B, if you see somebody come forward, deal with the camera, maybe take a trip away, that's when Fnatic are going to adjust. But I think for the entirety there, Alpha's just sat in the camera. Yeah. Literally. So he can command this heavy lean towards B. And ultimately put Fnatic in a position where they can take the engagement. They know that odds on they're going to have a numbers advantage here.
Clone not finding any sort of danger there, really, and I think you highlighted it perfectly as to why. It was so well controlled from some of the utility work coming in, and you can see it, I'm pretty sure, almost every round until Alpha does get checked on, right? He's going to be able to kind of keep that control over towards A. There. Looks like early start towards middle for EG, at least on their protocol list. Yeah, the Boombot on the other side trying to rattle on through. Durka waiting with the judge, so dependent on this timing, could be quite effective, but for now, just working off the back of the smoke. Slow work towards vent.
Same thing applies here, though. If you don't see this utility set up from Alpha pressure here, Fnatic won't feel an awful lot of pressure.
Okay, slippery.
Chronicle's position, he's actually deep enough to find a stun into Mail here as well. Ooh. There's so many little pieces that can come together for Fnatic on the back of that first contact being taken. With 40 seconds left on the clock, by the way.
They're desperately trying to figure this out, right? Get that little bit of a beat on the likes of Fnatic, who are masterful at this, keep in mind. Now the Paranoia gets sent. I think it only catches 1, maybe 2. Flash towards Boaster, Painter to follow. Cross can be had as well. Seeker's going to make that pretty secure. And Jorgamo with a lovely overwhelm towards Boaster. Site's now theirs. Do they get a safe plant? They don't have full safety from Heaven, CT, anywhere else. Fnatic still have step back here. Chronicle gonna get pressured. Handles Jorgamo, looks for the follow-up. Demon 1's there! Demon 1's dead! Gorgeous from Chronicle. And now Ethan, Com, and Boostio trying to hold against the favorable numbers here. And Boostio's in no man's land, getting chased around, but Com does well to find Durka. Ethan slips away and Com tries to fill that void. Now, Flash comes in, turns it, but not well enough. Alpha, he's there on the site, and now Com, what can you do? This is hard work, it ain't gonna happen. Fnatic showing their caliber now.
And not even just conceding the 2 kills, but giving Fnatic an opportunity to invest the neural theft here. Reveals the lurk from Com, who was so late on that as well. So I should say so deep on this. All the way towards bottom mid, still outside sewers at this point. Like I said, a little bit of pressure on site as well. EG can't find an open plant for Heaven, so at that point, Com's hand is forced. He has to make a move. It's going to reset the economy of EG as well. 2 stingers and some sheriffs. 1 away from the Blade Storm though, so get this orb outside B potentially. I think Demon 1 was literally like, bro, I'm right here.
Please.
I'm literally right here.
Okay, Com, has he slipped up unnoticed? No, I think he's been pinged out. Okay, so they're aware that someone's gotten close. Don't know if it got completely seen in the cam, but you can really see Durka trying to check on this. Com's got himself posted nice and deep though, so might be able to do something with it. Uh-oh, maybe not. Yeah, gonna have to show the hand. Looks like they want to try and pressure towards the safe side. Actually, they've done it really nicely timed. That's worked really well. Okay, challenge and falls to Alpha. They're on Stingers and Sheriffs, so again, this isn't the big buy for them. 50 seconds. Paranoia gonna find no one here. Seeker's gonna come through as well, so gonna keep checking what EG are up to. There is the ult coming in as well for Demon 1.
Nobody's dealing with the Seeker for him though. We slowed down a little bit on the approach. Alpha committed towards a side position. First trip finds nothing. Demon 1 over the top.
That's the Demon 1 you needed, but Alpha's still alive. He's going to make it hard work. He's only going to be able to manage 1, actually. 4v2 now.
Is he throwing everything in here?
Yeah, Jorgamo just wants to defend, right? It's just... Whoa, he's got him right to the chest. He puts his body on the line for it, and now a 1v3, but it is Leo, and they are working with less. He's got a flash, and he's got a first target. That's not pleasant. That's not pleasant. But around 3G, not bad. Bloody hell.
Both duelist ultimates thrown in here to convert the Thrifty. A couple of concerns in my eyes, though. Here, I mean, the pinch is perfect from Vent. As soon as Durka tries to isolate Com, I believe, towards the top of ramp, we have to see an adjustment here. We've seen Fnatic basically employ the same approach to Bind with his Cypher. It's to counter the default Viper wall, to deny value in terms of the lurk up behind it. You see, actually, not spotted, but pinged out immediately. Com really neutered in that sense.
And Durka's going for a fight over on A main, the extremity as well. Yeah, Com needs to be super careful to not fall in. He's making
Get out of there.
Baiting it. Oh my God, Com!
Okay, don't.
Mad confidence, apparently. Toying with Chronicle and Durka? That's...
And I don't think he even noted Chronicle on the push-up initially. It was just Durka. Durka has slipped through. No way. Does Ethan catch this?
Yeah, timing's everything now.
Are you serious?
And Ethan's got the spike. He's got support here, though. He's not alone. Durka is.
This is a beautiful collapse, though.
This is nice. We find two first. Hello! Ethan's got him. Okay, opportunities are plenty now towards A, right? That's super open for them. These Bulldogs are going to struggle. Only one for Boaster, 2 rifles, though, between Leo and Alpha. Paranoid could be nice. Nice timing on that. Wants to close in a little. Couldn't quite make it in time. Able to sit back a little safer, but buys a good couple of seconds here. 35 left on the board. As Leo slips the smoke, finds one spray, and gets it. Demon 1 goes down. Way more possible now. 2v3. Boaster's on the side. Ah, he's been dealt with so quickly. 20 seconds, that should be the plan.
Alpha does have a Vandal, though. You can find the first one cleanly. Jorgamo offers it up, hands it over.
45. Masses of HP. Blood. Hell. Alpha. Oh, comes timing there. Nice all work together. Okay. EG have found a little bit of an answer back. When do we see a Fnatic timeout, do you think? I don't think it's now. Maybe another couple of rounds. I don't know. 2 to 4 here.
I mean, no, Vinny's probably considering it now, to be honest. So it's the first round we've seen Alpha switch things up. The utility invested towards B. And like I said, that's key. In terms of throwing off Fnatic's defensive game plan, seeing the same thing run on Bind, relying on the same things here on Split. Maybe if another round loss comes through. Do see Fnatic switch things up. Big spam coming through, but Ethan.
What a shot! Fully unintentional, it feels.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You take him when you get him, I guess, because Fnatic wanted to get aggressive down middle, and you've taken away
First time
the main
actually,
proponent.
Yeah, they give up a first death as well. No commitment to the swing behind that as well to make sure that there's a trade that happens. Just so, I mean, yeah, EG are stacked here as 3, sure, but Boaster on a judge as well, so he's going to be committed towards a very deep position towards main.
You want to fight it?
Does the Trailblazer spot it out?
Yep. Wait,
that's in
okay,
mid.
that was in middle. Yeah, Booster was taken away Boaster. There was another player on the side though. That is going to be Leo. Still succeeds. Takes down Demon 1. Side's far from secure. And trying to slip the wall against Chronicle. Not going to happen. Ult comes in. Now they're scrambling. 2v2. Alpha and Chronicle up against Ethan and Com. Ult's going to be put in though.
Alpha did find a kill off that.
Oh my god, the ult as well. He's throwing everything in and the kitchen sink, trying to toy with all the snap to attention from Ethan.
The Seeker!
Oh, bloody hell, Alpha! He's getting chased down by it. And a follow-up from Ethan with the judge. They've extended the lead now, 5-2. We gotta take a breath here. This is now becoming a bit of a gap, right? We're starting to see them stretch this lead ahead. 3 on the trot, Mini's feeling that too. Fnatic
What
have hit
is
the
that?
Yeah, it's just...
What the hell is that? It looked even worse on the replay.
It did.
Yeah, no surprise to see the timeout come through here. Again, Fnatic's purchase delicate. Obviously, the light shields will protect it a little further, but I mean, you've just highlighted it too as Dirk at 1 and 7 right now, unable to really have a say in a lot of these rounds, which in my eyes are ones that Fnatic are being given a lot of space to play with. Initially, they were getting a lot of value on the back of heavily anchoring away from Alpha's setup, but didn't do enough towards mid or B. When you have that guarantee of a lack of pressure, what's the second step? What's the second win condition for Fnatic in these defensive rounds? We haven't really seen them take the initiative, to be honest with you.
That hesitation, something that certainly stood out a little on map 2. I wonder if that's coming through showing here. Again, still early enough that they could very much have this timeout, come back in with a little bit better prepared here, maybe mini noting what you did as well. Maybe finding those opportunities and taking them a little bit further, especially off the back of the space they've garnered. But again, EG can come in and kind of change things up themselves now. They've had a little check-in with Coach Potter. They can find whatever they need. A couple of ults here, yes, but I mean, it's really only Durkas that can be called into mind. And beyond that, you're starting to see a little bit of confidence creeping in with EG here. Just a little.
EG unable to punish, but Jorgamo setting up here. Yeah, look how deep Durka is on stairs as well, with very, very deep control between Boaster and Leo.
Still committing on this A here, yeah, okay. So the players going in is Demon 1. Chronicle going to try and supplement and support on the side, which is going to be Alpha, but Alpha's seeing nothing. Oh, Jorgamo flies in! Demon 1 did manage to capitalize on that timing, though, by taking down Alpha. Boaster slips a little deeper. Demon 1's still here.
What?
Dodging, trying to get around it. Fnatic take it back towards the site. A couple of fumbles, it looks like, but 2 players still standing. Boostio and Com.
30 seconds
Spikes
left.
down on the site. 27 seconds. Not easy at all. How do they find any next step here?
Especially with Leo's position.
Yeah. Boaster is lower HP, but 15 seconds now. Running very low on time. Dropping down together. Dirk isolates the first. It's all on Boostio. He ain't got it. Lovely. Safe pair of hands in the end from Boaster there. Got very chaotic on the back of Pillar.
Demon 1's just terrified of the showstopper coming through from Durka. Chronicle's ready to swing out of that smoke as well. It's almost like Demon 1, he's set up for 2.
Yeah. Excuse me, that was the Boostio flying in.
As here, you hear it happen off screen here, but I said Demon 1 here had a freebie on Chronicle. And you'd argue Durka, because Durka's swinging left out of it.
Good job, boys.
That's what they needed. Round like that gets Fnatic a little back in this game. Does add a couple of question marks around maybe Demon 1 down the line. But for now, we kind of just keep that in the back of our minds ticking on. Maybe just situational.
I mean, the byproduct of a couple of scrappy rounds played out here. Demon 1's on a Guardian in EG's buy round.
Yeah, so's Boostio.
So's Boostio. He didn't even spot the one on the bottom.
Look how deep Fnatic are going exploring here. First time we've seen them commit behind this even further.
Like I was saying, I wanted to see them take the initiative, take some space away on the other side of the map with this anchor set up towards 8. Fnatic are doing just that, denying space here.
Okay, so that's going to note it, right? EG now know, yes, they pushed up a little deeper, but they're playing patiently on the other side too. They also have a man pushed up towards middle, super deep.
I mean, another key thing to note as well, they forced the adjustment of the Viper Wall. This time around, Com has invested it towards B, cut off just next to Pillar.
They know they're back up now. Do they check? None the wiser. Leo did find Ethan though, so Com's success only keeps us back at a 4-4. The spike goes down.
30 seconds left.
You're looking at the clock, really, 27 seconds. Jorgamo maybe banking on finding Boaster. They look like they want to finish on B. You're going to have Boaster and Leo to try and hold them back. Jorgamo just on the other side of that smoke. Does he catch a timing? He's going to hear the steps. He went for an audacious play, but Boaster not falling for that. And they pivoted over towards A, over towards Chronicle, over towards Alpha, who's caught the cross. Demon 1 took so much damage. Spike goes into the hands of Boostio, but can he even get the spike down in time? I don't know if he can. He's been denied. Alpha's fallen. Spike is in, but no players to stand and defend it. Fnatic really starting to put EG through their paces.
I said they take away a lot of space here in EG's kind of comfort factor. There's a couple more question marks across the map. And it takes them so long to figure out where they want to go. Boostio is still lurking up onto A. When the rest of the team are still, it looks like they're committed towards a B split. But again, you're lurking onto the side that Alpha has a safe setup on. Very peculiar. I feel like EG are getting a little bit lost in their own heads here. Conceding a couple of rounds that haven't taken much from Fnatic. All I wanted to see was a little bit of space control, a little bit of deeper exploration. Has forced a round to basically be decided by the clock.
And this looks a little different. 3-2 split, but it's quite pacey. But there's 4 players here from Fnatic. Again, Fnatic will just be leaning on this stack. Alpha is doing wonders without even having to fire a bullet, right? He's doing perfectly holding this down. Now he gets a little tested, though. Again, they are on a lighter buy. You've got that rifle with comp. That's all I'm seeing, but Ethan gonna put that stinger to use. That's how Danger and Boostio trying to activate that lurk himself. Does he catch timing on Boast to recheck in, or maybe not? They're gonna hear these steps. Durka will relay this information. And Boostio is gonna try and defend towards CT. The cross gonna be watch and pressured. Durka forced away. He fought back into that.
Audacious from Durka.
He's got backup now, but obviously that's just way off the timing. Demon 1 might be able to punish these two. The young gun who's not fully had that same form we've seen online, and it will be once again absent. Leo outdoes. Gives them a big shot into this round. Again, note the weaponry they have.
Com has a rifle to work with here, but it's just a stinger and a sheriff in the hands of Ethan and Boostio. Flash is good, proactive here. Com finds a kill.
Lovely synergy between the two, still being proactive into these post plants, just perfect. Boaster and Leo, what do you do on the way back? They have nothing else to play with, no more flash for Leo, just comes on now. He might be able to do something, but time is running very low. On the spike they go, first one found, Boaster's not stopping.
Hold up.
Hold on, Leo doing wonders, can he find him? No, Boaster with a defuse. Perfect work from them, making it count with so little.
What a ridiculous outcome to that round. And a bit of a fumble from EG. The perfect setup here, the plant maybe just not deep enough here. I'm not even sure actually of the final plant location, but it looks like it's quite far over to the right, yeah.
It's massive for Fnatic as well, that's 3 now.
Daylight robbery to get away with that defuse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But they got ults, right? So for EG, gonna pump the brakes here, right? You got the round with, you know, the fully stacked house, right? You got everything you want. Maybe not the knives for Demon, but that's only 1 away anyway. So this feels like they've got a big chance in this. Now for Fnatic, again, the fact of the matter is the Sun who's sitting on 8-8 currently is determining the vast majority of the outcome of this game. Alpha's hold on A, when he doesn't get tested, when he gets, you know, sit onto the late game, they're allowing that 4-play stack on B. All of these things are working out so well for Fnatic. I don't know if this is still even enough for EG to get around this.
I mean, it almost counts that with saying EG aren't really addressing the backside of that problem. They're trying to desperately force the adjustment of Alpha, which is why I think we're seeing Com now put the wall towards B to plant the seed of doubt that a lurk's coming through on B this time. There's going to be slow pressure towards mid, and they're going to try and find the back way into B site, but it's not happening. You're not seeing... I mean, I was talking about maybe EG switching up the early round protocols on attack here to enable Demon 1 to play against a, you know, out of his comfort zone versus a Cypher. Once again, like I said, very few times we've had to see them do that, but it's not even becoming a factor, to be honest with you.
It's not. All right, let's see what we have this round. Okay, little bit of intent towards middle. 3 players here from Fnatic. And the early ult sent through, finding nothing here. And it's going to be trying to set up Durka, but they've cleared. So much information on the back of this. Alpha's got to be ready. He has got players coming his way. The Seeker's going to highlight where he is. Demon 1's going to be in. Let's get caught, but that's fine. Gets cleared. And it's going to be an instantaneous retake. Jorgamo sends him scurrying away.
There's a chance there. Boaster and Leo would have fallen to that. Viper's Pit set up here. Everything dumped into this round. EG have to try and convert this one. No snake bites available, so they have to almost commit to some engagements here.
It's going to be brawly, isn't it? Oh, Boaster, so heads up. Clears out Jorgamo. That's the first player to fall. Is he going to try and spot some of these players out? Yeah, okay, gets sent back away from Demon 1. They're still on the site, just safe here. Drop down comes in, Boaster getting closer. 16 HP, spraying and praying. Ethan waiting. Anyone who shows through that wall, they're getting closer. Closing in. Fnatic starting to flood on through. Demon 1 can't do enough. It's all on Boostio. A 1v3. The toe denying on the first attempt. They might not be able to get to this. Oh, he's done just enough. Boostio. Heroics from further away. And Fnatic do not have the time for it.
I mean, Fnatic get over the initial hurdle. Absolutely flooding that Viper's Pit. Very well executed, but like you said, the time passing them by. Even with Boaster finding an early entry.
Boaster did really well to get that so quick.
To get Jorgamo down, relinquish some of that control on the back of the Cosmic Divide. It just comes down to this.
Let's go. 5-6. We get a tied all even. Demon 1, early challenge, early trade. Giacomo goes down. Boostio gonna find Dirk all the way back, but Leo commits behind it. That's Boostio now removed. 3 still standing, and it's Ethan who's low, so no heal for him. This falls into the hands of Demon 1 and Com. They gotta find value here.
25 HP for Ethan. So now look at the switch up from Alpha, tucked into a committed position on site here. Finally, round 12. We see somebody go forward and deal with the camera.
And Leo has to, start peeling away from B. You're starting to see those responses, right? But at this point, Alpha's still feeling safe enough. You can see a little bit of clear coming in as well. So you can see Fnatic are responding. This was the ideal goal that you wanted to be seen addressed. But Chronicle, wait, just lost it.
Yeah.
Ethan in that? He didn't even land a shot. Ethan's still alive on 25. CT is dangerous though. 2 players here. This cross is not comfortable. It's going to be Boaster watching it, joined by Leo. The flash, they have nothing else to really make this cross safer. Apart from that, it just catches Boaster. Going to deny Ethan. 28 seconds, that spike is dangerous. Okay, big pick up there. It's Com now trying to watch from above. There's that third man they don't quite know about yet. Now they do. Com's heard that.
Boaster's just pinged him out though. He spotted him on the retreat back.
I don't know if he can do much from here. You're gonna need
Well,
a bailout
actually,
from
I'm
Demon
thinking
1.
otherwise now that Alpha's checking back towards Mail.
Oh, okay. He spotted 2, I think, there. Com now can't handle it. It's all on Demon 1. We need heroics. At a time like this, he spots out the final player. It's him against Leo. Leo above and beyond for his side. Ice cold. Didn't fall for it. Didn't get any threatening by it. Perfect work by him. 6-6. This is the game we wanted.
It's heartbreaking here for Demon 1. The first one, disgusting on Boaster.
Lovely.
Then drifts back onto this angle. Leo sticks to his guns, doesn't fall for the bait back. A tie half actually leaves everything open for the second.
You're absolutely right. Let's hand it back down to the desk.
Oh boy. Oh boy, 6.5.
Is it a banger?
It's a banger,
It's a
baby.
banger.
It's a certified, GB banger. Okay, let's just jump into this one real quick because we don't have a lot of time here. Really, I think the sideshow, it's clear to see that both of these teams neck and neck through and through.
Yeah, and it's required hero plays from EG. This round, they get Demon 1's knives online to win a thrifty round 5, and then Giacomo commits the showstopper towards the end as well, using these ultimates in an eco-disadvantaged situation to even make things doable for them at the half. Boosty also clutching later.
Yeah, pulling back. I mean, this half was really defined by winning the pistol round for EG and also those big moments where players were able to step up, because in terms of the macro play, they were falling apart. I mean, round 8, 9, 10, they were really dropping the ball. And speaking of dropping the ball, the duelist players on either team as well, either side, Dirk and Demon 1 were not having good halves. No. And I really do feel like this next half and the entire series is going to be defined by which duelist player can step up first. Which player is going to start playing up to the potential that we know they can do.
And to me, I'm looking at Durka and thinking that is so far away from the norm for Durka.
Oh, of
He's
course,
almost inevitably going to play better in the next half.
Yeah.
And then how does EG hold on at that point?
And also, how many times have you seen D1 run around a corner and Demon 1 like just whiffing shots, not able to hit what he needs? Like that.
But it makes more sense for him,
I guess
in my
so,
opinion,
yeah.
because this is his first time ever
Makes
at
sense.
a global tournament. He missed lock-in, remember? This is his first time on a stage of this magnitude. Durka has been here so many times. I feel like it is inexorable, the return of Durka.
Yeah, this has genuinely been a fantastic matchup, Brand. You couldn't ask for it to be any closer than this.
Yeah, I really want to see the big step up, though, from those individuals that we spoke about as well. Feels like Fnatic have the better idea of how to play this map, even though we haven't seen it from them that much.
We'll see what ends up happening as we go into the second half. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. It could not be closer here between these two teams. 6-6. Feels like it was almost, fated to come to a close game on the third. But now the test begins, Mike. Is this all that's in the tank? Is there more to be seen? Where are you looking?
They set up here, Fnatic looking to pop out the gates. Potentially take early ramp control. A little bit of information on the back of the boombot here from Giacomo. Demon 1 already posted up on the backside of this wall. Actually, yeah, Durka tagged up as well, down to 54.
Here.
Trying to get maybe some information off the cam to commit that paint shell, force a player out of position.
Okay, Demon One just about wins that fight. Left standing on 10 HP. That's going to be Durka gone. And you're looking at the rest. Where's the rest of the progress from Fnatic? You've got Boaster kind of slow working towards middle. That's going to be checked on by Tom.
That's key information for EG. Now they can play a little looser, a little deeper in heaven. Maybe look towards retaking some of this space once contact comes through, but actually with Demon One tagged up and committed towards the side position, maybe screens is the focal point for them.
Could be. They seem very aware of this, but I think you teed it up just right. They're sitting so deep on this, harder to clear now. This utility will not have as much success, but it will give them that semblance of safety moving forward. Probably going to note one, but Alpha, the timing is fantastic. Punishing Jorgamo to try and maybe alleviate the pressure. Ethan tries to work forward. Alpha again. Yes, he found Boaster, but still, across his had. Demon One, 10 HP on the site. He's going to get checked on here, sure.
Spike planted.
Right? Yeah. He's going to lose that window of timing now. Sweat it out between Alpha and Chronicle. Chronicle delivers the bullet perfectly. Beautiful work from Chronicle there, catching Com, doing so much for them on 1 HP at the end.
I mean, Demon One's able to survive here for so long with 10 HP, but doesn't even check rafters. You see, he's just desperately, he's playing to not die here. Not to have a say in this. Alpha, 2 ridiculous kills, I've got to be honest.
Oh, he's had a round.
Yeah.
Nice, boys.
Again, look at this, I mean, with an even first half, EG, I think the only time they've lost a defensive half on split this year was versus NRG in the playoffs. So they've got to feel good about coming out, at least setting themselves up for success here. A little posturing here, I think, Fnatic on the back of the orb being taken. They're just going to force their way onto B site.
Boosty almost got caught up in that, yeah. Seen so clearly. Durka's on the hunt. I mean, it's very rare you see a quiet game from Durka. I think the desk kind of highlighted it very well. It's pretty reasonable that maybe Demon One isn't as comfortable yet. He's still working through that first LAN sort of vibe, right? Trying to feel it out a bit. First international LAN like this, shall I say. But Durka, I mean, it's rare you see him have a quiet game. It's you know. So we'll see if he can activate here. Still around for him to build up that bit of confidence, get a little bit closer to that showstopper too.
I think this discussion that obviously Josh and Bren were starting to have on the desk. Demon One can get the operator online. What is that?
Huh?
Okay, slowed down a little bit here. Alpha going to find a response.
Enemy remaining.
And yeah, cleaned up. I get worried when Demon One's finding a classic kill from all the way back spawn to hell.
Doesn't seem right, does it?
No. But yeah, like I said, obviously the desk asking for one of these duelists to step up and really be the difference maker here in the home stretch, I guess, of this series. Demon One can activate here, get an operator online nice and early. We know that's the comfort zone. Keep talking about him not having that experience stepping onto the stage here. That is key to EG's success in the second half.
And Fnatic here, you look at the buy they're coming in with. Very well rounded. I mean, they got everything they want here.
Doesn't look like a bonus.
No, it does not. There's just that one Bulldog in the hands of Boaster, who's always pretty selfless anyway when it comes to his buys. Doesn't really make much odds when you think about it that way. Durka trying to go in early. He's going to get ahead of this.
Paranoia is perfect.
Wow. Boostio, though, given a second lease of life, though. Not going to be checked on just yet. It looks for the fight on Durka, who's just taking space, taking names, and Chronicle, the layering to this is just out of this world. Fnatic just taking the site perfectly. Ethan and Demon One are a mile away.
EG caught off guard a little bit with the pace here. Snakebite comes in very late. There's obviously a paranoia that catches Com, I believe, falling from heaven in midair. Yeah, Boostio and Com just not in complementary positions to absorb a sight hit like that right through the choke point.
You're starting to see that caliber come into play, right? Fnatic are incredibly robust. I mean, almost flawless run in EMEA. I mean, very rarely getting fully challenged. They came off the back of the win in Brazil. There's a lot of reasons that we put a lot of credit with this team, and we expect big things from them. You're starting to see some of that caliber slip into place here. Yes, it was actually a very well-rounded bonus, if you want to call it that. They're going to be very well situated going forward. Can ask for much better.
Call it a buy round. Honestly, yeah, with the light shields in. Yeah. Again, that's how Fnatic will stack up regardless. And like I said here, it's, when Com falls, Boostio's is not in a position to capitalize on, you know, find it shooting somebody in the back or catching somebody off guard, even with a spam kill actually inside the smoke. Bit of a switch up here. Fnatic lean heavily towards 8 in the pre-round. 2 rifles, 2 stingers, and a sheriff for EG to work with.
Early flash will confirm attendance, but it doesn't tell too much, but this amount of presence probably will. Ethan, one of the only players who does have that rifle, so see if he can make much of this one. The temptation to maybe work through that smoke is there, but second's guess is knows better than to be doing that. Boaster gonna make his way through. Nothing really much to deny this cross and deny that plant. Keep in mind, EG's buy is very weak, but they've always been quite dangerous in these rounds. Fnatic should be able to hold this, especially with these 3 players sat very patiently, but overwhelmed.
Hold up.
And outdone. Leo trying to deal desperately with whatever Jorgamo's doing. Flying! What is that? Jorgamo! Unrelenting aggression, taking out Leo, leaving it to Durka and Boaster. A little stunned at this point. Literally now, and Com's gonna find Dirk leaving it all to Boaster. Flash comes in. This is just out of this world. What on earth was that round?
One of the cleanest executions here.
What the hell was that?
Jorgamo just goes absolutely nuclear with a stinger. Ethan finds a kill off screen, yes, but it comes through at the perfect time where Fnatic are looking to actually slow the push on the way back through. Yeah, Jorgamo's just not noted on the satchel up here. This is ridiculous. Yeah, the second there is outrageous onto Leo.
To have that individual confidence up against Fnatic is a really good sign for EG, at least in the kind of form of if you're talking about Jorgamo there. But still, that round didn't look winnable. Like, Fnatic did everything it felt like, right? They got everything they wanted.
Fnatic drifting back towards B now. Similar situation. Com and Boostio. Okay, yeah, Com's now drifting out of heaven. Other side of things, though. Demon 1 gives Fnatic a little bit of information with the neural theft.
Oh man, that's gonna be heartbreaking. They're going right up the guts as well. Fnatic gonna take that information. Work perfectly off the back of it as well. A little bit of stall though. They wanted to spiral out through here. Can't quite do it yet. Com? A little lost in the sauce there. Maybe looking for an anti-flash position, but he's just in the middle of no man's land. Bushio gonna punch on one, pop flash comes in. Not gonna be falling for that one. Fnatic just kicking down the door here. Not gonna happen. That's them on double digits now.
Did Com think he catches the flash? Did he think he'd fallen down to hell or got off rafters or something? He looked surprised that he was still upstairs. Like, oh, well.
Here I am.
My camera is destroyed.
Yeah, Demon 1's just digging so deep. So deep. Again, once you confirm there's no close presence here, retrieve orb, reset. A little overzealous in approach here.
This is crunch time now. Like, this is the one, right? You've got 10 rounds for Fnatic now, sitting double digits here. 3rd map. EG left on 7. Yes, they had a little bit of a blip of a round with that kind of wild buy coming in. But now, this is the big one. We've got the operator out for Demon 1. Got his ult. Also going to have Showstopper for Jorgamo. On the other side, full buy, of course. No problems there. Ult for Chronicle, too. Not far off the Boaster, but it's not one to be really writing home about. Now, the thing is, though, Fnatic win this, you're on 11. And then you're going to say you might have a round or 2 from an Alpha, Leo, Chronicle, someone, right? Because Dirk has been quiet. Boaster's doing fine, but he's doing what he needs to. Now, does EG really have the chops for this, right? This is the one. Can they really push this game all the distance? Does it fizzle out now? Held on 7? So we're about to find out.
Operator actually in play now for Demon 1. Both duelist ultimates, but I mean, decent progress elsewhere. Actually, Com the furthest away, 3 towards the pit. The other side of things, Fnatic, Rolling Thunder to work with, so limited in options, but they have that financial buffer a little bit, even if it's just 1 buy round to fall back on. With a commanding lead here. A bigger picture, Fnatic, and an advantage across the next couple of rounds, unless EG close this out as close to flawless as possible.
Fnatic change the pace. Shift gear a little. Lowering it down. Holding this very deep default. Yes, a little bit of a fact finder over towards A. They've noted potentially Alpha. I think it was actually just around the corner, but it stands. Utility being handled. But curiosity, EG, wondering what Fnatic are up to here.
operator tested here, but Showstopper comes through, doesn't find anything on the backside either. It's a big investment towards mid-hit. Rolling Thunder sent through, but Snakebite going to slow things down.
Oh, the adjustment for Boostio. Take it two with him. Does he get any more? He's outliving himself. Oh, what? Durka just didn't even expect him to take a look up and over that smoke. He thought he was fully safe. Boostio somehow has a cloak of invisibility in this one. Spike now left on the other side of main too. These two final players, I think, might have to relinquish a little here. Boostio getting maybe ahead of himself. Got to be careful. Doesn't want to give away too much here. They are still not out of the woods, even with this round in hand. Stunner from Alpha. 13 seconds, though. They're trying to make something happen. They can cost them so much. They cost them another. And Jorgo has to run. Com has to sit deeper. Now the round's out of touch, but they can seriously cost them everything. Oh, what on earth? Where is Ethan? Ethan needs to run away.
What was that from EG?
I don't know.
Operator giving up. Yes, round win, but I'm saying you want that to be as close to flawless as possible. I think that was about as far away as it could have been. Beautiful opener from Boostio, but EG just overstay their welcome here. Yeah. Bladestorm available, but Showstopper burnt up. There's an opportunity to offset the purchase just a little bit, but look at the remaining funds. Worlds apart from where you'd want to be, EG coming out of a round win.
Boostio's in a lot of danger. Look at the pace in which Durka's closing that gap. He's got the sight to himself. Durka cracks open the sight. Oh, quick one back though. Demon One takes off his scalp and now looks for a follow-up. He's not alone in this. There is support here. Oh my God! Beautiful from Demon One, allows Jorgamo in. But it's down to these two. The deadly duo from that last round who cost them everything. Spike in a very similar position. But now more time. A minute to play with. You have to be on your guard. Alpha and Leo are looking sharp right now. There they are. Jorgamo notes them.
Spots both.
He cannot let this slip. That was a great attempt from Leo there. Serious damage on Ethan, but they stand tall. They stand with 3 alive.
Huge plays from Demon One. To go over the top of the double box there is ridiculous. First one, clean onto Durka, but the decision making here. I mean, the stun actually comes onto Chronicle. I didn't even spot that there initially, but almost set in motion to find a third with the Bladestorm. A little bit of tech and come into a boosted position here. I like the switch up. Boostio has been targeted once again. We saw it at Lotus on map 1, but isolated a few times on these B-side holds.
Ooh, Alpha.
Yeah, weird spam game, actually, that Fnatic are entertaining outside A here, but no harm, no foul.
I'll look at the ults here as well, yeah, okay. Couple close by. So early little scrap over towards A, but this position from Com actually could find value.
Especially if Jorgamo's shown presence. Now he has. I mean, they've noted Demon One on the other side of things as well, so.
Oh, but they're backing away. Where do they go with this? I mean, you've got, what, 45 seconds. I guess if they split through Heaven, then they get a great opportunity to clear Com, actually, but a late lean back towards A, bit unknown. Demon One, operator there. Fnatic running this really very late on the clock.
Late round, walking into an operator potentially.
Timing's everything. Does Demon One get a fair shot at this one? Seeker's coming in, he's lost his teammate, Boostio's fallen.
What?
It's all on Demon One! He's gonna stand tall on the first, does he get a second? He knows Leo, but he didn't expect Chronicle. He's fallen. Oh, but a quick catch from Boaster gonna take Jorgamo down as well. And now Ethan and Com.
10 seconds left.
So far away, I don't think they can do anything about this one. Yeah, a couple of low HP players, or should I just say 1? But this looks like 11 from Fnatic.
It's definitely, yeah, Com's even going to just try and hold on to the rifle. I think maybe even flank all the way through spawn, but Ethan, 46 HP. Don't really have a fighting chance versus 3 members of Fnatic tucked up close on site. Yeah, really strange. This almost feels like leading into the late round, EG have an advantage with an operator still anchoring towards A, but Boostio slipped into the smoke. He doesn't deal with the Seeker. He wants to remain unnoted, but then gets found by Leo. I'm not sure even if he makes a noise there, but another situation where there's two members of EG just not in complementary positions once again. Ah, well, you have your answer.
Starting to realize the pressure of this now, 11-9.
The frustration there from that death. Like I said, it's almost played in perfectly here with how late Demon One shows the operator to deal with the Seeker, but
Let's make some chaos.
Leo with a lucky break to open things up there.
The operator's out in the hands of Durka, claimed off the corpse. Chalkamo just hoping someone gives him that chance. Okay, they know there's someone working away here. Haven't seen much of Durka with that operator, but always a treat to see. Full kit to play with. Done. Almost found there. You don't go back to that now.
Pull the rotation as well. You can see Demon One getting a little curious now through spawn. But no overcommitment yet, and that's your Fnatic rotating across with the spike here in the hands of Boaster.
Don't take a lot of space from this. Only noting Ethan so far. Trumo's still in that corner. Demon One actually backing away from this.
Yeah, I'm curious. On the back of the Trailblazer should. Wall doesn't go up. It doesn't go up quick enough.
He's not dead yet. How's he still standing? And Ethan bails him out. Hold on, Ethan turns the flash. It ain't over yet. How much can one man do? Seekers try and stem the bleed here. Sights under scrutiny. 27 seconds. Support's on the way. They know where Fnatic are, but can they still deal with them here? A quick pivot, potentially. Yeah, they're off. Spikes in the vent. It's going towards B.
Com could go huge here. He has a snake bite to slow things down as well.
Oh, massive work. 15 seconds. They're going to face the music. And they do. Back away again. They go. Boaster's still alive. But it's Ethan on the side, the man who held his nerve.
The bait!
It's perfect between Boaster and Leo. Making something out of nothing here. And now in the post plan we go. Boaster, Leo, one side. Com, Boostio, the other. One flash for Leo. That's all they got. Flash goes in, gonna find one, that's gonna be noted. Com creeping closer, Boaster on the side. Leo, the first fight, he's gonna see it. Boostio closing the gap. Oh, it's all now down to the 1v1. Leo on 25, Com on 30. All gonna go in, does he chase it down? Leo's tempted, he's got the shorty out. But time is starting to tick. And Com has to find him, Leo closing in. Has it,
Oh my God.
Com, the hero EG needed. Right down to the wire here. Oh, of course! Double digits for EG! We're going all the way here. 11 for Fnatic, 10 for EG.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
This back and forth.
Boaster's TP here is just timed to perfection.
God,
just to
what an
make it
attempt.
even harder for Ethan to have a say in this 1v2. Like I said, Com Snakebite, a key piece of utility.
Oh, that was it just then, wasn't it? Just cut away from it.
Leo nearly has the perfect read here as well. Waits things out, anticipates the tap. So financially, actually, though, Fnatic still in somewhat of an advantage. Boaster's isolated a kill.
He's found
He just
Com.
TP'd through.
Okay, that's a little unorthodox, but if it gets the job done, we don't question it. Oh no! Jorgamo's made a meal of it too! Fnatic given 2 freebies at the start here. Finding such success this early on, that could be 12 for Fnatic. Is it enough of a killing blow? You've got Demon One still left, Ethan and Boostio. 5 on the other side, no one really even taking masses of damage. Ethan feels that pressure, feels the strain, turns the flash, looks for one. Can't even take down Chronicle, the sight's now theirs. Fnatic keeping 5 standing. And that's surely got to be 12. Demon One knows it. Sudden gear shift and just audacious plays in middle.
EG once again caught off guard with the pace. We saw earlier on with Com and Boostio struggling to hold on to B site. This time around, Fnatic sweeping through mid. They're on the hunt as well. Want to punish the economy even further. Hit pretty early, actually. Leo and Chronicle will be the first to challenge. Leo first to fall.
Chronicle next. Also falls.
He is still really clean.
He's got quite nice aim. Durka. That's a different challenger. Otherwise, he just turned into a 1v5 aim trainer. But the real deal of this is, Mike, Fnatic have made it 12, right? And that change of pace, that little bit of a different look through middle, this certainly helped. Oh, the flash.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
Didn't catch the flash. I saw the assist go through it, if that was a spam, but little pieces like that. To pull out here in like round 22, yeah, the buy is awful. It's 3 stingers, a judge, and a rifle in the hands of Demon 1. 1 away from the Blade Storm, and 2 away from the Showstopper as well.
But look at the odds as well. Fnatic have everything. Almost that final round. They've drawn it out this far. 12 to 10 though. Reality beckoning EG back down to earth. Fnatic making it to 12 here, but 1 more round. EG have been good at these rounds, but I'm not there yet. What do they do with this? How do they handle Fnatic now?
Orb actually retrieved here by Jorgemeier. That's a big win early on here. To get away unscathed from that as well.
Smoke does go up to middle. Response there too.
This is a disgusting setup for the choke point on B though. The last time, completely negated by Durka blast packing in. So they have to hold them at the front door. Com set up for the snake bite preemptively this time.
Lucio's going into it. Oh, the Seekers! So heads up from Fnatic. That's their brilliance that we know. But look at this. Com's found a little bit of room to work. That's Durka removed, and he's still on the site. Mostly to get back towards you. Back corner. Ethan's going to trade out Leo. It ain't over yet, but maybe Chronicle. Maybe not. Maybe it's Demon 1. He's got the knives out. A 2v2, Alpha and Chronicle, to try and get Fnatic across the line.
Oh my God!
He's trying to save them, but it's Alpha up against Demon now. Oh my good God! This guy is out of this world. El Diablo's dead. There's a new King of Hell. Demon 1, when EG needed him, stepped up.
A massive, massive round to keep EG in this map 3. Crisp as hell.
1 enemy remains.
You don't do this.
Oh my God.
Didn't even think he had the kill.
Oh my God.
I blinked and almost missed it, and they've almost broken Fnatic's buyback.
You could argue they have a Guardian, a Bulldog coming into this. Full utility though.
It's OT or it's GG, right? This is it. 1 away for Jorgemeier on his ult. Quick start for Durka though. Straight up the guts, straight up middle. He's got a challenger here this time though. Ethan, the timing of that is divine, and he gets away with his life. Boaster wants to chase. Oh, Demon 1's waiting! Wanted to drag him down to the depths, but Boaster evades. Heads up to not overcommit there, but they're eyeing up that B site. Is this where they try and end?
Boostio and Com will be tested once again. The Trailblazer actually reveal a little bit of information.
Good stall. Ethan's here now. Flash goes in. He's got a flash for himself as well. They know it now. Doesn't want to pressure that any further.
Leo's pretty far ahead of this though. I don't think he's yet. Alpha's fallen.
Now 5v3. Boostio looking towards main, doesn't see it, but he does know the players on the way through. Chronicle. Big punish on Boostio there. Com, are you serious? He's gone back to the same spot. And Leo's got him. The cross now. It has to be Ethan's domain, or Fnatic have given themselves a chance here. Spike in hand. That's in Chronicle's hands here. Smoke gonna go in. They waited patiently. Boaster drops down. Heal comes in. They're trying to get Chronicle back up to a better amount of HP.
Jorgemeier has a showstopper though.
Jorgemeier, but what do they do with this one? Smoke goes in. Demon 1 gonna go down, and he goes down. He's fallen. Sends it. Okay, that is the spike left loose. Now we're down to the 2v2. Ethan and Jorgemeier up against Boaster and Leo.
He's still got a nade to stall as well though.
15 seconds.
Ethan can play this slow.
Grenade sent. It sends him running. 10 seconds now. They're working on the clock here. Running it down so low. Boaster down at 64. Ethan gonna spot the cross. But it's Leo's shot. Jorgemeier. Oh
my God!
Leo has taken Fnatic across the line. Incredible performance from Leo here. And like all dreams, it couldn't last forever for EG. But Fnatic facing down their demons here, making their way to the final.
A heartbreaking way for it to end. EG almost playing that last round to perfection. Running the clock down, even denying the spike there. I want to know how close the plant even was.
Take a second. It ain't over for them yet. This team deserves every bit of respect put in front of them. Fnatic were forced to work, and no one has done that to Fnatic for a long time.
I mean, I want to quote GB at the start of the day. Blood will be drawn, and it absolutely has been here. Still, walk away from this series with their heads held high in my eyes. Fnatic shown that they're still human, I guess.
Yeah. But what a test for them. Where's Boaster off to? He's back, he's got something right. Of course. There we go. But again, let's kind of take this a little more serious in our regard. You talk about the upgrades, and we talk about Fnatic, Mike. We always spoke about, you know, that ability to find those new players to bring them into the fold. Leo and Chronicle had an exceptionally strong map here as well. End of it, Leo the one to even seal it too. 26-11, that man just shone on this map. Without him, we'd have been OT right now.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's heartbreaking for it to come down to such a fine margin in the final round. But I feel like Fnatic, it felt like they were in more control in this decider. E.g., a couple of hero plays here and there. An exchange back and forth, yes, but bigger picture-wise, E.g., I think, forced into very uncomfortable positions. Again, we're talking about on map 2, particularly on map 1 as well, where EG aren't in a position to have freedom, right? Ability to just run through set pieces over and over again. This is another one where we didn't really see the same approach we've seen earlier on in this event, where EG can get away with some of these geeky little util combos. Fnatic negated that perfectly. I think that's why this was so drawn out.
Yeah, this was actually great to see. And for me, if I'm looking at it from a Fnatic perspective...
Who are you picking, bro? Who are you picking?
From a Fnatic perspective in my mind as well, I'm glad to see them tested here. Because if they came in with just that kind of, I don't want to say easy, easy the wrong word, but an easier run, we'd never seen them go to these depths. Forced to bring out a better game. I think we finally saw that in the EMEA towards the end of the season, and that's it.
That is crazy.
That's what makes it happen. But they've been forced to get better now. Push to their limits. We see the final form Fnatic. The question is, who faces them now? Who do they get next time? Who will meet them in those grand finals? The biggest question we all have, and we cannot wait to find out. For now, Fnatic deserve the praise they're going to get, because my God, they look damn good today. But we do have an interview as well with Alpha.
Good game. さあ改めて対戦を振り返っていかがでしたか?
So please tell us your thoughts on this match today.
Like, it was hardest match I ever play on this tournament, but we win thanks my team. They are all the time hyping each other. They didn't fall down any time in the game. Yeah, that's it.
ありがとうございます。このトーナメントの中では一番ハードな内容だったと思います。自分たちが押される場面もあったんですけれども、チームを信頼して頑張ってプレーすることができました。
ありがとうございます。さあそして対戦相手のイービルジーニアスのポッターコーチがEMEA 圏にはもう我々の敵はいないと、唯一あるとしたらフナティックぐらいだみたいな、フナティックが唯一競えるチームだというお話もありましたけども、イービルジーニアスの印象というのはいかがですか?
So actually, Coach Potter from Evil Genius mentioned you are the only enemy left in EMEA. But how was Evil Genius today?
I think after us, they are the strongest team in this tournament. This is my idea, and all players is good, and they have strong aim. They are really good. Like, I didn't expect it actually, but we win. Yeah.
そうですね、自分たち以外にこのトーナメントでもし勝つチームがいるとすればフナティックだと予想していました。そしてエイムもとても上手で強いチームでしたので、自分たちも今日勝てるかどうかというところは確信がなかったんですけれども、勝つことができました。
ありがとうございます。それだけね、イーベルジェネスを敵視していると注意して見ているところですね。ありがとうございます。さあそして、なんといってもフナティックの負ける姿というのはなかなかねイメージも、つかないところで、フナティックの弱点っていうのはあるんですか?
So it seems like Fnatic is unbeatable for anyone, but is there any weakness from your team?
I think our weakness is communication. Sometimes we are missing communications, and that's making us distressful, I think. This is our weakness, I can say. Other things is perfect.
そうですね、唯一弱点があるとすればコミュニケーションだと思います。やはりプレー中のコミュニケーションで少しストレスがたまるような場面もあるんですけれども、そこを省いては自分たちの弱点はないと思います。
ほー、まだまだそこを改善して強くなりそうですね。さあそして、フナティックファン本当に日本にもたくさんいらっしゃいます。メッセージをいただいていいですか。
And as you already know, there's lots of fans out there for Fnatic here in Japan, so please give them a message.
We came before Japan, like maybe 4 months ago, 5 months ago. I like all crowd. The Japanese people is really nice, and I can say arigatou gozaimasu, all of us.
4ヶ月前にも日本に来たんですけれども、その時も温かい応援をありがとうございました。日本語でありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。フナティックからアルファイア選手でした。大きな拍手をお願いします。
I'm gonna go.
Thank you so much, Ola, as well as Musica for the translations there for that Verizon post-match interview. And what a post-match it was. I just wanted it to happen again. Actually, good news. We got it again. Let's run it one more time and watch that wild last round, because this one was... Just walk us through this, guys.
I think that this was played perfectly by both sides as well, though. The amount that the foresight that was in their heads when they were delaying this as well with the nade when it came down to this, the plan down to the final 5 seconds. There's 1 second to most of the plan. Leo hits this and the spray down. He has to get this kill to close out the map. He has to. There's no time to plant. There's no other chance.
I mean, so many tiny margins separating these two teams. And I think that's a good reflection for EG, because even though they got pummeled in the first map, they actually proved that they could have won this game.
Yeah.
There was a possibility for EG to win here, but Fnatic found those slim margins to be able to actually get the victory.
No, this was truly a tale of 3 acts. It really was. You know, first act, right? Like, you know, the plucky underdogs get struck down by the giants of the game, and then, you know, the underdogs manage to find a way to come back, only for it to just be a neck-and-neck battle.
Are you
Do
buying into
not.
my anime arc?
Don't.
Are you buying into the anime arc?
No one's buying it.
Buying that.
I can't with you right now. I cannot with you right now. But speaking of anime arcs, so it seems like we're getting another one coming to fruition, a back-to-back title win, something that is still very elusive to a lot of our pro teams here in Valorant.
Yeah, and Fnatic have got so much experience as well in these high-tension, high-stake matches. You think back to Reykjavik, where they ended up losing to Sentinels and actually bringing it back at lock-in. I mean, an unforgettable experience in that series as well. I mean, just the ability for them to actually rally back the mental and carry it all the way. And now they have that chance. First time in history so far in this main circuit of ECT that we're going to see a team potentially get the back-to-back international trophy.
Yeah,
right, and that's the key word there, potentially. But they're set up well to do it, because they're currently still on the most dominant run of all time with a 63% round win percentage, even after EG took a map away from them, took chunks out of them, and now they'll get both map bans in the grand finals. They can ban Pearl, which is their insta-ban, and whatever their opponent's strongest map is, they could get rid of Fracture if EG pop their heads back up in a grand finals reappearance. So Fnatic are currently set up the best possibly that we've seen any team to be able to do that. And this squad is currently just looking phenomenal. But this match was potentially losable for them, right?
Yes.
They got pushed to the
That's the
absolute
important
very
thing
limit.
to note here, is that this was a potential losable game here for Fnatic, a team that really came into this event with pure dominance on the mind.
I think we learned some things as well, because honestly, I was fully expecting, after they got absolutely smashed EG in map number 1, where they lost Lotus in such a fashion, there was a real chance as well that the inexperience finally reared its head and they did just, you know, fall over and they didn't put up a fight, but they did bring it back all the way. I think that does showcase this isn't the same storyline when we've seen some of these teams go to these big international events and just, as soon as they receive that first loss, just going straight out, barreling out and through the lower bracket. I think EG have a real stake, and they could lay claim as well to another chance in that finals.
Yeah, it genuinely felt like I was a kid again watching Oscar De La Hoya go up against Tito Trinidad in one of the greatest boxing matches of all time. Kind of feel like I watched that here. Felt like a kid again watching this, and it was so fun. But in any case, guys, that's going to wrap it up for us here. And I mean, just go ahead, watch that VOD over and over and over and over again, and I guarantee you will be entertained each and every time. But coming up next, we have our lower bracket semifinal. That's right, we are not done yet, because NRG takes on HyperX. But first, here's your Prime Gaming post-match highlights. We'll see you soon.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing?
They're casting a spell. We're fucked. You can copy that, bro.
Yes, that's a win.
Both teams have been immaculate in the land of the rising sun, but today blood will be drawn. It's time for EG versus Fnatic, a match no one would have seen coming into the upper finals of a Masters event.
Ethan, though, can't do anything about it. Alpha slides in. Oh, Jorgo can't do enough. And Fnatic very prepared here, Mike. Dirk's position actually could be very valuable. More slightly deeper. EG take back towards the side. 30 seconds now. Dirk delivers towards Demon 1. Showstopper set. He's still going to do it all himself. Falcons playing against the big boys. Dirk is just built a little different. Fnatic are making themselves look like, of course, as always, the team to beat. Dirk, they're so blind. And they're still winning the fight, apparently.
It's just Boostio left, Sheriff in hand, but for a Fnatic to find, Durka seals the deal on a 13-3 to open this series, Lauren.
Yeah, this one is looking very good for Fnatic. Com already going to get towards that defuse, going to keep Alpha busy as best he can. That's Demon 1's job. Oh, the spray down is already going to get it to half. Demon 1's there, but do they have time?
There's no time.
This defuse, it's going to be so close. They've got it! They've got it!
I mean, that's actually crazy.
Holy f***, my fucking fat heart, bro.
Jorgamo's got stunning movement. He flies in, but Boomstar out of nowhere, finding 3. He's got a second lease of life. Jorgamo and Busio in unison, though, taking this one firmly in their hands. EG taking us to map 3. Now we got a game on our hands. The ult as well, he's throwing everything in and the kitchen sink, trying to toy with all the snap to attention from Ethan. And the follow-up from Ethan with the judge. It's all on Boostio. A 1v3. The toe denied on the first attempt. They might not be able to get to this. Oh, he's done just enough. Boostio. Heroics from further away. You're looking for an anti-flash position, but he's just in the middle of no man's land. Boostio going to punish on one. Pop flash comes in. Not going to be falling for that one. Fnatic just kicking down the door here. Not going to happen. That's them on double digits. Ethan gonna spot the cross, but it's Leo's right, Jorgo! Ethan!
Oh my God!
Oh, Leo has taken Fnatic across the line! And like all dreams, it couldn't last forever for EG, but Fnatic facing down their demons here, making their way to the final.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
の先それは満ち溢れていると興味は惹かれてく色と呼ぶ光の波ママの目を盗んでよし登った壁にわかに奪われた僕の声は風に乗り群青は飛び込んでくる身にしみるほど木々の緑日差しを透かす知っているかな君にも怒られちゃうかな見てよ君も見てよ
Welcome back, everyone, to day 10 of Valorant Masters Tokyo. I hope you guys had a nice break, by the way there. Get a breather because we are about to bring you another banger, and this time between NRG and PRX. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I've got Kukuka with me on the desk, and some extra good luck for the Americas region after what we just saw from EG. Mel, welcome.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Yeah. I feel like we're going to balance out the curse because we always talk about who's cursing what. We're going to balance it out here for...
Don't say that, because now if NRG lose, they're going to think it's her. Oh, wow. We always point fingers here. Someone has to take the blame.
Well, let's talk about this matchup because NRG versus PRX. There is some history behind this one. They did face against each other back at Masters Copenhagen last year. And Kukuka, as you remember, it was a great day for PRX.
Yeah, exactly. It was the upper bracket final. And not only that, both of the teams were coming off a very dominant runs. PRX had just won against Guild and Fnatic, and Optic had just won against Exit and DRX. Even though Jink had a very weak series on his side, they were the ones to come in on top. And we know that Finesse said it himself, he doesn't want to lose against the same team twice.
I mean, this is the interesting thing because, Mel, since then, Optic, NRG, Core, they have not lost to another Pacific team. It just seems like PRX, and then they learn their lesson, and they've beaten the 4 times they've met the other ones.
That's crazy. It's been, what, like 300, over 300 days since then? And it's crazy. You think NRG is like, their play style would work better against teams that, you know, there's a level of respect, but it's crazy to see against Pacific teams and PRX who have play so unorthodox that they're converting these wins is a really good sign.
Yeah, and they have experience, Kukuka, against those kind of teams.
Yeah, exactly. But here I'm looking at PRX because even though they have faced in the past, I think that the bowl this time is on PRX court. I think that on that stage, on Copenhagen, it was the best PRX that we ever saw. And it was definitely their best performance in an international tournament. If they want to repeat that after everything that has been going on for them, this tournament has to be against their NRG.
Yeah, I mean, they let the title slip away from them as well in that grand final. But speaking of PRX, let's get a quick word from Forsaken. He's with Achilles right now. Check this out.
Thank you, Yinsu. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab Forsaken. Forsaken, if you don't mind, let me grab you for a moment. Quick question. You have obviously played against this Optic core before on NRG. You beat them in your run to the finals back at Copenhagen. Are you going to be able to beat them again today?
Before I answer this question, I heard you are the Pacific Curse. Is it true?
No, that's Paper Thin.
No? Okay, I mean, talking about NRG, I would say we don't really prepare that much against NRG. We don't really anti-stratting or that whatever. I just I trust my teammates and I hope they can we can do this and I hope we can repeat the history. So yeah.
All right, WK Gaming, I'll let you get going, buddy. Best of luck. All right, Yinsu, back to you.
Forsaken aware. Forsaken so aware. But this is the thing. He spoke about the anti-strat, Mel. How hard is it to anti-strat NRG? Can you even do that, you think?
I think there's some tells. I think there is like a general structure, but there isn't many tells in terms of very specific strategies. Like one round, I mean, we saw yesterday, they're running double fakes. FNS is running a fake of a fake of a fake. How are you going to tell what's real and what's not? The way he sets up the conditioning of these rounds in order to fake them later is so hard to differentiate what is real and what is not. It's honestly the same exact util that they use. So in my opinion, it's really hard to anti-strat them. So they're on the right track here of not going too hard on the prep.
Yeah, they got a really, really good game plan, Mel. But the thing with PRX is Kakuka. Yesterday, we kind of set them up as they weren't really the favorites going into that EDG matchup, but how did they win that game? How did they even make it this far with a sub?
I mean, I think it's crazy because you mentioned the sub. We've talked a lot about CGRS, and it's not only the experience that he brings to the team, it's actually the versatility as well. We were thinking, is he just going to be playing the Gecko, or is it going to be everything fitting on the team? I think that the way that everybody has taken up the rest of responsibilities have been amazing for PRX, and probably one of the reasons why they're still on the tournament. All of those responsibilities are going to come into accountability now against NRG, because it's not only, you know, can you make it work, can you make it look pretty, can you make it actually worth of an opponent like NRG?
Yeah, and also the agents they played as well, so flexible. Let's take a look at them, because I think they played like almost all of a lot of the agents here. Mel, talk me through, you know, the strategy of having this level of flexibility.
It's just incredible, and it kind of reminds me, like, you really can't understate how difficult this is because they make it look so seamless. But remember, like, NRG tried to do this themselves at the beginning of the VCT America's regular season, and the fact that PRX is able to do it, and do it with a sub no less, cannot be understated.
There's many things that I'm looking at here. First, as I mentioned, CGRS, not only playing on the Gecko, actually filling in the Sky and the Breach, but something unlike PRX for what we've been seeing this year is actually just running the single duelist on Ying, for example, or on Forsaken in some of the maps, you know, supporting him. Forsaken, again, that flexible character that we're not getting to know.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because if something were here, I feel like Forsaken will be playing even more agents than he is currently doing right now. But Jing is the man today. Jing is the man every day at this point. If you look at his rankings as well when it comes to the stats. As a Raze player, Mel, as PRX, as a team, you got to be happy that you got this guy on your team.
Oh, absolutely. And just watching him play Raze, like, there's some Raze players where you're like, they are playing a different game, which goes like for Jet players, like every Jet player is playing a different game, but some Raze player, their movement, the way they like double satchel across the map and their sense of utility usage, some people are just on a different level.
How good are you moving around with Raze?
Last time I played Raze in officials, probably 300 days ago at this point, probably 600. Listen, actually, my double satchel out of Heaven on Haven, A site on the quad box is kind of insane.
Oh, I believe it. Do you know what? I fully believe it. I fully believe it. What about yours?
Oh, my Raze is horrendous. I'm a very good Jet, but I honestly cannot. You know, the first satchel, always good. It's the second one that I always miss time.
I mean, this is the thing, that I feel like Jing makes it look so easy, but how big of a win condition, though, is Jing going up against NRG?
So the thing is that we were seeing in that ranking that he's performing really good, but I think it's a team effort, and it's, you know, everything syncs up and adds up to Jing having that brilliant performance. Sometimes it's just going to be him going crazy and having the crazy plays, but so many others, it's going to be the rest of the team actually helping him, getting onto side, setting the ground for him, and making him look as good as we see it.
I mean, let's take a look at his opposing Raze player, Victor. I think Achilles is standing by with him right now. Let's check out what he had to say.
Hi, Insu. Yeah, I'm standing by. I'm ready to talk with Victor. Victor, we saw you play a really strong performance on Raze just yesterday. You're going up against Jing, who a lot of people consider to be best in the world. You confident that you're going to be able to best him there?
Yeah, but we also have to be aware of the other players that also have strong players on the team that we have to be cautious of, so it's not going to be just Jing.
All right, well, best of luck to you. See if we can push forward. Insu, back to you.
Very, very humble from Vic there. That is the thing, though, Mel. I think with both teams, you can't underestimate the other players who might not necessarily be seen as the star entry players, because every single one of them has what it takes to clutch out and win them rounds.
I mean, we talk about these star players, especially on the Raze and the Duelists, but I think, you know, at Pro Play, at the end of the day, they recognize how much support is required, both from a utility perspective, from a teammate perspective, from, like, even a comments perspective, like the IGL saying, yo, Jing, like, come over here, like, there's a good entry for you, I think you should double satchel out. Giving ideas to your duelists and having those ideas flow makes it's just so much more than just the duelist, and it's cool to see them recognize that as well.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about NRG, because I have a feeling that this is where they come alive even more. Their comfort zone almost feels like, because Kakuka, you know this team are not going to let it slip away this close to the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the calls. I think that FNS makes a brilliant one in this round number 10, where he Astra ults and then sends the Jet over to B, but then also they applied the pressure onto A, and then they ran it back all the way to B. And it was what Mel, what you were saying, the fake into fake into fake. It's impossible. It's very hard to read and very hard to react, because even when you overreact, most of the times you're going to be wrong. It's very difficult to be in the same server as this and actually, you know, face up against a team that can do this with such ease.
And the thing is, too, there's actually a lot of mid-rounding in that. It's not something that FNS called 30 seconds ago. Okay, we're going to go A, fake that we're going in, then go B, and then come back A. Like, it's like he notices these pauses and there's phases to a round. He knows exactly when to be like, okay, wait, here's an opportunity for me to mid-round. Let me call this now. And how fast he is at doing that, and how fast it is for all of NRG to be on the same page and be like, I trust you. We're doing it. Like, no questions asked, no hesitation from the squad. And I think that's going to be a big part of whether or not they win today.
Do you ever feel like a possibility of overcook when it comes to that? How big of a risk is that?
I think you overcook if you do it many times and a half, but when you throw in like one in there, like 1 or 2 a match, or like 1 a map, I feel like then it's like they can never really expect it, and it keeps them on their toes.
I also feel like the overcooking sometimes ends up with a boss from the coach being like, guys, chill out. It's not that deep. It's not that, you don't have to make it that complicated, because you're only making it hard on yourselves. So I think that I agree with you. If you do it one round, if you do it after a couple of rounds again, I think that is what disrupts the other team.
Yeah, I do also want to talk about one other player on NRG, which is Som, the only player that doesn't quite have a title just yet, Mel, but you can see how hungry he is for it.
And honestly, having that kind of hunger on your team when you're as tenured as the rest of them, it kind of motivates you a bit more, right? It has to, and you're like, I kind of want to do it for my boy Sam. Like, at this point, we got to do this together. Like, we got our wins. He hasn't gotten his yet, so it's definitely a motivating factor, having someone that hungry on your team.
You can definitely tell that he's hungry. The utility that he uses, how clean he is, how well he adapts to the team, but also the moments where he has to step up. I think that yesterday they won a 3v5. Sometimes we also saw him with the operator getting a 4K. I think that for him, this is very important.
I mean, as you can see from what he said in the post-match interview, the only thing I guess that is in my head is that I want to get that title. Everyone else on the team has one. It's time for me to get one as well. But Mel, do you think this is time? Because it feels like even if they do win today, they got EG, they got Fnatic, it's still a lot of good teams left in this tournament.
It's hard to say. Honestly, I see that NRG, I feel like isn't even in their final form right now. If that's weird to say, I feel like I've seen them play at a higher level, but the fact is, like, they're here and we haven't even seen their final form, and they only get better the longer they get through a tournament. And as they go deeper and deeper, we're going to see a stronger NRG, and I hope to see one that is near that final form today.
Oh, we might get it today. We might get it today. So I hope we do get it today, because after the first match, I want to bang it for the second one as well. But we got to find out which maps we're going to be going to between these teams. Chet and Coach Alex are actually standing by ready to do the map pick and ban. So let's send it down there and find out where we're going to be heading.
Let's jump in. PRX, your choice of Team A or Team B? Team B. So NRG, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your maybe. Here we go. So NRG will start with your ban. Fracture. Your ban. And map number 1 from NRG. And side on Pearl. And map number 2. Side on Lotus. Yeah. Okay. And next set of bans starting with NRG, you have Ascent, Bind, and Split. Ascent, your ban. Split. So map number 3 will be Bind, side on Bind. Okay, so let's run through this, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have NRG with Fracture, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Pearl with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Lotus with NRG on attack. Next set of bans are Ascent and Split. Decider is Bind with NRG on attack. That's good. Good luck to you both.
the elimination match of the ages. NRG, the legacy team that just refuses to roll over and die, bulldozing through everyone in the lower bracket versus a PRX that came here with a sub where nobody really expected anything from this team. But today, Mel, one of them is going to progress and become a top 3 team, and one of them is going to be going home. Who you got your money on?
I have it on NRG, and I swear that's not just the NA bias, or me just being a huge NRG fan, or the fact that I love Pujan's IGLing, but I really want to see, like, okay, there's one of these teams has a daddy IGL. We've talked about him for ages, and the other is more of like a group mentality. Somehow everyone's on the same page. I really can't wait to see this matchup again, to see who comes out on top in terms of this just IGLing structure.
I mean, 1v5 technically. He's going 1v5, but Kakuka, the map vetoes, let's talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. Probably NRG decided to go for this Pearl, not only because they have had the experience already, it's also a map that PRX hasn't played yet. We were talking about how flexible they've been with every single agent, and maybe this comes as a surprise for them. The NRG decides to go for this map because we need to see the adaptation again from them now that something is not here. It's the conversation that we're having all the time, but now in a new map.
And now it kind of took me off guard. I was surprised that NRG picked Vine because we talk about NRG's Vine over and over to death, and I worry too because we talk about how prep heavy NRG can be and how Chet does a lot of the anti-stratting, but they're picking a map that we haven't even seen yet from PRX. I am a bit interested to see, does PRX have something up their sleeve?
I mean, well, something's not here, Mel. I'm sorry, I have to drop that joke back at you. But the thing is, when something is here, they run that Phoenix Jet, which is so good, but can they do that without him?
So that's the thing, and not only that, they go for the solo controller. Is definitely a different way of interpreting the map. I think that NRG decided to go for this because they have very clean retakes, and the way that they understand the map, the last time that we saw him playing, how they were cursing through mid and actually understanding exactly where and how they had to do things. I think that is the disruption that they want to bring onto a team that, okay, if they want to run the same composition, okay, let's put it that they want to go to the Phoenix Jet, it's going to be fairly complicated for them.
Well,
Can do.
Yeah, but, we're about to find out because this is the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and
do.
as you can see,
Yes.
they are gonna run it, and CGRS is gonna play Killjoy.
So Forsaken is going on the Jet. This is the only, like, I could see a world where the Vi was to go on the Killjoy and CGRS was to go on the Sky. But honestly, I love that. Mel, you were talking about the preparation. Do you think that NRG is going to be prepared for this?
I mean, if he had to do any bare bones preparation, it would be against this. And I have to say, I actually kind of like the Phoenix pick into this like Harbor double controller comp. We saw Cloud9 run it in VCT Americas very early on, and it proved very effective actually against at the time, which was the Loud comp. So you're gonna see a lot of disruptive plays, like you said, flashing through the waves, flashing through the Viper walls. It's going to be interesting to watch.
I am so glad they kept this comp. It's going to be an exciting match, and it's time to jump into it with Achilleos and Paperthin. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. I don't know what it is, but NRG and us are apparently inseparable, so we'll see if they're going to be gliding through this one or if PRX will be able to put an end to their reign of terror. But it's everything to play for. From here on out, losers will be going home. You want that spot. You want to stay alive. You want to be changing venues in front of that larger crowd and have a crack at getting up against Fnatic in that grand final.
Exactly. This is a really exciting matchup for me. Of course, you know, the Des did a great job breaking this down. It's Finesse versus this somewhat hive-mindy PRX team. I mean, at times it has been leaning a little bit more towards Forsaken, doing some of the macro calling, I guess I'll call it. But when it comes down to their comms, when you really dig in to some of the intense situations, some of the fast-paced situations, it is kind of a group effort, a team effort. And as we've seen throughout this event, PRX is getting better and better and better at these micro adjustments. You know, whether it be CGRS on that Gecko teaming up with Devi with some of these unique kind of, you know, flash and goes and things like that. I've been so impressed with them, but going up against, again, the guy, I'm so happy we get to cast NRG because I just love watching Finesse, and the way he plays the map is just absolutely just brilliant and beautiful, but PRX has given him fits in the past.
That they have. Let's go ahead, kick off this map. We have not seen PRX playing here on Pearl since that grand final where they were able to take down DRX and earn that #1 seed coming into this event. Flash out off the rip. Victor just going to be pulling back here over on the B site, gets himself tucked away in the tunnels. They go ahead and check that close cubby. Nothing noted. So we just get a little bit of a deeper linger there from CTRS, trying to see if there's going to be any aggression out from A or mid.
Yeah, you're really looking for some of that telltale utility from Devi from the side of NRG. Trying to wait for that execute. And a heavy stack towards the B side, and good awareness here from PRX. Kind of regroup and back off. Maybe see if you can isolate a kill here through B Link. They're going to 3-stack Crashies, and he wants none of it, and that's wise. They don't push too deep there. Now contact going to be made around the corner.
Dash forward, Forsaken looking to just garner some space, gets them moved up here against the Link. The rotation's now going to be coming in from the side of NRG. Artist still checking, wants to see if there's going to be anybody late pushing through water. In the meantime, the swing comes in. Finesse going to be good for one, but Jing and Forsaken find one apiece. Crashies with a little bit of a follow-up, tries to get rid of the enemy Phoenix, cannot do so. Victor, help with his little turret, will be able to take down Mindfreak, and now it's just going to be a right-click battle, and Victor's able to win. Spike now stranded, and Jing, the last man standing. Hot hands, flash at the ready. Slaps it down, but has to know. No, he doesn't realize that the flank is coming through. Victor will just die to it in the end anyway, but it's still going to be the pistol round going to NRG.
That's all right. A little bit of a smile there from Victor. Nice kind of read of the situation here by NRG. I like the change up from PRX. They had a good, start to this round where they kind of came in through, through Link, waited for the smoke utility.
I don't mind this. I think, just wanting to die, try to get even closer to having that KJ ultimate up.
Yeah, that's...
A little bit curious to see at the, at the end there, but I think it's just really trying to fast-track that one. Jing on the opposite side, though. Now going to be one off having that run it back available.
Yeah, and that's a big part of PRX's strategy here, is enabling Jing.
Oh, Artis making a nice and early exit here, trying to find Forsaken. Now pushes the issue, swings around the corner, finds a third. Goes for the reload. Sam with the stinger will be able to take down Jing, and now it's just a matter of whether or not Mindfreak can find anything here to try to stop this from being a flawless. The wall will drop down, however. It's going to be Sam collecting a second as NRG get themselves a second round in flawless fashion.
Yep, okay, well, now we move on to the first round where we really get to see what PRX has been able to cook up with this comp. I'm a little bit worried about this attacker side for PRX without that Harbor in here. Normally it's Forsaken on the Harbor, kind of doing a really good job cutting space, setting up Jing to be able to kind of flash in and around those walls. Jing has his own wall as well, of course, with that Blaze to try to enable himself or his team. But this time around it's a little bit different. CGRS on that Killjoy now. And this time, the Star out here. A flash gonna confirm.
Flash in, Artist with the Spectre. Just a bit of damage across there. Forsaken eventually does fall. Sam with a great headshot. At range there with the Sheriff, finds one. Crashies now swinging out the bat behind the pillar. Just managed to take out one Divide, quick to trade it to keep them on equal footing. As now the run it back is gonna be coming through. Sam just throwing up the wall. Jing wants to rush up. They know exactly where he's gonna be coming from, so they pull back out of the Link. And eventually he's just gonna go ahead and the TP back over. But a 3v3 for the retake attempt. Victor just now moving out of art. Looks like he might go all the way around to club it, trying to get that top B there.
A Sky to check, but it's not going to catch. Victor on that lurk. Here comes the Harbor wall. Retake from Finesse. Gonna try to push on through. Gravity well up front to try to delay.
And walking across is Poison. Jing finding one, jumping into the cove, knows that he's pulled back. In the meantime, Victor, well, presence should be noted. Certainly is now, but still finds a headshot. And already with 3 kills in this round, that's a very good bonus here for the side of NRG. He's looking for a little bit more. Jing will be able to deny that away as they get themselves on the board here. PRX fighting back, but losing out on 3 members.
Yeah, this is pretty quintessential PRX in a lot of ways. Just kind of off the rip, start pushing space, gonna push ahead of that flash. A good shot by Sam. That Sheriff on the opener, and then Jing gonna use that Phoenix ability a lot to control space in Link and Art quite often. There's a lot of those kind of 90-degree corners that Jing really loves to take advantage of as that Phoenix. Really exciting to watch the way he plays. And he's not overly aggressive. Normally you're used to seeing Jing just blast packing all over the place with the Rays doing crazy stuff, but he will lead the way, but it's a little more cautious.
Oh, the birds go out. Crashies dodges that one. Even with Jing's follow-up curveball, still ends up getting taken down. Mantle Swarm, however, does find Finesse, so at the end of it all, it's just going to be that 1-for-1. Trailblazer certainly spotting Divide there on the jump past the box. That's why they're going to be creeping up here. There's no one to reinforce this position. Flash Divide, getting fully caught by it, and he will get melted down. As you can see, Forsaken dashing out of art, gets himself over towards the A site. They know that there's going to be 2 players operating behind them at A main.
Well, are they gonna wrap all the way through? No, they're just gonna plant for backside here. Really big duel with Artist coming up.
And Forsaken just wins it. Artist looking over towards Flowers. Forsaken swings from Secret, does take him down. Brings it back into a 3v3. Reckoning now sent out, but they're not playing on the site to get clipped by this one. Sam, however, still finding one. Crashy's finished off by the turret. Now it's all on Sam. Wall raised, scouting out, uncertain if there's going to be anybody over towards the dugout. Gravity Well does come through from Mind Freak. It's going to be the util dumped out. With that spray coming in, he knows that they're both over in Flowers, but before he can even send a shot their way, CGRS will finish him off. 3K for him in the round to tie it up at 2-2.
Man, what a recovery here from PRX, and a good read on the early part of the round by NRG, isolating Divide, kind of realizing that he was going to be sticking around potentially, and they're able to flash and get it behind the box. So really good recognition here. And then they even invest the Reckoning as well to try to go for this retake. But already PRX gotten so deep and Forsaken, able to win that oh so important first kill on the backside against Artis to drop that off and force another eco here out of NRG. Blades up for Forsaken, and he is certainly a confident person with that ability. He's got a shorty behind it. It's right now looking like a full-on B hit, and already the rotation's coming for NRG.
Double up, grab the peek over into Link. Sees Finesse for a brief little moment there. Finesse sends some shots his way. Drops low. Bit of a tag there on a Victor now, knocked down to 50 HP. Crashy's wanting to try to break through, but the headshot comes in. Forsaken gets the reset on the knives. Swings on the corner, manages to find another one. Mind Freak as well, getting involved, finds Finesse. So far it's just going to be Jing taken down. Artis, however, with that blades on his own, picks up a quick 2 kills, and suddenly it's just CGRS all on his lonesome. They don't know where he is. It's still dangerous territory, but it seems like they might have an inkling of it as Artis does send that Cloudburst his way, trying to set up for that brief little one-way. Single peek going to be heard. CGRS knowing where one is. Seems like he's got a very good idea as well. Sam. Not expecting him to have repositioned down onto the low ground here. Now is completely and utterly out in the open. Wants to go for the Nano Swarm. Sends it cleaned up now. Knows that he's got a high-low to try to send out the turret. Swings up a bit, but Sam will get the headshot, and it is a fantastic, thrifty win for NRG to go ahead and retake the lead.
And it's just these quick rotations here from NRG that really helped them out. Just immediately, as soon as contact is made from Forsaken, yeah, he does a great job taking space, getting in there, doing some serious damage with those Blade Storms. But then Artis says, nah, I can do you one better, and gets 2 big ones. Sam again, good with this Sheriff. Doing a great job in this round and in this entire map so far with those Sheriff kills. So
7-3-2.
Everybody's looking really good on both sides of the coin.
Could be in this one for the long haul. We'll keep our fingers crossed in that regard. As we can see, though, Victor's still going to be sticking over towards B. Line Sheriff is set up in this position. Just the turret out in towards Link, staring at mid doors. Vanessa potentially swing off of.
You've got
Jing gets to run it back.
Yeah, he's been funneling those as per usual. Already the second one. You've got dueling lockdowns, dueling Seekers here. Going to be invested early for the side of PRX. Some util to try to delay a hot hands there at the door to allow Jing to push through, heal up. He's just going to chew through that nano. Yep. The run it back.
Doesn't manage to clear the angle, though. Doesn't swing wide enough to actually spot anybody, but now the lockdown's going to be invested on the opposite side. PRX just looking to match. Spike, however, not yet planted, so they're still going to have to try to retake the side off the back of this one. They do shove NRG away, but can they get into a post-plant setup quickly? NRG are going to look to rush this one. Victor still tucked away, back haul. Flash goes across, some shots in his direction. Jing swings on the corner, gets the headshot, curveball in, but it crashes! Just holds down left click. Had it lined up, gets the timing, and Jing disappears.
30 seconds left.
Things continue to tumble out of control here for the side of PRX. They finally get the spike moved up here onto the sides. He addresses it in his hands. Taking finding one, then taken down by Artis. Once again, into a 3v3. Crashy swinging back out the aggressive push. Artis puts the spike down on the ground. Now it needs to be recovered. Into the 2v2. Divide out into the open. It's dropped, and it's going to be the combination of Crashies and Sam to take them over the line. 4-2 NRG, starting to stretch the lead.
Yeah, and already here, PRX just really trying to hit B over and over again, just trying to overwhelm NRG on this site, and it just isn't going their way. I mean, you know, Sam is staying on A, planted his feet over there, but the rest of NRG is good for it. And Artis finding some great timings to shut things down, delay here for the side of NRG is making this really difficult for PRX. Looks like they're gonna shift over to Stingers for this round. Mind Freak with the Cosmic Divide and a Sheriff. The only ults to speak of here. Artis popping that dash. Can't find the shot.
Takes a bit of damage there. Has managed to back away, but Good amount of space opened up. That's going to give them arc control for now. The Trailblazer cleared out before he can get through the cloudburst. So it doesn't necessarily see how many players there are. Something tells me that Artis's ears likely working well enough to identify that it was pretty much the whole team.
PRX is about as
subtle as an elephant.
as subtle as your average act of God. Yeah.
Finding one, Crashy tucked to the corner. Sam backing him up. Finds another 2 kills for himself. He's at 9 HP. The Stinger can do some work. CGRS finding one. Flash does not go wide enough.
Oh!
A bit of a botch there from the side of Crashies, and that does allow for PRX to get themselves back into this round. Rifles recovered, Mindfreak and CGRS. 49 seconds remaining, they could cut noise. Try to rotate off the site, if not make a bait.
You read my
Given
mind.
that they have this ult invested, it seems like they still want to try to play around it.
I mean, with this ult here, you know, you're at least able to be undetected, but oh my god, the cover!
Covering fire allows for Mindfreak to get the plan, but now he needs to find the headshot. He needs to win out against Victor, and he will just drag it across. He finds it, and the Thrifty is confirmed. PRX putting one of their own up on the board to bring it now within touching distance once more.
I mean, the crossfire here is just so disciplined. The patient from CGRS, he has been stepping up now. He had so many clutches for them in their previous match. He is really starting to find his groove. He seems comfortable. He's calm. He's confident. He's excited. He keeps that energy level up. He's always positive whenever we see him on camera. And he is just a phenomenal player here. And you've got, you know, the 2 streamer players going against each other, Sam and CGRS, and they're both having great rounds so far.
50 Prime subs on this cam. But I mean, you know, as much as we like to joke about that, they have ascended to so much more.
Yes, exactly.
Granted, yes, still a substitute from CGRS. Sam the mainstay, but the performances that they have been able to put up in the last couple days have been absolutely monumental in getting both of these teams in the position they find themselves in at the moment. Artis, though, finds himself in a great position to get the punish. Just finding a timing while CGRS was distracted by Crashies over at the doors. 2 members down. Looking like NRG just having a vice grip here on this B site.
Yeah, and there's going to be a change of direction here for the side of PRX. They're going to leave Mindfreak down here to lurk for a bit. But NRG, oh so disciplined, oh so patient. Going to try and sell a little bit of a fake here. Still Artis, though, holding the discipline for NRG so strong. Mindfreak clearing the turret, trying to create noise, trying to create distraction. If Devi can best Artis, that flash isn't going to confirm anything over on the other side. Oh boy.
No, it does not, and yeah, they just decide to rush out. They know that this is going to be a lurk, so they decide just challenge them all at once, get that kill. And now with as far away as they are, it's just going to have to be Jing and Devi sitting back, holding onto the weapons as NRG will run the clock down and pull off a flawless little hold.
Maybe if Mindfreak can hold on a little bit more there, they might feel confident enough to try to push in towards A, but now they're just going to be setting up towards spawn, seeing if they can keep these rifles into the next round. But yeah, I mean, these B pushes are being held so well by NRG. I mean, they're happy to collapse and condense onto the site and just fortify it and make it so difficult for PRX with the crossfires, with the utility. And again, it's going to be difficult on this attacker side. I talked about this at the beginning, but you're already seeing it on this B side in particular. Without that Harbor utility or that Viper utility, you're way more limited in what you can do to dissect this B site, to cut off the angles. That is the reason that so many teams play the Viper Harbor on this, is particularly on this B site that everybody kind of, memes about. But, when you don't have the comp that can necessarily, cut through and, give you the ability to get in, get that plant down, get that space, you have to rely on those deep pushes by Forsaken, by Jing, to clear that space for you. And yes, certainly, they're insane. They're very good players. And you can use things like the run it back to do that. But in the long run, NRG's just too disciplined right now.
Yeah. I mean, we were scratching our heads wondering, what does it look like if Pearl is going to be played? Because we anticipated Haven's going to be banned. NRG say, okay, we get this map again. We're going to go there. PRX, having not played it since the Grand Finals versus DRX, it was what pieces do you move around? You keep with the Harbor. Do you put, CGRS on the Jet? Do you trust him to be able to do that? And have, a strong amount of impact, or is Forsaken absolutely necessary there as that duelist alongside Jing? Seems like that is the decision that has been made, and without the Harbor, it has been difficult. That being said, though, still close. So 5-3.
Yes.
anything can happen.
You know, it's funny. I had a chat with Mini in between after their match, and we were both just trying to theory craft what the heck PRX was going to do. Neither of us were correct. I'll just put it that way.
All right. Was there a Yoru in there somewhere?
I mean, that was something I spitballed but didn't really take seriously. But the Gecko was floated between both of us. We thought maybe they might make a go of that.
Well, just some initial control here over towards A. And then Finesse responding with the pit, just looking to make this unassailable. Seems like PRX might be thinking about cutting through, getting A access through Art, and just keeping Finesse locked over on that side of the map, push him out into A main. Maybe control backside, but with just the turret destroyed, we'll start drifting away and approaching other avenues. Crashies, a couple shots going his way here from Forsaken.
I like the layered utility here from NRG to back up Finesse in this Viper's Pit. PRX is not afraid to challenge, and Victor's going to win the early exchange against Jing.
Just a dry swing there from Jing. Does fall, but Forsaken up on top of the box with a great headshot. Will find him. Finesse now getting tucked away. Som in Flowers waiting for the cross. Finds one. And now PRX are really worried about trying to get themselves over. CJRS actually just sprints across. Makes it through to safety. Finesse noted. Mindfreak puts some damage down onto him, but cannot find that kill. Som in the meantime does get broken out. Out of the equation now. It's Crashies tucked away here by Secret. Quickly finds one. Divide the last man standing, but not for very long. Crashies puts him down on the ground. The fuse will come in. Energy now going to be doubling the scoreline here. PRX as they move up 6-3.
Yeah, and this is just, again, NRG really understanding the tendencies of PRX. They really like to challenge these Viper pits. They want to cut, you know, your strength away from you. They want to attack you where you're strong sometimes to try to just, you know, prove that they're better than you, to really utilize this raw aim, these great instincts that they have in these individual moments. And Mindfreak almost able to sneak in there and do some damage in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah,
but that early kill onto Jing really hurts. That's some extra utility that they can use to throw into that Viper's Pit and around those corners to maybe obfuscate that movement of Mindfreak a little bit more, but not to be the case. But this time around, I like what PRX is doing, spreading out a little bit more here, getting a little bit of information, baiting out a little bit of utility to try to keep NRG honest. You got to keep them guessing. You got to keep them across different areas of the map. As good as Finesse is, right now, it's been a little bit easy for him to kind of predict. And you're just looking for some of those stars, from some of that aggression from Jing and Forsaken. But it looks like they might be trying something of a fake here. Som going to be watching through Link. Divide leads with that Trailblazer, and they're just going to back right off of that Cascade.
Trailblazer goes out. Crashy's now going to be swinging around over towards A site. Run it back. Sent. Finesse just playing anti-flash. Turns. Doesn't want to show himself. Knows that Jing is not going to be the high-value target that he's looking for. And Jing did not check the corner here. Or Forsaken who gets taken down. Jing sent back. Divide does manage to find the enemy Viper here at the end of it all. So will be a 4v4 with Victor tagged out to about 30 HP. Lurk from CGRS makes his way forward, staring towards water. Looks like he wants to creep in from behind. And on the opposite side of the map, they're still not necessarily convinced that this is going to be where the spike rests.
They're pinging it out. They're going to make a go for it.
Oh, Jing, I guess seeing just enough to be able to get that kill. Follows up with a second before Som takes his head off. Now a 2v2, but CGRS getting tucked away. And here comes Arnis sprinting in, completely unawares. The Seeker goes forward. Som looks to clear it. Divine spotting him. Flash out. A decent turn, but knows that he has to pay attention to his rear as well as they continue to encroach. It's not going to be through the window. It's going to be through Secret, but it doesn't even matter. CGRS will get the lurk onto Artis, whereas Divine will hold down the site. PRX fight back. Once again, bring it to within 2.
And I love the beginning of this round here for PRX. It keeps NRG just off balance enough that they can't quick rotate over to the site. And then they pump the brakes right as they come towards the entry of A. They wait things out. They give CGRS that time to get in through water to find that pick on the rotating Artis. And that gives them this 2v1 that they're able to secure. And now it's going to be NRG taking a timeout, trying to readjust here. I think maybe a little bit more mid-presence going to be shown here from NRG now. Yeah, that time they gave up a lot of space in mid. It was a lot of information that PRX was able to garner and kind of get so deep into the back lines of NRG.
And so far, I mean, obviously, Som way out in front as far as the lobby is concerned, but CGRS very much keeping pace and helping to lead the charge here for the side of PRX. So showing us that it's not all just about the Gecko. The Killjoy is there. We've seen him play a couple other picks so far.
on this run to stay alive in Masters Tokyo. And it's going to be ever more important as he gets ready to move to the defending side.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, he's going to be such a crucial piece of the puzzle for PRX on the other side. And regardless of what happens in this match here today, just a tip of the cap to CGRS and PRX for the way that they've been able to come into this event so well prepared with only 10 days of practice. Literally 10 days of practice coming into this event with CGRS. That's all they had, and they are still looking better and better and better. And, you know, CGRS is just seems to be getting more and more comfortable, and that's so scary for these other teams because it's not only was it hard to predict what PRX was going to be doing coming into this event because of the situation with something, but also because CGRS's playstyle, there isn't much tape on it. There was one Gecko Icebox. That map's not even in the pool anymore. So good luck figuring out exactly what they want to do.
Let's see here. Side widely conceded. Wrap around from Victor, getting himself moved up through Link to get closer to the side of CGRS. Is just going to be dropping the lockdown. Victor's still 2 off, so cannot use a replying one to try to further delay them. The site can be taken. Still taking their time. Moving forward, and Forsaken, he does a double updraft again. Catches Victor. Picks him off right there in the Link. Fantastic play that was completely unexpected. Forsaken now running out of knives, however, 9 HP, trying to exit. The Reckoning still looking to lock him in place. Wrap around from behind, Crashies arriving, throws out the pop flash. Mind Freak still gonna be unscouted, but Crashies knows that there's just gonna be far too many players in this position. CGRS now finds Artist, they look to hold that spike down to half, but they cannot do it. Now the hot hands comes in, Vanessa's caught up by it, ends up getting taken down. Crashies with 1, but Mind Freak trades it back, and suddenly it's just Som left standing all on his lonesome. Reckoning committed, but in a 1v4, as PRX look to go ahead and add a 5th round in. Jing will just go ahead and take the challenge, close it out. PRX damn near flawless, just Forsaken going down, and not a weapon lost in the round.
Yeah, and just another beautiful entry here from Forsaken. He's been really good on some of these opening duels, especially when he's got the knives out. And then they're able, this time with that lockdown, to get that plant down securely. It's something that they've been having a tough time with their lack of smokes, those lack of walls. This time around, you're able to use the lockdown as a kind of pseudo wall to give you the ability to get that plant down. Great job here on the backside by Mind Freak and company to keep Crashies in check, give themselves that round. Really well handled here by PRX.
Meanwhile, I believe Jing is about to use his 4th ultimate of the game.
Yep. It's been a lot.
Gravity well invested, goes rushing forward, is quickly dealt with and snaps back. As they now just go ahead and pull away. So no real establishment found here. Over towards A main, instead it's just gonna be 3 members stacked up. Forsaken in the meantime, going on a bit of a walkabout. Worked his way through mid, which is widely unoccupied, just giving this triple stack. Artist is holding Art. We see Victor over at B. He continued to swing forward. God. Forsaken may have just been able to find the enemy jet, but instead he's going to push all the way around. He's going to be looking for this monstrous backstab as the Trailblazer goes in, confirms his hefty presence still here at A main.
I mean, NRG hasn't moved a muscle. They're just sitting here at A main, and it's dead. Som's gone.
Finds one, still more to do. Forsaken going to be spotted, manages to stabilize the aim just fast enough to come up with the kill, but has to back away. 29 HP remaining. Artist comes to the rescue, sets up the operator here on the corner, comes away with 1, swings out, gets a second. Mind Freak. Now the last one standing, 12 HP. Right as Victor arrives to the A site, Mind Freak just going to go ahead, cut tail, and go sprinting to the opposite side of the map. Because of this cosmic divide, Victor not necessarily aware of this quite just yet.
Oh, this is so brilliant here. You know, there's no sound, no idea what's going on the other side of this, and now Victor's about to find out the hard way, but still with that smoke there, he has to respect that maybe Mind Freak was hanging out over here. He pops his nano to maybe buy himself a little bit of extra time. Doesn't really get much out of it. And Mind Freak gonna plan out in the open, only 12 HP. Just gonna have to win this duel quickly. Any stray bullet from Victor will secure him the round.
Mind Freak not getting into any super cheesy positions. Just playing here straight up on the cubby. As Victor has to go ahead. He has to search, he has to wonder. Tap, the stare towards Link. The swing coming in, but Mind Freak not able to find the kill. That's gonna be Victor closing it out. A 7-5 half with NRG out in front.
Yeah, good patience, good diligence here from Victor. Being very aware of the situation and finding that win. But, I mean, honestly, this went pretty good for the side of PRX. I'm sure they'd like it to be better. You know, it is kind of their chosen side.
Yes.
But all things considered, this went better than I thought it would. I put it that way. I mean, you know, again, it's because without that Viper and without that Harbor, the ability to control that B site that they really kind of beat their head against early on in this half was just a little bit lacking.
Well, before we go into the second half, we'll go ahead and throw it back over to Yinsu and the desk to break down the action from the first half.
Thank you very much, guys. What a way to start this match. Mel, NRG in the lead, but they really had to work for those 7 rounds.
Especially the beginning, it was a rough start from kind of both teams. We're seeing a thrifty, and then the very next round, another thrifty. Rounds we think are like in NRG's grasp, and they just get like lost from them. And it's also, I'm just watching, and it's like, okay, he has KGL, he's gonna use it, and I'm sure, you know, NRG's thinking the same thing, and then PRX does something you just don't expect, that you cannot even plan for.
I think that is, you know, it was complicated for both of the teams, especially at the start. To me, one of the key components of NRG getting those first rounds at the beginning was Som. His utility usage was beautiful. Him on the clutches, him supporting the rest of the team was really, really on point. Those retakes, those kind of executions cannot happen without him on the team. But on the other side, we found a PRX that really took advantage of all the holes that they could find on mid.
It's rare you see that really from NRG not to pick up a gap. That very last round, we see Forsaken walk all the way up B-Link, go through sewers, and flank them from their own spawn. And that's something you rarely ever see NRG get abused by, because they are so good at communicating and picking up those gaps. But PRX is a team that are not afraid to just walk up and see what's out there for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Some putting up massive numbers as well. I think a few of them are putting up big numbers. That's what you have to do when you go up against PRX. But my question is, this Phoenix Jet on the defense, what are we expecting?
So here's the thing, Achilles was mentioning, in just 12 rounds we saw 4 Phoenix ults. Of course, it's a pain in the ass. I think that many of those rounds were calculated because of the ultimate usage. We need to see the same on the defense. I think that Som was also a pain in the ass on the right side of the map. They need to also, PRX, put that pressure onto NRG.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're going to have cooked up on this half as well. Paperthin and Achilles, what do you make of it?
I think the only thing that I make of it is that I've been entertained so far, and I'm hoping that the entertainment continues to ramp up as we do get ready to go into the second half and see how CGRS is going to fare. Moving over here onto the defense, the Phoenix as well does become a little bit rougher when you change those sides. So PRX, how do they want to go about this? For now, it looks like it's going to be very heavy mid-pressure that is getting ready to be applied.
Yeah, I think they want to check this cubby here that Artis is moving into. I think they've identified off that turret that this could be possible.
Forsaken's got one. Curveball out into the hand, and Artis finds one. Not going to be full flash, but Jinx still swinging out, finds one. Som now, not sure which way to look. Will get taken down as the dust settles. 3v3, Divide with a healing can top up Forsaken as well. Nano Swarm goes across just to get a little bit of damage there on the finesse, as the Poison Orb does get set up.
It's a great read here by PRX, but Artis just catches him a little bit off guard. A great shot by Crashies.
Same with Crash, he's finding Forsaken. CGRS inside of the smoke. Crashies finds him as well. Turns his sights back over towards Divide. The knife is out. Frenzy drawn. Spots him. Legs it back into the hall. 2 players set there. Divide just desperately trying to get some information. The Trailblazer is at the ready. Sends it. Trying to see what he can get. Spots 2. But he's running out of time. Turret there. Probably realizing that getting onto the spike, trying to get this defuse, likely not going to happen, especially as that Nano Swarm does come through, but wants to try to take somebody down with him. Spots Finesse, a bit of damage exchange between the 2 of them, but Finesse will be the one coming in on top with 14 HP remaining. Spike will detonate. NRG picking up a second pistol round.
Yeah, NRG taking both pistols. And again, not a bad read here by PRX. That turret, they understood what NRG was trying to do, just happened a little bit faster than they expected. And then Crashy's taking some space, pushing through, kind of taking a page out of PRX's book there. Something they love to do is to get deep into your flanks. And he's able to find a huge kill there to cut off any real semblance of a coordinated retake attempt from PRX. Just completely cuts them apart, and then CGRS and Devi a little bit off kilter, a little bit off beat. PRX gonna full stack here.
Flash going in, catches quite a few of them, answering flash out. Divide with the right clicks will be able to take down Crashies. Forsaken now, dashing in behind the box. Trailblazer draws their attention for a little bit longer. Orb gonna be picked up. Jing, once again, gonna be the focus here, just trying to get those ults online for the Phoenix. Creeps across, grabs the gun, looks like he gets exit. He's got the hot hands as well as Divide to try to heal him up should it be necessary. All things considered though, Divide, worse for wear, 1 HP in a dream, trying to stay in this. Forsaken, Finesse, shoulder to shoulder, but Forsaken doesn't peek the corner. Finesse mows down a third and brings this round right back into their favors. Oh boy! Both players absolutely terrified of each other given the circumstances. They go their separate ways. As the spike will get planted here on A by Sam. Devi and CGRS. Question is, can they find any additional value? Can they take some of these weapons away from NRG? Peek comes in. The instant headshot, not even necessary, but you love to see the accuracy.
We take those. I'll see at this point, CGRS wanting to die to the spike. Sam, very aware of it, wants to see if he can come in and finish the job. Doesn't want to push too far, doesn't want to maybe give away that gun, and yeah, for NRG, they're happy to take their prize and move on to the next round. So what started out pretty interestingly and pretty well for PRX kind of falls apart there as Finesse able to survive with that Spectre and get 3 kills. Just really good stuff, and then it's like a cat seeing itself in the mirror there. They both just like look up and, oh no, okay, we gotta go.
CGRS he's given some consideration to whether or not he should just grab the Bulldog and dip out of there, but seems like he's still going to be worried about somebody watching that potential exit over towards Art. So opposite just died to the spike at the end of it all, but a very incredible start now for NRG. Here on their map pick in the second half, a 4-round stretch lead. PRX going to be looking to get themselves online here in the second half right here. See if they can manage it. As for now, heavy presence into mid from NRG. 3 players cutting over towards Art. Artist looks like he's going to be joining them. Thought maybe he was going to go pushing through the doors. As Forsaken is up top, but Finesse just tucked in behind.
They suspect it with that poison cloud there. You know that it's pretty likely that somebody might have snuck in there. Flash is confirming that at least there's a presence somewhere near that door. And the orb goes back up and Finesse goes back out, and NRG going to be taking their time, going to be really trying to figure out where all the pieces of PRX are. And for sure, they know that Devi is over at B. They've got that. And so they don't want to mess with that Sky utility too much. Maybe try to put some pressure on CGRS. Maybe see if you can find him, take him down, see if you can kind of pick on a little bit on the inexperience of the player. I would, if I was NRG, I'd try to see if I could maybe make him crumble a little bit.
He's going to need to be big here. This attack gets ready to come through. They do have the stars set up. Alarm bot is getting pulled forward. Drop down. Artist looking to try to clear out dugout. Will get taken out. Mindfreak with a nice headshot as CGRS looks to hold the stairs. Mindfreak with another. Victor going to be gone. So far it's looking clean and the time is just dwindling. 12 seconds. This stab here from Finesse off the flank would need to be absolutely monstrous to try to get them into a plant position, but instead he will fall. 78 HP. Sam just looking to back away. See if he can get anything off. Some over-aggression here from the side of PRX, but it's going to be a flawless at the end of it here as they finally find their first round in the second half.
Yeah, just a really good hold here on the site from PRX. Able to kind of dodge a lot of that utility, find the entry player. Even with that cascade coming in to try to help Artist, Mindfreak just reads it really well. CGRS on the other side, holding his ground. So a good defensive strategy there from PRX that pays off. Of course, the weaker round by for NRG previously. Now the Bulldog going to be carried over for Sam. Rifles all around the other way. Not too far away from that Viper's Pit or those Seekers.
Flank forward again, though. Here's PRX. Forsaken tucks back, spotting Artist. Dashes away. Jing, however, does swing out from that side. Cubby catches Sam. Now without their harbor, and we're talking about how rough it was for PRX. When you're trying to attack this B site, it's going to be just that much. This is rough, I should say, for NRG now. The rest of the round. Victor holding the corner. CGRS going for the ego swing. Just a little bit of back and forth, but a great bite out from Finesse will flush Jing into the open, and Crashies takes him down.
Yeah, this is good work here by CGRS. He's got that alarm bot still to play off of.
Seekers online.
Yeah, exactly. Crashies able to find that kill, getting into those Seekers. Now they can use this. A Trailblazer is going to find Victor.
Snowden tries to tuck into the corner, but CGRS fast on the chase. Gets up over the top, finds that headshot through. There's Artist. This is really anticipating that Forsaken was going to be close on the low ground. Crashies, though, swinging around from behind, starting to rush forward. Decide the turn. They identify now. They absolutely know that he's here, and Devi will win out on the fight. Crashies going to be taken out. Forsaken finding Artist, and now it's just Finesse left standing. Even though they're stacked up, he just can't even drag the crosshair over there in time. The 7th round now for PRX, back to within 2, as they're getting big economic kickback on the side of NRG.
Yeah, this is huge for PRX and forces a timeout right away from NRG. You know, trying to be a little bit tricky in this round is NRG. They're trying to get a little bit all over the map, but they're countered at basically every turn here by PRX. Again, everyone holding their ground. Individually, this team is not a team that you want to be trying to duel usually, especially when something's here. But, you know, between Jing, Forsaken, Divide has been absolutely just phenomenal throughout this year. Mindfreak playing well today. These guys are very confident in these 1v1s. And when you're taking those, you know, like Victor there, kind of identified by CGRS, then Divide comes in to back him up, take him out. The early hold from Jing and company, able to find that pick and lock things down. So NRG trying to spread the map out a little bit. PRX not having any of it there.
Now, so far, timeouts have not led to a round win. We'll see what happens. Granted, this is obviously going to be a very low buy for the side of NRG. Some half armors, frenzy, sheriff, you know, that kind of stuff. Looks like maybe a hero rifle will be coming into play.
Timeout Terry over here, keeping track of the timeouts, and you see it.
You want to see that timeout round win conversion rate.
True. Absolutely.
Like that's something that we should have been tracking, you know, last year in the era of Sean Garris as a coach with Termy and DRX in the form that they were in.
Because then we could have really held it against Sean the next time we saw him. Just been like, man, your timeouts, ooh, bro. I don't know.
It was pretty successful, except for DRX in that one series.
Yeah, just that one time. Well, now you've got Jing's running back. So that's, what, 5? Is that right?
Oh, boy. Flashes out. Saw him with that hero rifle, putting it to good use. Heals coming through. Crashy's keeping him nice and healthy. And, yeah, Jing does get eliminated nice and early. Talking about, you know, being willing to take those aim duels. And Jing now gone. It's up the team significantly, but okay, I don't want to watch Divide. I want to see Mindfreak. Comes up with 2 right there. Now Divide cutting across, just sprays it down, managing to find 2 quick kills for himself. Pop Flash not going to connect, gets up close and personal, runs out of bullets, and Finesse with a recovered Vandal will be able to put him down. Brings us into a potentially winnable position, but does he get the read that they are behind him? Seems like the answer is yes. I'm getting flashbacks to Buzz in this very position. Nothing, no pressure from the front. Goes for the jiggle for second. We'll be able to push the corner and finish him up before you draw that weapon down once more. You can see a big smile on Jason's face, but for PRX, I think that was far too close given the circumstances.
Yes, I fully agree. I mean, I'd rather see Jing's run it back here, popped off the rip. If you're going to just try to aim duel this space, there's no reason in my book. I mean, you're going to be trying to funnel those into Jing's hands anyway. You might as well burn them, even against ecos. It's one of the few alts where I don't mind you seeing it used against eco rounds to try to hamstring them. And then also Finesse, man. This is just so brilliant. The way he reads, expecting that flash there from Divide, pushes ahead of it, catches him, reads the rotation, reads the lurk. So brilliant. Now Forsaken with that op. And
all on his lonesome.
Oh boy.
Is it just a timing shot? Flash goes in. He's been playing this position, or Jing has been, rather. It's okay, just up drafts, takes still a nasty bit of damage. Divide not too far away, but let's see, Forsaken wanting to get himself wrapped around into the back of Hall to be able to still repeat this one. Just sends out a blind shot through the wall, hoping for a straight connection. Heals now. Attempting to come through. A little bit closer. The Reckoning is going to be invested. Nebula's getting popped. Jing trying to avoid the stun, rushes up, run it back. Was at the ready, so snaps over to the use point. Is Forsaken. I mean, it's just shot after shot. He says, eventually I got to get one right. The one time he hit a jackpot on the casino, and he's just going to keep going for it now. Dumping all of his bullets until he's got nothing left. Artist looking to hold. Swap over onto the Phantom. Forsaken going to be good for 1. Crashies staving off Jing. Flash over into tunnel. Not going to find anything, though, as CGRS will pick up Psalm. 2 members left standing now, as Mindfreak is on the back end. Just trying to pinch from the side of this pit, and yep, he's going to be able to do so. As soon as Forsaken goes down, Mindfreak just gets the bang through the screen. Finesse pushes out of the pit. Will get taken down. They'll get onto the spike for the defuse, and that is going to be PRX now tying us up at 9-9.
This is a huge win here for PRX. What a hold by Forsaken, able to just barely get away with his life and then get that op shot through the smoke. just kept going for it, knowing that that plant is coming down, gets it pinged out by his teammates, then they shuffle it over to Devi. We saw Devi doing really good with that op, and don't forget, he used to be a chamber main last year. So Devi, no slouch with that gun either. But they're able to keep it over for Forsaken, but they're so diligent here. They're really doing a good job of just being patient, waiting for Mindfreak to get into position. Yeah, Jing's happy to take space. Jing's always gonna be the tip of the spear for PRX. Get that extra bit of information. If he finds kills, great. But he's happy to die every round and just keep getting more and more run it backs if necessary. If his team is winning, totally fine.
Forsaken was ready to play anti-flash, but didn't go deep enough. Popped behind the wall as, ooh, does take that knife to the shoulder. Artis nearly clipping his head. Nothing spotted. The drop down. Drops in, the right click goes across. Finesse piling in as well. They'll be able to flush him out. Swing in, CJRS Everett with a quick pick. Does take out one at point blank range, so Victor gonna be gone to trade out, however, on the Killjoys. And now the man advantage in for the side of NRG, not wanting PRX to be able to take this lead. Curveball through, Jing trying to find Som, but Som strikes him down. Now it's all on Devi and Mindfreak. Two of the veterans here on the squad. Devi coming away with one. Swing out, Finesse getting the other. Mindfreak again approaching from B main. He's running out of time. Nebula goes up the wall as well. Som tucking into the corner, looking to try to hold this one to half, and they will just be able to spray him down. Thrifty win comes through. Our third of the map, I do believe, but this time for NRG to once again reestablish a lead.
Yeah, and you can see NRG this time really want to make sure that they deal with Forsaken, but Forsaken, I think, kind of miscalculates in the time he has to be safe in that back alley. I think he expected maybe he'd have a little bit more preparation, but NRG just W key gaming here to take Forsaken down. And I think Forsaken, if he could have that round back, he'd fall back a little bit further, try to get to the safety of his teammates, because he was the only one there anchoring that B side at that moment. He had no backup. And now they're gonna shuffle the flashes back over for PRX, and Jing is good for one.
He's good for one, but that's about it. So they still do lose him, but that's gonna be entry power taken away. As the Trailblazer does go ahead and take a quick little peek, a glance back. Devi now in a rough position. They've got nothing really to try to bail him out of this spot. The bite doesn't go deep enough to find the kill, but his supporting power in CGRS is appalling. As he tries to exit, he will also get struck down. Forsaken swinging around, gets himself situated on the site, but I mean, Mindfreak's been doing this round over round, so now they're very much anticipating that this back flank is going to be coming through. Turret has to be cleared up. Looks like he's still going to stay here in this position. They could just rush him. It looks like that's going to be the call. Oh, yep. Loading quite a bit.
Well, now that they know where both players are, they can swing all the way back over to A if they so choose here. Forsaken just planting himself down long B, watching it through. Mindfreak continuing to settle towards the double doors in mid. Yeah, but all four members of NRG.
I mean, they just have to be conceding this.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, take the A site, plant it, let the spike go off. We're just going to be holding on to things. You know, you have that operator in hand. You want to be able to carry that over. Have that extra bit of oomph. Especially now, you know, knowing that NRG has one of their own. Spike will just be planted. PRX will concede. So we got a little bit of time. What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about the beginning of this round. I mean, again, it's changes from both teams. PRX trying to push space early, trying to see if they can punish some of these aggressive push-outs that NRG has been doing out of B main. And Jing, yeah, he's good for one, but then Devi gets cornered in the cubby and gets eliminated here by some great utility usage from NRG. And then, of course, like you pointed out, you know, they're prepared for the lurks from Mindfreak this time. I would have liked to have seen maybe, it's hard to say for sure, Forsaken was being so aggressive with this op. You know, he was pushing all the way in towards site, and then he rotated back. Probably wise to, you know, to the situation, wanted to keep the op in play for the next round. But, you know, really setting up for a crunch there was PRX. They just couldn't quite execute it. And NRG is steadying very nicely.
Once again, a bit of a weakness of the comp that they're, you know, kind of shoehorned into running.
Yes.
Just given the lack of something on this roster. Because otherwise, you have Devi in that kind of position, or if it's Forsaken playing forward, you can throw that harbor wall. You can give them a better chance of trying to get out of there, but with very limited obfuscation, it becomes a lot more difficult. So now, NRG at 11, PRX 2 rounds behind. This is going to be Alex calling a timeout to try to right the ship and get them right back into this.
Yeah, that's a great point. It almost feels like sometimes they're playing as though they're expecting a cascade from Forsaken to kind of lead the way from them. But certainly not going to be the case. And I do really, really like this map pick from NRG. They're good on Pearl, but also knowing that this was going to be a big question mark, a big point of interest for PRX. You know, yeah, there's part of it that you don't know exactly what they're going to be doing, but at the same time, they're not going to be nearly as clean on this map as some of the others that we've seen. Now, going over to Lotus, I expect it to be a very different story, but this is just, so far, working very well for NRG. Lockdown available for the next round. Forsaken's got the Blade Storms in the back pocket of that op. Devi's a little strapped for cash, but certainly maybe somebody can buy for him. Looks like a Bulldog is going to be sliding in there for him. And yeah, I mean, it's been some decent ideas from PRX in the last couple rounds at times, but NRG is just getting a better read overall and having some really good executes. Some good like mid-round adjustments, some good on-the-fly adjustments that we're seeing. And again, they can really abuse this space with all these smokes that they have. The flash is to clear. That one even gets Forsaken full blind.
Yeah, it looked like he didn't quite think it was going to pop where it did. Now has to back away. The Trailblazer rushing in. Instead of CGRS, and Forsaken finds a quick pick. So I'm going to be taken down. Just given the way that he's been playing, given what that Harbor util can give you, absolutely such a high-value target to be found by Forsaken. Just a glimpse there of Victor, but just not quite fast enough to be able to get the punish. Has to now back away as the lockdown comes through. Narrowly avoids that one turn on the flash. Almost has the lineup. Gets the dash back available. Manages to make his exit. Divide puts that Bulldog to get used, taking down Finesse. Victor in the meantime. Catching CTRS. Oh, but it's ever so whiffy, and CTRS stabilizes before Victor can. Artis will get Forsaken to find a kill in the round, but the op will be scooped back up by PRX into their welcoming arms. And that brings them now within 1.
And I like the change here from PRX, identifying that they need to give Forsaken some backup. Of course, it helps when Forsaken's hitting some great shots along the way.
I thought he was going to have a clat there.
I did too. That was absolutely nasty. But Devi on point with that Bulldog. CGRS kind of getting away with one. But hey, you'll take those lucky situations when you're giving them.
It happens.
It does. It happens to everybody.
I mean, there's going to be people in the chat who are calling it out and saying, but that's how you guys aim most of the time. That's just a one-off.
They wouldn't be wrong.
Anyway, into the round, Forsaken again, really looking to up the aggression. Trailblazer through! The smoke dissipates, he pulls out the knives, he manages to find a second one before getting taken down. Again, somehow not getting collapsed. Either way, though, the 2 kills are going to get picked up, and that puts PRX in with a man advantage. Big scout forward from Mind Freak all the way over at A. As Jing just goes for the jiggle, but the run it back is available. He could go for the rush play as soon as they hear that spike committed to.
Devi one away from the Seekers as well. So if he can find a kill, he can make this retake really powerful.
He's going for it, the pit! Dropped in by Finesse, but Jing does catch him just fast enough. Victor. And then Jing just go ahead and shove it back, finds the second one, Jing. Will trade it, the Killjoy's now gonna be taken down, and that leaves Artis in a 1v1. The full flash comes in, Jing will scoop a 3rd kill here. The defuse will come through, and we are tied up 11-11 yet again. PRX says, you are not getting away from us.
I mean, what an opener here from Forsaken to find those 2 kills. And then Jing coming up big when they need him most with that run it back. I mean, finally, that cycling of it is going to pay off. Now you're going to get Devi on the Seekers as well coming out of this round. Huge stuff from him and the combo there with the Nova Pulse and Jing on point with the curveball. And those are those situations where Phoenix is so powerful on this map, around those 90-degree angles. Really able to abuse those nicely. Oh, love to see it. This is what we wanted to see today.
Already such an amazing way to kick things off. As Artis just going to go for the double updraft here. Get the auto back in a moment. Just looking for a target. Instead, Jing says, you know what? I want a 10th ult in this game. I don't know what the count is at. Obviously, it's significant. There we go. So now it's just going to be 2 charges away from having that one at the ready. Still going to be hovering around over in A main alongside Mind Freak. They might just get to do battle here against Victor and Finesse. Starting to swing in. Jing just trying to play this as patiently as he can, but it's a decent amount of damage there off the bite. Doesn't have the hot hands to heal. Sends out the flash. Finesse gonna be good for it. Victor good for the other. Two players take it down. Great punish here from NRG, shutting down the aggression as Artis gets up over the top, but Defy is just not ready for it at all. Swing out now into the back of sight. Artis to displace Forsaken out of Secret. Swaps around on the weapon and catches Forsaken, snipes him out of the air. CTRS with 12 HP. Will get taken down. It's just Psalm to die as NRG will lock in map point.
Oh boy, I don't mind the idea here a bit from PRX, but then when the position's basically kind of red by Finesse, he throws that snakebite in there, displaces Jing, and then they try to go for the flash push. Okay, well, he's just full flash and gets the kill. Insane stuff from Finesse. It's great awareness. So, again, don't mind the idea from PRX. Just a better reaction here, and then NRG hits the go button, and Artis was good for it. CGRS with that lockdown to try to get set up for these retakes. Gonna be a big piece of this round. Stay alive, maybe get a little deep. Hot hands, keep Artis at bay, trying to buy some space here.
Getting the orb.
Yep, to get the run it back.
Two ults available, Crashies with the Seekers. No one else really close by. Forsaken just gonna be backing away, throws down a ping in Art, so suspecting that little wrap around that flank is gonna be coming in, but Artis catches Mind Freak off guard. Smokes and Gravity Wells now taken out of their hands. A Seeker let loose. Forsaken with the Guardian, clearing one out. Crashies now looking to push into him, and he instantly gets the headshot. Down two members. Artis tucked around here in the corner. Jing somehow wins out that fight, and that's where they run it back. Sends out the flash, not spotting anything else. Snaps back over in the dugout. Is Defy? Does he read this one? The answer is yes. Finesse gonna be taken down on the flank. Now a 3v3 with a lockdown still in play here for CGRS, but he needs to win out this fight. The timing, have they noted each other? Looks like the answer is absolutely yes. And wisely, CGRS pulls away, just looking to hold the door. In the meantime, Victor, Psalm, advancing forward. The flash comes in, the wall goes up. Divide gets in front of this. But 20 seconds without a flash, without any other util. Spots one, gets the transfer! Divide finds three, and suddenly it's on Crashies to try to avoid going into overtime. The flash connecting, Divide with a 4K. 12 to 12, we continue onward.
What an insane round from Defy. He reads the rotation from Finesse, gets the Hawk to confirm the presence at B, and just pushes right in there and takes two down. Just unbelievable. And then gets the fourth, the icing on the cake. Ridiculous stuff, the clutch master in VCT Pacific. Defy stepping up big once again for PRX.
Let's go.
He's just giggly at the end of it all, but here in map one, in this elimination series, PRX continue to fight back, taking it all the way to 12 to 12. We're talking about it. Who is gonna win, the hive mind or the mastermind? They're no closer to finding out. As Victor just taking a little shoulder shot there from Jing. He's looking for that nice and early pick. Not found. Off the back of that, it's gonna be a full rotate out of B main here from PRX. Now turning their sights towards A, but this double creep up here. Psalm and Artis could find impact. Jing gonna be the first one to fall. CGRS still looking like he wants to fight. They force the dash out. The wall goes up. Trailblazer to try to chase there. Doesn't get the tag. Crashies in the meantime, just jiggling back and forth, looking over towards Art, but now looks like he's going to start rotating around. Maybe into flowers, perhaps, or wants to check for water.
God, and that's one of those situations where that harbor utility is so valuable for NRG, and why it's so difficult for PRX on this attacker side. And these attacker side rounds are going to be so critical for PRX. If they can convert one, gotta feel their chances are good, but Finesse hasn't seen him yet. He has no idea.
Oh, and that is going to be a rude awakening. Psalm as well, taken down at the same time on the opposite side of the map. 3v4, NRG trying to win this one out. Victor, though, just eating damage from every which way that he tries to turn. And now he might get timing from behind if Forsaken decides to swing the corner. He has not. In the meantime, Crashies fallen. Defy gets Victor. And Artis arrives. They know exactly where he's at. 16 seconds of plant coming down. It's out into the open. Defy, he needs to reposition for this one. Mind Freak trying to get out here. No, they just take the fight to him. The spike plant be damned. They say this is overtime. That doesn't get us extra money. We are out for blood.
Unbelievable. That's the most PRX ending to a round you'll ever see. we don't need to play at the spike. Let's just get the kills. And Forsaken, they're able to sneak underneath the noses, and then some great smokes here from Mindfreak. Once they identified Victor revealed his presence, didn't get a kill there in the back alley. And then they're able to isolate him. Mindfreak doing such a good job being so quick to react with those Astra Stars and smokes to allow them to really make sure they can get to the site, get those kills. So great stuff there. Good recovery from PRX after a nice start from NRG, and now they are one round away from dropping their map pick of Pearl. You wouldn't have thought it after they strung for a bunch together there. They were pretty far ahead at one point, but not super far ahead, but decently far ahead.
This is unreal. Well, a last time out here for NRG. So even if they do get this reset and we continue to go deeper into overtime, and Chet will be without a method to try to pump the brakes. We'll have to rely on PRX in that regard. Well, you know, a player, as you were talking about, that has had such incredible performances throughout the season in Pacific. Devi was since overtaken. You can see how tight-knit it is, though. 3 players on 19. Very much the same on the opposite side there with Som out in the lead. It's just been wonderful to watch these two.
And especially for NRG, it's really been everybody contributing in their win so far here at Tokyo Masters. And now, again, everybody's contributing. CGRS continues to play phenomenally. And Finesse getting pushed aggressively by Jing. He has to hightail it out of here. All the utility, the Nano Swarm's gonna do a ton of damage to Artis on the way in.
Artis looking to flush him out. We'll be able to find a Mindfreak. Dead nice and early here. Artis not worked too low, but the healing's still gonna be coming through. Crashies putting him back to 100. Also taking a forward position. It will be scouted very quickly. Flash around the corner, answering flash out. Crashies completely dodges that. Cloudburst in, Forsaken swings, finds 2 before getting taken out by Som. And that brings it now back to parity. A 3v3, Som, if you can get one more, the ult would be online, but it's gonna be Victor who takes away that kill. Som tagged up just a bit, raises the wall, tap onto the spike. Jing trying to hold this one a half, tucks back around the corner, but now he's all on his lonesome, throws at the curveball, doesn't know which way to look. Finesse will find the final 2 to tie it up at 13-13. We reset, we go again. We re-go again. Here we go again is what I mean to say.
There you go. Dude, this is just so nice here from NRG. Just dial up some quick aggression off that contact that Finesse has over on the B side. And Artis, even though he gets dinged up by the Nano Swarms, goes down to about half off of that full armor, still able to find that huge opening frag that gives them the space. And then Victor and Som getting aggressive onto CGRS off that turret up towards Art. Love the play here from NRG. Love the aggression against PRX. Just keep them guessing, just like they do to you all the time. And oh, Artis.
Forsaken dealt with very swiftly. Not ready for that angle at all. Fully anticipating the pressure to be applied elsewhere, just given that smoke setup. The rest of PRX now creeping their way over towards B, but it's a triple stack for the side of NRG. CGRS still just an age away. Just poking his head out into Art at the moment. Art is behind the screen. Bite thrown down. And that's just trying to save them off for the time being. They're spraying through. They really suspect that somebody's going to be here. They do knock him down to 64 HP. Swings out of the corner, goes into the Nano Sword for a brief little moment. It's going to be the blaze wall from Jing to take him down. Of all things, just so much thrown his way and no great escape route. And now that is going to be both teams without their jets. The round completely cracked open. CGRS on the flank. He's made it all the way through into their spawn. And he could be instrumental. He's tucked away into the corner. Crashes at the same time, though. Looking to backstab. The swing in. He's playing it out patiently. There's 1. There's 2. Jing in the meantime finds one on the opposite side, but Som comes up with eliminations. The spike grabbed. Mindfreak, can he exit fast enough? The answer is going to be no. The reckoning at the ready. Instantly invested. A 1v1 to see who can take this now to map point. CGRS, the stand-in. He knows he needs to rush this down. He needs to play for the kill. There's not enough time to go for the plan. He's swinging around the corner, and he manages to get it done! Some with a shorty doesn't find him. PRX, they break, taking the 14!
You gotta be kidding me! The sub for PRX at the last second again! Unbelievable! I'm lost for words. It's so incredible. The way that they do this whole round from CGRS, doing what Sam is doing on the complete opposite side, both teams having the exact same reaction there.
And I don't blame you. It felt like it was in hand. It's not over yet, though. We go once more into the breach. Four-man rush taking A main control. Orb can be theirs on the side of NRG. Playing quite far back here is PRX. Mind Freak as well. Not looking to get situated into that dugout position. Has been flushed out by Artis so many times before, so yeah. Lets it go over his way. Some answering spam. Minor connection. Flash through. They're playing anti though. CGRS and Divide hold the line. In the meantime, Spike going to be planted within the cove. Back over onto the side. Jing wins on the fight. Victor going to be taken down. Suddenly it's just Finesse and Sam left standing. He's trying to spray him, but he just falls down. Forsaken will get the last one. And it is a flawless round for PRX to take it. 15-13. Pearl is theirs.
What a beautiful adjustment from PRX in that last round, expecting the A hit, and this time they pull back. They don't try to fight NRG at the point of contact. They give up the space, they wait for the reinforcements, and then they start knocking them down.
What an unbelievable map between these two squads, but PRX, the pun again unintentional, whether or not he's here or not, there is something about this team. They continue to persevere where it feels like they should be completely enshrouded in doubt. But it is just the first step. It is just one map. There is still more work to be done.
And again, so much credit all around, no matter the results of this match today, to the PRX team and the PRX staff. Coach Alex, he's been brilliant at Kilios, finally able to start finding those wins over DRX. And here, taking their sub in CGRS, losing arguably their best player. He was the MVP of the VCT Pacific Finals, and now they are challenging NRG to go in to that match tomorrow. That lower finals against Fnatic. Can they get this done on Lotus?
Absolutely incredible scenes being shown here from the side of PRX, but NRG, we know them. They're not going to be going down without a fight. They will look to bounce back and extend this to 3, but they have to be able to best PRX on their map pick of Lotus, one that we saw them utilize to be able to eliminate EDG just yesterday from this very tournament. It's in their hands, but we'll have to go to a quick little break, take a breather, and have the desk break down the action from map number 1.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm here with Coach Alex. I just got to jump in as to say, you guys defied the odds against EDG yesterday, and you're on track to defy the odds again against NRG today. Absolutely stellar performances across the board, but I do want to get some clarification because I've been hearing that, you know, like the comms have been like changed and interchanged amongst people, and then CGRS has also been calling a bit as well, but it seems like he's just been an emotional leader for this team. How has it been inside of the camp?
It's the same system we've always used. Everyone calls. I try to make sure that all 5 of them are leaders in their own right. CGRS has a lot of experience for all different titles, right? So he's here as an older player, as the older brother, trying to make sure that everyone's calm, everyone's happy, everyone is focused on the right things, and I think he's been doing a great job.
Oh, I mean, you can see it. He's popping off with the team. He's wearing it on his sleeve. It's been absolutely immaculate to watch. You're one step closer, baby. You're one step closer. We'll see you in a little bit. Go talk to the team. Back to you guys.
Don't curse it, Golden Boy, don't curse it. But CGRS, of course, coming in as a sub, fragging, clutching, playing like 4 different agents, doing everything he can. This is the thing that we spoke about a little bit, Mel and Kakuka, is that up against Finesse, you know, who would have thought that 5 IGLs is better than 1?
I don't even know what to say to that. It's kind of crazy, and I'm just looking, and CGRS especially, he keeps defying these expectations and keeps surprising. We saw the Killjoy pick, we were talking about it, we were like, this is interesting. Okay, let's see how this goes. Gecko 1 Shrek. Okay, let's see what happens. And we're looking at him. He's doing all the Molly lineups. He has incredible lurk timing. He's pulling off rounds with huge 4Ks that they need in order to get back into these rounds. He is performing insanely well for someone at this stage of the tournament.
And we were very surprised, as we were saying, that Killjoy is the first time for him. I feel like most of the things are going to be a first time for him, but actually PRX managing to bring this back, to take it home. The pick from NRG that looked so convincing on that first half, you know, it's just the way that PRX does it. A lot of the clutches, a lot of the advantages going for them.
Mel, it feels like PRX had no business winning this one, given how close it was for NRG.
I mean, that last round of regulation was a 5v3 in favor of NRG, and then the next round in OT that they play on defense is another. It's a 5v4 man advantage. It's these man advantage that you can't be throwing that late into the game, and full credit due to PRX. They're capitalizing on it. They're looking at these gaps, and again, we keep talking about it. We see Forsaken just walking up on Finesse, just jumping and feeling, gets a free kill. 5v3, Finesse is pushing spawn. It's things like this that can really like tip the tide in terms of PRX, and then huge credits to them for capitalizing.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those rounds you're talking about here in the Verizon high-speed moment for Forsaken in round 22. Kakuka, only he would do this.
The thing is that he kept doing this time and time again. Not exactly this beautiful play where Crashes is still using the dog, and he, oh my god, we're going to see the POV now. Yeah, and he's gone. Yeah. Of course, that's the reaction from the crowd. But as I was saying, this is a play that Forsaken was doing time and time again, fighting for that B long control. Sometimes, a couple of times, it wasn't him, but that pressure was mainly, and I would say 90% of the times there. NRG decides to fight against it time and time again, so it's a 50-50. It's a jet, so if he gets a shot on you, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, let's talk about map 2, because that was actually NRG's pick, in case you guys didn't realize that. But we are going to head to Lotus here. Mel, this is one of the maps that you maybe expected to come up today?
Yeah, I did. I was fully expecting it from PRX because NRG has looked a little weaker on it compared to the rest of their map pool. They've lost 2 Lotuses so far in playoffs alone, and that's definitely going to be a pick where I'm gonna be really looking at the Cypher from PRX and see how it fares in terms of info flow versus an IGL like Finesse, who is really trying his best to control what the other team sees and what they can read on the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Lotus, it's definitely where PRX is going to find the most comfort, as we're seeing an NRG that didn't actually find the pace onto that. Also, we're going to see CGRS going back on the Gecko. His utility is very, very good. We were talking about a lot of people and a lot of chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly that.
But I think that for this one, he has so many ideas and is so good on Gecko that makes things easier for them to have those micro moments and actually just escalate onto NRG.
Yeah, well, if there's anyone that can bring NRG back into this, it is going to be Coach Chet. He has a lot of experience, and he's standing by with Golden Boy right now ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, here with Coach Chet. Obviously tough loss out of that one, but I know that if there's one team that's capable of being able to bring it back, it's always going to be NRG. But I want to get your thoughts real fast on what it's like to get these quick turnaround times on these games. You guys have been really through the ringer in this lower bracket one. We know what you guys are made of in the lower bracket, but how's the work been for you specifically?
I mean, it's been tough. Like, I'm kind of used to doing it at this point because we've been in every lower bracket possible, but I mean, for me and like my analysts and stuff, it's been pretty tough. Like, I've been staying up like late nights, and definitely feel not the greatest, but you know, if we get through this day, we'll have a break.
I know everyone appreciates your hard work. Last thing before you go, just want to ask, how are you going to keep the boys mental? Because that was a tough loss on map 1. Want to know what's going on for map 2.
I mean, again, I feel like we lost some more of our mistakes and less of their like team play. Like they kind of gave us some rounds and we just threw it. So I feel like if we just clean that up and we have some surprise on Lotus, so we'll see if they adapt to that.
Well, if there's one team that's capable of doing it, it's you guys. Much love, brother. Back to you.
We love a surprise, we do indeed. But this is the thing, Mel, they've had a lot of late nights staying up, but how could you even prep for PRX? What do you have to do?
I don't know. I think it's kind of like what he said. Maybe it's less about them and more about themselves, because I agree with him watching that game. It didn't really seem like PRX was outplaying them on a huge macro level. It's like these man advantages we see time and time again. Ooh. And let's see the surprise they have cooked up.
There is.
Well, there it is in the Prime Gaming Agency, like Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be that Neon for Victor. It's actually going to be the Raze. And I think we cannot understand why. I think that Victor was struggling a little bit finding the spacing onto sides and actually not having the brilliance in the attack that we have seen from him before. So going on a more comfort pick as Raze is and having all that utility with her, I think it kind of fits this.
And Finesse has talked about in the past of having the ability to play multiple comps on one map, so I don't even think this is like a last-minute change. I also think that the Raze is a lot better against the Cypher than the Neon. The Neon, you're just sprinting into the trips, but Raze, Satchel, break the util, and now what are they going to have for the entry?
Yeah, we get the matchup of Jing versus Victor. Yeah. I can't wait for this one, but for NRG, Paper Thin and Achilleos, they have to win this map if they want to stay in this tournament.
No, they absolutely do. NRG backs up against the ropes at the moment. PRX is looking for the knockout. One more map, their map pick now on Lotus, but as they were just teeing up, we get that Raze matchup. I was able to talk to Victor earlier on. I said, Jing, regardless, best in the world right now as far as that race is concerned. And he said that he was feeling confident if it came down to that. And I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can push us to map 3, we might get to see it again. Who knows? But yeah, I really like the way that the desk is talking about this. It's so important here to be able to clear those trips from the Cypher. You know, he can really cause a lot of problems. Ken Forsaken on this agent, he plays it very unorthodox. He likes to grab that Odin and start kind of roaming around the map with it as well, trying to keep you a little bit off balance. The way he sets up some of those one-ways on C, he makes it very difficult to attack that site. So I'm curious here if NRG is going to be looking to attack the C site a lot, use their utility to clear the Cypher setups, clear Forsaken out of space, potentially, and try to use that as their sort of curveball that they're talking about to throw here. Initially expecting some contact out of C is NRG, but instead, everybody just holding pat for PRX. They don't want to push through. You know, Forsaken actually over on the A side with the trips on opposite sides of the A site itself. It's going to be the setup for them.
And with those, though, not going to be able to slow them up too much because it's going to be a very long rotate for 3 players on the side of PRX.
And I'll be curious what the situation looks like here for PRX when NRG, if NRG comes through onto A with that toxic screen going up, pings coming out, orb potentially going to be taken as well. Forsaken just needs to kind of hold the line here, play his life, don't go down, get the rest of PRX in, and yeah, it's fast reinforcements for PRX.
And lean towards the back of the side spike. Still not being brought in quite just yet, though. They say, okay, we think that we pulled the rotations. Now they're going to try to cut over towards B, but there's 3 players waiting here. And as the Dizzy goes out and answering nade, they just try to usher them back over towards A, and it has worked out. Blind Freak, center sight, sees one. Victor swings and gets both. Takes him down for a second. Mind Freak now going to be gone. Artist as well. Hovering back over towards Rubble. Takes out Jing, gets the dink across. The Vi gonna fall, runs out of bullets, still manages to break line of sight. And now CGRS, what else he could do is pick up a kill here, try to get an extra little charge towards that Thrash, but NRG will be taking a 3rd pistol round win here in the series.
Yeah, continuing to be flawless on these pistols so far here in this series. Just really good mid-rounding from NRG. This is the NRG that you kind of expect to see, where they're kind of toying with you, where they feel that they're giving up this space a little bit too easily onto A. So let's shift over to B. Maybe we could have pulled the rotations. They shift over to B, they see that there's quite a few players there. Okay, just back over to A then. There's still at least a couple over there. Let's take the space we've been given. We've confirmed that that space is free enough. And we can get in through there. PRX now trying to push aggressively up behind the rocks. Swarming over towards the C site.
Nothing noted, but yeah, pretty much nobody within audio range of this one either, so quick rotate. Can't come through, but They're very much sussing out that the C site is going to be occupied by this point. There's a Sheriff in the hands of Devi, a shorty there for Jing. See if they can get any damage done. As for now, it's looking like Jing is going to go pushing up towards Waterfall, but that is being watched by Crashies with that Spectre at range. A little bit whippy. I mean, some nice headshots in the first round there from Artis, but can't quite line it up. Mind Freak gets the better of him. Dizzy out, Finesse able to clear it fast enough. As Forsaken will get taken out. CJRS pushes through, will find some. Instantly dealt with, and I mean, if you're Jing, it's just, what do you do? You're in such a bad spot. Unless they're gonna come to you, which it looks like Victor is thinking about. They're gonna have a rough time, but yep, gets a little bit of timing there as Jing wants to just swing on the corner. Devi with a nice shot. Will make this somewhat costly. 3 players taken out on the side of NRG. As he looks for a little bit more, gets Victor to boot. And that's some decent impact found here from the side of PRX.
Yeah, you'll absolutely take that round. With how much damage you're able to do to NRG, with what little you would expect them to normally be able to carry over, but they do have quite a few creds floating around, so they are going to go ahead and purchase up those rifles in this round. So, able to bank up enough of an economy here is NRG.
Oh, Forsaken swapping sides, and he's got an Odin.
Yep. This is what I love to see. The Seaside Cypher from Forsaken. Just locking this down. But again, this extra utility for NRG. Not going to catch any of that Cypher utility off the rip just yet.
I mean, he's just going to go ahead and rotate around the backside of the site here. He's watching the cam. Victor ready for it. Clears it out, so no dart's going to be found. And the Trailblazer will help clear out some of these trap wires that are set up. Certain where he is located. Just waiting this out. Some TP's over into the corner. Some spray down, and Forsaken will be able to find one for his troubles. Puts a little bit of extra damage down to Crashies as well. Pulls back lower sight. And oh boy, it's just gonna be Odin things, huh? Forsaken with 3. Crashies now trying to hold the line. They're swinging into 4. Is he really gonna get an ace with the Odin here in round number 3? Nanoswarm invested. Artis trying to hold the line. CJRS is gonna be taken out, and of course he gets it! Oh, Forsaken! The most dishonest weapon in the game claims himself an ace to get PRX on the board.
This is what I was talking about at the beginning of this map. He's so disgusting on this, and this time he doesn't really even have to use any of his own utility, except that it just confirms the presence of NRG. Smokes go up, Odin goes burr, and down goes NRG. This absolutely just phenomenal, and this is what makes him so nasty. His game sense, his ability to kind of predict the way that NRG is going to want to play and attack his C-site holds. He reads it perfectly. He just plays back, he just waits, he lets them use all that utility to clear out his utility of his own, and just unbelievable.
And Crashies hero rifle invested. One off having those Seekers online. Artis in the meantime, given the early impact found, as well as that last little kill onto CJRS, does get him a lockdown. Finesse has already taken enough space to potentially get a very nice setup to flush out that A site.
They're all,
well.
This is 6 in a row. Hold on.
That it is.
I'm starting to tally.
Okay, we'll see how high that goes. Still advancing forward, though. Hero rifle is recovered, and Victor puts it to good use. Finds Mind Freak. Spike now getting planted. Aid coming through, lands right at Victor's feet. Gets around the corner just fast enough. The Void getting taken out by it. Jing now eliminated. And they're starting to turn this one on its head. Forsaken going to fall. Devi as well, taken out. Now it's just CJRS, and the Odin is in the hands of Som. He says, yep, I could use this as well. Artis just playing contact off the turret. Makes his presence known. Nanoswarm not cleared out. And with no money, CJRS just going to have to drift away, you would expect. Perhaps just waiting to see if he can get anybody on the exit, but they're not going to be coming towards him, at least not yet. No, the back off. They'll move back over towards the attacking side. CJRS will go his separate way. It's going to be NRG, not allowing for the tie-up to come through. 3-1.
I think the best I can gather here for PRX, because they get that opening kill down A towards the orb, and then I think they expected a rotate. I think they kind of overthought this hit from NRG. Instead, NRG just continues to push base and kind of catches Mind Freak a little bit off guard. So immediately, PRX is gonna pump the brakes here, kind of readdress the situation, maybe do a little bit more diligence with confirming how NRG is moving around the map, make sure that, you know, you don't, this is the thing that it's so hard, and Mel was talking about this on the desk earlier, about how hard it is to kind of anticipate what Finesse is thinking at any time, because he throws, you know, double, triple fakes at you, or he's using utility, or he's calling for utility all over the place. The mid rounds are so good, so it makes it so scary. When he does commit to something, sometimes that in and of itself just confuses you. So let's see what Coach Alex is preparing here. So you still have the neural theft. Now you've got Seekers for Divide, but again, that lockdown still for Artist didn't have to be used. Victor with the showstopper, Crashies with the Seekers of his own. And that Odin now falls into the hands of Sama. He actually drops it for Guardian. Well, oh, he shifted it over to Artist. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, just given the value of the weapon, don't want to give up on the opportunity to carry that one forward. Looks like, though, PRX still just going to be looking to scrape together what they can, so full half armor across the board from them. Neural theft, those Seekers are at the ready. A slightly weaker buy here for the side of Mindfreak, who's going to be carrying a Stinger alongside the Bulldog from CGRS. Triple presence just outside of Mound here. Forces C's side. CGRS just going for the Jiggle Peaks. Hasn't done any of the utility yet, and Sam just one-taps him with that Guardian. Absolutely monstrous. The site completely open. And Cypher set up as well. Not here.
Look at Finesse.
There's nothing to delay them as Victor goes jumping forward. Showstopper out, gets the catch. Forsaken cannot exit fast enough, and this is a fantastic adjustment here from NRG off the back of just that one tap. Very perfect read, and now just 3 players left. Divide can upgrade to the Bulldog. Do they try to play this one out versus 5? They know that that lockdown is also going to be available, so it seems like they just want to try to hold these weapons as much as possible. Finesse lingering on the outskirts here, will get taken down. Force Jing to buy some armor, but they cannot get that elimination. Now Bulldog can be upgraded.
Yeah, it's still just a really good reaction again from NRG. You just find that opening pick, and then you just kind of punish the space that PRX likely has given up. If they're going to get that aggressive early, there's likely not too much behind it. So you're able to just get in there. That gives Finesse the ability to roam the map. Yeah, he dies. It's good awareness by PRX, but still kind of confirms the retreat, and that, you know, you're likely to do some damage in there. And of course, the money looks like he's going to be a little bit awkward. Yeah, a Bulldog for Forsaken. Didn't have quite enough to get a 5th rifle in there. And again, Artist still sitting on this lockdown, so you still have that incredibly powerful ult in the pocket, because NRG just hasn't needed to use it.
Yeah, and whether it was a kill or that death that he just suffered, Finesse now has that pit at the ready, so if they can get early control of the site, just look to completely lock PRX out of it. Tap on the door, it's a bit of a bait here. Seeing if he can spot anybody over towards Rubbles. Shots do ring out.
Screen down.
Screen goes down. CGRS not looking to push past Mound and get himself into a really aggressive position, it would seem. Just holding back, wary that they might shift their attention from the A site over towards C.
Now you've got Jing rotating in here. They're still expecting this A hit, and with that camera there to confirm, NRG still has time to pull back. They don't have to fully invest themselves in this just yet. Finesse putting some attention towards that door. The Trailblazer in there. It's going to be dealt with. Yeah.
Fight across. See what he can find. Shot sprayed in. Free open on the door. Forsaken not really wanting to stay in this position. Gets that full flash. Has to back away. Another follow-up flash comes in. He swings on the corner. Throws out that near ult depth. The door again swinging. He's going to try to stay alive. Waiting for the download to complete. Gets it tucked into the corner. Finds the second one. Looks for the third. Can't make it happen. Artist cleans him up. Now the lockdown going to be invested. Over at the tree. Jing swings out. However, gets the timing on a Finesse. Finishes him off. Goes to jump across. Gets himself into stairs. Still needs to exit though. Sam and Artist both tagged up. See how they try to approach this one. Boombot to clear close, has to be taken down. An Artist drops to the low ground, sends out a nano just to try to delay. Sam over a drop, finds Jing, brings it back into a 2v2. CGRS though will be good for the last 2. Cleans it up, the fuse can come in, handing off to Divide to try to get those Seekers back online once more. PRX will find their second round win.
And he has been so good on this map for PRX. Some huge clutches yesterday for them. Just absolutely comfortable on Gecko on this map. And I love the way that Jing sticks around here, finds a big kill, kind of catch him off guard as they're retreating away from the lockdown, and then able to get himself out and reset. Sam able to find a good angle from drop. And now this is a very stacked up PRX team expecting some kind of A hit. They love to stagger this utility here. Plus you have the Thrash behind all this, the showstopper as well in the back pocket for Jing.
Flash in, Finesse fully anticipating that Mindfreak is going to be rotating over. He's absolutely rewarded. Gets that kill. Mindfreak gone nice and early, and Crashies can bring him back to full. So healing will come in. Artist going to be receiving the orbs, trying to get that next lockdown ready.
But look at the way PRX is already shifting towards this C side, and now you got to deal with this Odin again.
Surely he can't get an ace again. You have to be thinking. Nate to try to cut him off into the back. Cancel on the TP. Cam goes out. He's trying to get that dart across onto Victor. Didn't manage to make the connection in time, though. Now the pit is going to be invested from Finesse. They're trying to make this as unassailable as possible. Oh, the showstopper goes out. It takes them low, but it doesn't find the eliminations. Crashies and Victor both tagged up. Nano Swarm, the Thrash now dealt with on the back end. Dizzy as well goes through. A nice flash, gets that full blind. They look to swing around the side of Mound. Fight using that Trailblazer, but they know that he is close. And now he's the last one standing. His full flashed, and Crashies will be able to set up for the kill. Finesse with a 4K in the meantime, as NRG will lock in their 5th round win of the half.
Yeah, really good diligence here from NRG on the backside of this. Using that utility this time to clear Forsaken, to push him back. Don't give him that comfort. It's the paranoia into the paint shells, into the snake bite, to push him out of the sight. Don't use it to clear that utility this time. Just make sure you don't have to worry about that Odin. And then Artis, so aware on the back end, ready for this Gecko utility. It's been something that PRX is doing the last couple times on this map, is Devi and CGRS staggering together with their flashes, with these blinds to try to get their kills.
Boombot goes off. Jing, I mean, blinded out, meets the damage. Does have the Sky nearby. Healing comes through, but again, it's going to be Forsaken all on his lonesome this time with that Marshall in hand, trying to stave off 5 players from the side of NRG who are not being very ambiguous, very secretive about their intentions. Rush over towards A. Trailblazer might have even spotted him. Up on the high ground, he drops down and just can't quite get those shots to connect. Victor wins it out. Satchel thrown, paint shells. He's on the opposite side. Just looking to try to deny that plan, but it comes through all the same. 5 members strong here on the site. Artist with a little bit of a linger. Over towards Link Doors. Jing sends him swinging into the spray, taken down. Double approach around the back, and Finesse just cuts him down to size. A flawless round for NRG. Finding themselves with a very firm lead, 4 rounds up.
And this is the NRG we love to see. Just kind of a little bit of back and forth. Good cover, good clearance. Everybody doing a great job. Finesse once again having some phenomenal moments there. These multi-kill rounds from Finesse have been so good. And yeah, I mean, PRX already gonna use their 2nd time out of Kilios. You think back to PRX versus EDG. It was on their defender side where they really did a ton of damage. It was 8-4. And then they stumbled a little bit on their attacker side to start it, and then string together a bunch of rounds to find the win to close out that series. So, you know, of course, different teams, different matchups, but you want to really stabilize here as PRX. Try to keep this as respectable as possible. And who knows, maybe their attacker side will be really strong today. Maybe they've been able to tweak a few things coming into it. But the economy's been a bit all over the place for PRX. They are going to be investing in that Odin once again, I believe, for Forsaken. See if he can put it to good use again, but other than that one round, it's been pretty quiet.
Rough to have to use both the timeouts here in the first half, obviously, but Alex seeing no other recourse available. Just given that the 2 rounds that they've been able to pick up so far, does that he needs to get something on the board here sooner rather than later. 10-4-2 for Finesse. It's something about this guy and these 3 spike site maps that just allow him, that just unlock him and his potential. We saw him just crushing quite a bit, having so much impact. Even just yesterday versus TL. Turn on the flash. CGRS and Forsaken taking a very forward position here around B, which has been, for the most part, very much ignored. Devi on the opposite side, though. Oh, it's going to be eliminated. Into the meat grinder they go. NRG just mincing PRX. Forsaken trying to get something done, swaps weapons, but Sam privy to it, instantly domes him, and it just feels like we're going to go from one flawless to the next. NRG looking absolutely unstoppable here on this attack.
And they have a minute to go hunting for Mindfreak.
Yeah.
They have all the time in the world. They don't need a plant. They just need to find him. They want to do this damage. The economy of PRX is once again in the gutter. So certainly just get what you can out of this.
Yep, grab the orbs. Grab every orb you possibly can.
Yeah.
Take everything off the map, pick it clean. Paranoia, not sure if that actually connected. Oh, it did! Finesse, not having the audio cue. Does get taken down. It seems like Mindfreak actually feeling it. Maybe wants to try to play this one out. It's going on the push. Sam setting up a smoke. Mindfreak looking to match. Paint shells. Just to try to dissuade. Cover going out. Second smoke now used, but how do you even remotely clear this one? Victor spotted the headshot through, 6 HP. The spray almost good for it. If he can win this one out, maybe that would put him into a winnable position here, as Crashy is also at 20 health, but the time is dwindling. Eventually, it seems like Mindfreak just gonna have to give up on the venture. Still though, the hunt coming in. Sam hounds him down, does not allow him to carry that weapon forward. A good attempt, but not good enough. The two will remain on the scoreboard, but NRG's, it continues to grow.
Yeah, right off the rip, NRG is just prepared for this push out. This 2-2-1, basically from every angle of the map that PRX is trying to come at. Just read beautifully. Just set up right there at C lobby, just wait behind the cover and start knocking them down as they start coming out. And one by one, the dominoes fall for PRX, and now it's on to Stingers and Bulldogs to save enough for another buy into the next round. Finesse here, just looking to see, get all the information he can. PRX gonna sneak Mindfreak into the back of Rubble.
Drifting back over towards this one. Mindfreak up on top. Could catch them off guard. Ball raised. CGRS seeing the shoulder. So much pressure here on this Omen now. Mindfreak gonna micro out that smoke. Sam throwing the Paranoia, but it's not even needed. Finesse again, cuts him down in the very same position. Major boon for them here in the round.
And both times that PRX has tried to sneak Mindfreak into that position behind Rubble, it's been read and dealt with by NRG. I mean, they completely have PRX figured out on this map. They have got their tendencies so well read.
Well, it didn't take very long for them either, just given that we saw this just yesterday. Great prep work as Forsaken is unready for that. Absolutely unprepared. Rush onto the corner, Divide out, gonna be forced away with the paint shells. The plant coming down onto the B site as NRG once again pivot. Divide starting to creep up, Stinger in hand. Might be, oh. Okay, turns his attention. Thought maybe he had gotten Victor there. Jing will be able to finish him off at the end. And a 1v3. Nano at his feet. We'll grab the Phantom to see if he can get some more done. Nano cleared, but Sam off on that hard right angle. Takes him down. NRG get themselves up to 8. The question is, does the bleeding stop at all?
Exactly.
For PRX?
That's literally what I'm just thinking, Achilleos. Just, you know, PRX has to turn this around. They have to figure something out here. And, you know, they're trying a lot of different looks. They're giving NRG a lot of kind of different maneuvers, different operations throughout the map, but every single time, NRG has just been ready for it. They seem to completely have downloaded the PRX manual, which is not an easy task for anybody.
No. Man, just twisting the knife deeper and deeper with every single round. It's Forsaken again, Odin in hand over on the C site. They're starting to push up towards his position. All 5 members making their way towards Mount. But now there's a lockdown to try to flush him out. Turret gonna be set up just to give some early warning in case that flank does come in from behind. Trailblazer set out. Lockdown now invested. Forsaken looks like he wants to stay. He wants to try to shove them out of this. Catch anything before the lockdown does go through. Gets the dink through the wall. Looks for finesse. Can't get anything more. Crashes down to 17, and yet again, it's going to be the pit coming through. As Victor pulls the showstopper. He's thinking about how far does he want to go. We'll just have to send this one out blindly, but no one there to receive it. TP now out into PRX's spawn. Som looking to backstab. Paranoia out, Mind Freak, caught off guard. Artist on the opposite side of the mound finds that kill. Som getting closer and closer now. Gun at the ready, swing in, Jing. Just does out-aim him a little bit there, finds the kill. 3 players can back away, but again, the umpteenth time, this is PRX having to save. And Victor will not allow it. And Devi falling. Looks like Victor will volunteer to go on the hunt. See if he can get anything else. Jing says no, but still an immense amount of damage dealt, and now the best that PRX can hope for is a 9-3 first half.
Just clinical stuff here from NRG. Just love watching them maneuver, just love watching the way they operate. They read the map so incredibly well. They set up this crossfire out of the doors. A little bit of miscoordination from PRX. They throw out the Seekers, but it gets stuck on that door, and that allows NRG to really prepare for that position. All 3 of those doors, maybe a little unlucky, going right in towards Artist and the crossfire that they set up there. So that makes things all that much more easier. And I don't know, Forsaken sitting there, holding on Ojing.
Over the top, sends it, finds one. Some going to be taken down. Victor at 10 HP as well. Meanwhile, CGRS trying to swing out on the opposite side. Does fall down at the end of it all as Mind Freak just caught. Finesse just holding W, gets himself inched up into A, and Mind Freak just trying to micro some smokes out there, ends up falling, gets Finesse, or Finesse gets Forsaken as well. Forsaken gets Finesse is what I was trying to say there, and this is looking so incredibly good for the side of NRG. A 10-2 half, even with PRX on their attacking side, that just feels nigh impossible to recover from.
Yeah, once again, I mean, these lurks from Finesse, time and time again, finding value for NRG. He's just so smart about it, and Mind Freak just looking to throw some smoke somewhere. Not even a little bit ready. Jing gonna try to do what he can.
Last player standing.
See if he can get anything done.
Now he's the last man standing. Spotted, finds one. Somehow needs to isolate every single one of them, cannot make it happen. Finesse from start to finish in this half. Absolutely gorgeous play to get his team 10-2. 16-6-2 on the scoreboard at the moment there for the IGL, for the mastermind of NRG, setting them up for a bind decider map.
It's just so brilliant. Every time any piece of util came out, FNS was there to try to sniff out exactly what PRX wanted to do. He's reading really well the tendencies of when they want to get aggressive, when they want to play safe, where they want to play.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty to talk about here for the desk, so we'll go ahead and talk it back over to Yinsu. Tell us it back over to Yinsu and the others.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paperton. You know, we talk about how NRG are able to bounce back in these situations, and Mel, they just shown us a masterclass.
A 10-2 halftime lead after the first map. I actually can't believe it. That is insane. And to top it all off, Finesse is going nuclear right now. He's like 15-6 on top of leading, having amazing reads, knowing exactly when they're rotating off their aggression and knowing when they aren't. He's having phenomenal impact on these lurks as well. He's saving his team, getting 4Ks in his ult. He can literally do it all right now.
Yeah, and we can see it now in the repetition of this round number 7, how they understood everything, well, not everything, but they had a very clear idea on how PRX wanted to work around the map. We saw, you're talking about FNS, and I think that we saw it at the beginning of every round. Every single time that PRX was trying to be aggressive, trying to create that pressure onto Robo, FNS knew exactly when and where to stop, when and where to shoot, and actually getting the kill so many times onto Mind Freak in a composition where you're playing with a solo controller, it weakens the possibility of that retake that you want to play for later a lot. So coming into the second one, we know when we were talking also about it when we were watching this game, we know that Lotus it tends to be an attack-sided map, but is it going to be enough? Because NRG just needs 3 rounds to take it to the third map.
I agree with you, and I feel like with this raise as well, I think this will help them a lot more on the defense because I think their Neon was a bit played out, and I think they realize that as well. And if anything, if things start to go awry, I'm sure that, you know, Victor's going to pull out the raise off one of these rounds and try to throw him off.
Well, this is going to be a really, really big hill for PRX to climb if they want to close this out 2-0. But by the looks of things, though, Achilles paper thin, I don't think that's going to happen. We are owed that bind. I want to see it.
I mean, it certainly feels like it is absolutely destined from here on out. After the beginning, PRX taking away that Pearl map after having not shown it this entire tournament, it seemed like, okay, with Lotus on the horizon, maybe this is going to be a 2-0, but instead, it's just PRX finding 2 rounds so far in the entire map. We'll see, though, if miracles can happen, but NRG are absolutely poised to take us to bind, and from there, who the hell knows what's going to occur.
Yeah, this is just classic NRG. Drop the first map and then just come back so strong for the follow-up. The resilience from this team, we saw it against Liquid. You're seeing it here again. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. A lot of utility from the side of PRX. The Trailblazer, the Dizzy, making sure that the site is clear. Going to use the Wingman to cut through the Nano and not get the plan.
Artist able to spam it out. CRS moves over, just picks up the Wingman. Spike in the hands of Forsaken at the moment. Forsaken, you're rushing forward, my friend. Finds one, helps find a second one, but now he's gonna fall. Crashies comes up with 2, Artist gets the other. The aggressive fight from PRX strands the Spike, everybody gets cleaned up, and NRG, 100% pistol win rate so far in the series. Their 4th one now racked up.
And that's brutal, and PRX just trying to throw anything in the wall and see what sticks, trying to cut through towards B, through C-Link, and just read again so well here by NRG. They have all the time in the world since they delay the plant from the Wingman. Again, really doing some diligence on how PRX and where PRX likes to use that Wingman to get those plants. And we saw it a lot previously against EDG. The Wingman was able to get some really important moments. But here, NRG, once again, not having any of it.
Flashing a nade out, but NRG just making the read, knowing that this force is going to be coming through and that it's going to be, the site's turned over towards the C site here. CGRS does not have the spike in his hand, so cannot go for the Wingman plant now, can try to invest that one. The Nano Swarm's already committed here from Artis as the smokes dissipate. Flash set into the back, they're looking for the aggressive push. Jing going to be able to find 2, Artis and Finesse going to be cleaned up. Victor on the opposite side. Takes out Mind Freak. Nade comes their way, though, for the delaying. This waterfall push coming in. Devi looks to go aggressive. The turn into the corner. CGRS finding one, then taken down. It's an absolute bloodbath that Ching will barely be able to win out on. The third round picked up, but everything from either team completely left on the floor. One player left standing. Is PRX probably wishing that that could have been a hell of a lot cleaner, but still going to be grateful for the round win all the same.
Just barely able to get it done is Jing, but this time a little bit of a change up for PRX with the Wingman, sending it right behind that pillar this time, getting the plant down a little bit quicker, able to avoid those fast rotations from NRG. And then NRG just kind of bunched up in C-Link there, and just eventually able to be cut down. You know, again, being so aggressive towards this space is PRX, and NRG pretty aware of it, but even if you know it's coming sometimes, you can't stop PRX. With W Key Gaming does have some effect. A lot of utility here. Oh my God, this man.
Yeah, the spray through Jing. Jing ripped apart a bit there. The healing has to come through. Devi just getting him back into a stable position as door gets opened up and they're going to start pivoting their way into B. Crashies nearby. Jing's just going to be waiting for that door to get broken down. Just, meantime, Forsaken wins out the fight against Finesse. CGRS putting a little bit of damage down across onto Som, knocks him to 62. With this plant position, it seems like PRX should be all right to go ahead and close this out.
Yeah, this is really nicely done here by PRX. They get the camera into B early from Forsaken.
It's just a call to die to the spike.
Yeah. And then they fan out to cover the Wingman plant. Able to cut off the link angles. Really nicely handled. Just a good adjustment here, not pressing the issue. You know, sometimes that does hurt PRX. Everybody now is taking some parting shots. Artis maybe looking for something with this Spectre on the back end.
And anything he finds here is an immense amount of value. Swings out, catches one, looks for another, gets CGRS before Devi can finish him off. And still though, impact felt. Artis plenty of cash rolling forward into the next round. Softening up PRX as much as they possibly can.
And it's these lurks from NRG that once again pay dividends. Time and time again. They're all over the map. No matter where you're at, you have to be aware that someone could be right around the corner. Sometimes that's the case for both of these teams, but NRG, so smart so many times. Finesse on the attacker side, and now Artis getting a ton of value. But still just barely able to get a rifle buy here.
Cam goes out. 4-player stack at A, but quick rotate, quick pivots here from NRG. Starting to get a sense of, okay, you know what, they want to go C. Paranoia across, Artis forced all the way back out of the site. You know, swarms used. CTRS just going to be holding down for the plant. Now has the ult online. Showstopper out as well. Jing on the hunt. Ult goes in. Does catch Finesse, but he's got plenty of covering fire, and no one wants to pursue that deep just to try to find one little kill. PRX just stay here like statues, not making any noise, not moving an inch, just waiting to try to catch NRG, lure them into the trap. Triple approach now coming through from Waterfall. Som, no HP, but somehow wins on that fight. CTRS now trying to hold the line, catches one, Ching catches two, and CTRS will find the third. The entirety of NRG taken down between the two of them. And that is PRX winning out on an ever crucial round, moving up now to 5.
And the pressure felt here early by NRG, so they have to give up the site. They back off, and the plant allows. Oh my God.
Barely getting that spot out.
He just barely saw him in time. But it's the reactions here from PRX. They're like, okay, let's get the plant down. We're going to throw the Thrash out, buy some more space, set up the crossfires, just kind of lock things down. Some really good early pushes around the corners from NRG. Their utility doesn't catch PRX too much in that previous round.
Paranoia out. They're looking at the challenge here around bound. Flash is decent, but Jing, it dissipates. He manages to find the shot. Finesse now falling. Good damage on the Jing, but just not enough to finish the kill, so Divide, after scooping the orb, getting the Seekers online, will go ahead, put him back to 100 HP. Well, Artis, as well as Victor, thinking about an approach from behind, but Forsaken is prepped for this. He's got the trap wire set up. Jing, in the meantime, does get finished off.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers are going to be committed here, all the same. Dizzy not spotting long enough to try to find that blind. Crashies, however, still will get flushed out. Forsaken picking him up, as the plant can now come through. Artis now gone. Som just waiting to see what he can do. It's not too much time remaining, though. Has to back off. The Mosh just to send them out. Seems like they still are very suspicious about that position, and Victor likely just going to be waiting to see if anyone aggressively pushes out towards Waterfall in the exit. Try to maybe find a gun. Som, though, catching Forsaken right as he turned around. And there's potential here for Mind Freak as well. The chest shot takes them down. Som with 3 kills, grabs the Vandal. He wants to challenge this one. He's thinking about it. CTRS just staying tucked into the corner. He says, at the very least, you know what? Maybe I can finish you off. Jump up over the top. Victor will be able to get the kill, so everybody dead on the side of PRX, but NRG cannot get that round win. Economic damage dealt, not allowing for PRX to bank up anything. They continue to claw this one back, getting closer and closer, now 6-11.
That's a huge moral victory for the side of NRG. Kind of a lack of discipline here at the end of the round from PRX. Cost them. Forsaken trying to get a little bit aggressive. I think could just play a little bit deeper here as PRX. I was going to really applaud them for the way they did the beginning of this round. Again, given the site, but like you mentioned earlier, leaving those traps behind to watch for those lurks, really cover their bases there. And it looked like it was potentially going to be solid. But it is going to be NRG now coming into this. 4 rounds in a row for PRX. Going to want to really talk about how you want to maybe either reinforce the C side or kind of worry about some change of direction, some change of pace from PRX. Try to really lock this map down, get it out of the way, get over to Bind.
Just one off from bringing that into this map point, but it's been 4 consecutive for the side of PRX. This could be the point, though, that really turns the tides. The lockdown Som, his own ultimate. Can add a lot of confusion, ambiguity into the rounds here. Decides to pull the trigger on it. PRX, do they have it in them to continue this run, or can NRG take that second to last step towards bind right here and now?
And look, it's CGRS, one away from the thrash again. Forsaken still sitting on that neural map.
Finesse one off a pit.
Yeah, finesse one off a pit, so some huge ults could be coming in here. NRG certainly trying to see if they can prepare. Finesse probably considering maybe seeing if he can get away with this orb for free if maybe the C lean stopped for PRX. But for now, they're continuing to contest that space, but it is the change here for PRX. It's going to be Forsaken starting to lurk towards the other side of the map.
Crashy's playing back though, watching this angle. He's with a knife out, and okay, didn't quite see him the first time around. Does take a good amount of damage. Forsaken now, just tapping the door, breaking the other. Trailblazer does get the stun, does get some damage across. Dart will just go ahead and connect as he destroys the camera, removes it. Everybody else now from PRX arriving over here towards A. Som waiting at the connector, and Forsaken doesn't clear the angle wide enough. Ends up getting taken down. Paranoia now going to be sent through. As they looked for the attempt at the rush play there to try to hound him out.
Plant should come down. NRG now starting to ready up for this retake. Again, that lockdown.
3 players stacked up. Surely this cannot find value. Surely they should be able to destroy it. Tries a hug against the wall, sends it out. Not going to be getting the stun. It's not going to be recoverable either. Divide, noting finesse though. Gets the headshot, gets the kill. Now they have to be worried about that threat coming out of the B site and potentially behind, but right now they're focused up on the site itself, knowing that they zone them out with the lockdown. Tap onto the spike, the boom bot cleared. They know that one is going to be over here in tree. Artis spamming through, finds the kill, looks to try to go for the hold, but Artis comes up with a second. They're holding it through, revealed, dragged across, finds one, cannot get the second. And with 3 members left standing, NRG will finally break the win streak, stopping PRX dead in their tracks and taking it now to map point.
And the early part of this round, I like the little runabout that Forsaken goes on, but he shoots open this door. Oh my God.
And just didn't quite notice.
Just didn't see it.
Don't interrupt. One enemy
But I didn't really want to see him shoot that door just yet. I thought he kind of broke it a little bit early, and then that's what kind of cost them the player early on in the round. Would have liked to have seen him maybe just let that be. So continue to kind of create some chaos.
Hit now. Used over on C, and that's exactly where PRX had their sights set. A little bit of damage here from Forsaken. As he cuts his way forward, but is he going to be ready for this one? No. Victor on the lurk, just outside of stairs. Comes up with the kill. Now door going to be opened up. It's looking like they're going to be pushing straight in to all this KJ util that Artis has set up here on the B site. But to spam the Trailblazer to try to lead the way. Our alarm bot, Nanoswarm's going through. Jing is getting worked lower and lower, ends up falling. CGRS over, answering back 2 of his own, but now Artis gets the buy. And it is all on CGRS to try to keep them in this map, but he cannot do it. 13-6, an absolutely gorgeous reply from NRG after dropping their map pick of Pearl. They come into PRX's Lotus, and they absolutely decimate them.
Just beautiful stuff here, top to bottom from NRG. Love the reads, love the play. And it didn't require going too deep into the playbook for NRG. They were able to just counter PRX at almost every twist and turn. Every attack, every lineup on the defender side for PRX that they attempted just never really got much purchase. It seemed like their utility that they were using, you know, whether it be leading with some of that Sky utility or the combo with the Gecko in the Sky, just, you know, kind of did not catch NRG off guard at all. And sure, Forsaken had a good round in there with the Cypher, but then after that, he was widely ineffective.
Well, as it should be, we're in for a very long day between our 2 series. We are going the distance and seeing a full 3 maps here in this elimination matchup between PRX and NRG. It all comes down to bind. One thing's for damn sure, we're going to be seeing that Gecko again. But how practice is this going to be? Who is going to be able to come out on top? PRX, can they reestablish themselves? Can they find their footing or is NRG going to get the better of them yet again? Can Finesse continue to finesse this map? We're going to find out, but first we're going to be going to a quick little break, so do not go anywhere. The action continues when we come back.
Praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love to you. Praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love. Sending my love.
What a massive response from NRG. That was a statement win against PRX on Lotus. I'm your host, Yungsu, and I'm joined by Mel and Kakuka once again. We knew this series is going to be a banger, Kakuka. Yeah. I was not going to be okay with this not going to a map 3.
I mean, honestly, I thought that NRG needed this to be a 2-0. Like, they needed a decisive win to keep making this lower bracket run. But hey, this is going the distance. More reps for them, more things that they have to show us during the tournament.
Yeah, and Mel, finesse.
I mean, after the first map, having such a dominant attack side, and on top of it, just being on top of having insane reads, but also Finesse taking over, going like 16-6 at halftime, it's gotta feel so good. Actually, I know, it feels amazing when your team trusts you and you can do that, and you come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about that, maybe Chet said that they had something prepared. I think that more so than just changing the agent, I think that they knew exactly how PRX interpreted and what the micros are that they were going to see in the map. And time again, we were seeing NRG one step ahead of them. I think that that first half just summed it all with the timings that they were taking, with the pressure that they were putting on certain points of the map. I think that it was just meant to be.
Yeah, and also we always talk about his IGLing, his leadership, but these numbers, Mel, they speak for themselves. They don't lie.
I say lead by example.
Yeah.
And he's out here like, I swear it was 16-6 at half, and he's just dominating the server. It's like, how can you not trust someone that's your IGL who is performing like that, lurking for you, having insane reads, and then also closing out the map on defense.
And also, now that we're heading into this map number 3, you need that leadership. You need that figure that is going to take you this step further that you need to close it and continue in the competition.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is PRX, they didn't win many rounds, and one of the rounds they did win was an ace, an Odin ace, in fact, and this was from Forsaken Kakuka. This was kind of crazy.
I think that this is dedicated to Mitch, to wherever he is, because he is an Odin enjoyer, especially on this map. The way that he's just getting the clears flawlessly, I think that everybody has been on the other side with someone getting an ace with an Odin.
I'm sorry, I was just cackling at the sound of the Prime Odin. I haven't heard a Prime Odin in so long.
Really?
It just sounded funny, sorry.
I love this skin, I love this skin. But speaking of Forsaken and PRX, there were a lot of doubts about this team coming into this tournament, given that they had to play with a sub on their roster. But we spoke to Forsaken, this is what he had to say about their run.
I feel really great, of course, because we can win and we can continue to the next step. Yeah, I'm really feel great today. To be honest, I don't really expect that we can go this far with the substitute CGRS, but I guess I just have to believe in our team, right? Overall, I think he's really great player. His aim really crispy, and we're glad that he is our substitute in PRX. We have the mindset where the score is always gonna be 0-0, even though we already beaten up for 11-4 or something. We always mentally reset and we don't think about score that much. And we just play as usual, how we play on practice.
We're towards tree. Yep. They're not worried, are they? They're going up against the half bite. No way! Oh, your movement is just impeccable!
I think NRG playstyle is really different from the Pacific, definitely, because we come from another region. But I would say I think we're more happier to meet another region rather than our own region, because the playstyle might readable from our region. I'm really excited to meet against NRG. I hope we can have a great show match later, and I hope that you guys don't 2-0 us.
I mean, I think he's right, the way the attitude they're having as well coming to this tournament. But Mel, mentally in their position right now, having one, map two, a bit of a stomp, what do they need to do for PRX, do you think?
I think they keep playing, they get back to the mentality they had on the first map, where it was really just them capitalizing off of NRG's mistakes, because they aren't perfect. There are opportunities here, and I think that if they get back to that mindset of the first map, I think they can come through. And I think another thing too is, I think we've heard EG say this as well, the power of having no expectations.
Yes.
That is an insane buff.
I think that is the most important for me. Probably when they saw this Pearl, they were like, okay, we're gonna run this. This is the slight adjustment that we're going to make, and we're running with it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll just go and see what happens in map 2. And it was actually that kind of fake confidence that made him win the map. So on Bind now, they're going to need a little bit of that, because we're going to see two teams that interpret the map in a very similar way, but we're going to be seeing CGRS going back on that Gecko and in a comfortable position. Again, I think that NRG had a very good read into the intentions that PRX had on that previous map. Even though PRX keeps being in this mindset that they're unpredictable, I think that so many things were unpredictable just because they're not at their full strength. So if we continue on that same length, NRG should take the match.
I wonder if they switch anything else up on Bind, because Mel, you were looking forward to this map a lot, and I'm gonna say some real copium stuff that both teams, they lost to Fnatic, but PRX had more rounds. They got more rounds. They got 3 more rounds than NRG did. So
wow. So we're going to the round differential cope. That's what we're reaching for. Okay. I mean, I want to throw it back to the 1 IGL versus 5, because I truly think that last map was a masterclass by Finesse, and now you give him Bind, a map that he has said repeatedly how comfortable he is on that map and how much outplay of potential we see. I'm really excited to see that, but also not to put too much pressure on CGRS, but I'm looking at him to go crazy here.
Well, this is a really fun Prime Gaming agent select, you guys.
I was going to say,
Chamber.
I still have nightmares with that round 16 that Artis had where the slow bounces back off the wall and how Artis was not performing on the stage and now he goes and picks Chamber.
Do they miss Ye this much, Mel, you think?
No comment.
But yeah, what do you make of these changes? This is cool, I like it.
Wow, I think they're like matching fire with fire. Like this is something that PRX would do, and I'm honestly all here for it.
Listen, if Artis feels like he's not going to have impact on the stage, if he's not going to have that slow wind power, if he's not going to have impact on the attack either, hey, a Chamber is always going to have it. It's like picking Arena. You know, PRX should know a lot about that.
I never thought that NRG will be the ones giving us this many surprises in the Agent Select, but I am all here for it. But this is it. Achilles and Paperthin, the final map between these two, and the winner will be making it to the top 3. The loser, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
Absolutely right. This is for all the marbles. Nothing can be left out here. You have to throw everything on the table now if you're either of these teams. And NRG, they are showing us everything. They're going back to Chamber, something that we have not seen from Artis in so damn long.
Yeah, but remember, he used to absolutely pound on that Agent. I mean, he is a Chamber specialist and absolutely disgusting on it. Will PRX be able to handle it? Will they be able to recover? Pretty curious to see how he's going to pilot this. You know, with the Harbor in there from PRX, you expect that. I imagine that sometimes can make things a little bit tricky for a Chamber player to maybe find as much value as you want. But with those trademarks, with their extended range, you know, who knows? Maybe they can get some tricky plays here, so catch PRX a little bit off guard with some of this. It's going to be PRX on the defender side, looking to maybe push out A.
In we go. They're looking to pressure him out. It's going to be the Ghost in Hamaging in range with the Frenzy. We'll be able to take him down. Heels coming across. The rest of the team widely getting ready to push in towards B. Forsaken setting up a wall, trying to make this a little bit more unassailable, but just going to look to push ahead. Get through that one. Pressure on the elbow. Forsaken backing off. Crashing wave going forward, suspecting that they were going to be looking to flush him out of there. Team now arrives. JRS going to be the last one on this rotation over. They'd get sent for second, tag down quite very low. Still gets the ding on the Crashies. Setting up for potentially easier kills. Mindfreak will find Finesse. Pushing forward towards the defending side. Crashies hooks up, finds one. Jing from behind will get that kill. Victor will be good for another one, but hey, look, they can actually do it. PRX take their first pistol round here at the start of map number 3.
And better late than never here, as they do a good job finding that opening kill onto Artis. Caught a little bit off guard there is NRG. And then on the retake, some good flashes, some good damage done to get themselves in there and find that oh so important pistol round. And even though they lost both on Pearl, they're able to come through and still get it. So Devi gonna go with the Marshall. Been seeing a little bit of more sniper rifles from him. Forsaken with the Judge.
Oh,
Looks like he's gonna be posted up in U-Haul.
Swapping it over, goes for the Spectre, at least for now. And looks like that is gonna be the commit at the end.
All right, fine. I was hoping for it.
Oh, Marshall from Devi completely whiffs, splits the difference between two players. Crashies falls up with a chest shot to go ahead and get the finishing blow. Flash now at the ready. CGRS trying to go for a little bit of timing there, but eats the full blind. There's the back off. Ping's coming down, and from here, I mean, NRG, they can play this just about however they want.
Oh,
just like that, actually, Som just taking the fight and taking CGRS's head off. This is already pretty catastrophic. Rotation starting to come through. It's going to be Mindfreak left alone over on that A site, and should NRG decide to pivot through the teleporter, it's going to be a bit of a long run as Jing going to be noted, and Som, oh, he's so distracted, Som just gets another one. 2 kills now with a Marshall. The plant getting ready to come in. Forsaken wanting to push, but his own wall kind of working against him in that regard. Mindfreak around the back will gain control of Hookah, finding a single kill. Still 4 more to be dealt with, however. Taking their time.
Jeez.
Got the smoke off. Som sending one, but Crashies is around the back. And it is going to be an eco win, taking the weapons right out of PRX's hands.
I mean, you have that good feeling of, hey, we got our first pistol win, and then right away, NRG just snatches it away from you, and Devi playing so wide out here and not able to hit the shot. And of course, you know that Headhunter is going to be following now. Got to be aware. Be a lot of long-range firepower on this round potentially for the side of NRG. And then they grab that Marshall, put it to great use. Jing tries to peek there off the back of some utility and gets punished for it. So some isolated plays here from PRX cost them. Forsaken gonna go ahead, snatch up an orb, get some showers control, get closer to that rendezvous. Stinger for Devi, a couple shorties in the back pocket. Already Crashies with the Seekers. Need some bailout. Look at how cautious NRG is playing this round. They are so worried that PRX is gonna throw some curveballs at you. They're gonna try to get aggressive early in the round. Now they're
just backing away.
Yeah.
Takes a little bite there from the Trailblazer. Jing in the meantime, just hovering below Hookah, waiting for somebody to come leaping out of that one. Has that shorty in hand, but it looks like he might want to pivot around to the front. He's gonna try to use this poison orb and smokes against them. But unless they push into him, it's still gonna be quite challenging. There's a flash. Now goes satcheling forward. Finesse eventually able to go ahead, track him down, gets a headshot, does get chipped away, down to 42 HP. As the nade goes out, blind comes across, but CTRS and Mindfreak both gonna be dealt with. Devi able to find one, goes into the smoke. Victor eventually flushes him out. Now it's all on Forsaken. Up over the top of the box goes Victor, finds the kill as NRG will move up 2-1.
Jing just never ceases to surprise me. Just decides to try to go in there with the shorty, double blast back in, see if he can just find a one and done.
One enemy remaining.
Not gonna be the case. Good reactions again from NRG, a great blast back to get up on top of that box. Finish the job from Victor. It's great the other day on this raise. Crashy's already 5-1. Having a phenomenal start here. Over to that Spectre now though. 2 rifles, 2 Bulldogs for the side of NRG.
CGRS just rushing out. We'll be able to recover this Dizzy. Flushes them over towards Forsaken for now, but he's all on his lonesome here on this A site.
This is just kind of a little bit interesting from PRX, like this full flood out of B site and leaving Forsaken on his own. Like, if NRG just pulls the trigger there, they can just overwhelm him, but he's able to escape.
Now they have to give up Lamps control as well, so Victor can play in a forward position. Getting him out of here could prove to be difficult. Granted, the paint shells are available from Jing, and it looks like after they're satisfied with the rotates, NRG make the call. Finesse again, looking for a bit of a masterclass like we saw from them versus Liquid just yesterday on Split. All coming up. Spike planted on the opposite side of it though, and Artist still hovering here. Gets the headshot. CGRS gonna be taken down as Crashy stays tucked away in the back of sight. Takes advantage of the vulnerable out on a Jing. Forsaken, however, finds 2 quick kills, finds himself a 3rd. Now the Reckoning available, and he's gonna invest that immediately. A little bit of obfuscation, but there is going to be the ultimate. Orbital strike sent down. Forsaken trying to challenge, finds the 4th kill. Now on for the ace. This Artist left standing, and Forsaken in round 3 on map number 2, now in round 4 here on Bind. He gets himself a 2nd ace in the series.
How does he keep doing it? He's just unbelievable. And NRG, I thought, had this round in the bag. They leave Artist behind. CGRS was over at the B-side teleporter. As soon as NRG went through the A teleporter, he went through the other side, but it's accounted for. And Artist is just waiting for it. And then they've got the site, they've got the plant down, and it looks golden. But no, Forsaken once again with the hero play for PRX. Just unreal, some of the rounds he's been able to string together here today. And that is a lifeline for PRX. Let's see if they can capitalize on this. Going to be getting the showstopper available for Jing. And immediately just peeling back, taking showers control on the other side of the map. So right now, PRX, full map control, doing a great job here. Keeping NRG pinned in and just rotating Jing over towards Lamps.
Tie it up, but there's still a hell of a lot of work here for PRX if they want to find a foothold. Need a clean round, because even then, NRG still have cash to try to work through. Mindfreak thinking about going for this swing. Artist gonna get the adjustment. Oh, it's an instant snap! Wow! What a shutdown! And the quick TP at the ready, just in case there was a follow-up as well. And that is what Artist can deliver when he's on this chamber. Something that we haven't seen in quite some time, but frankly,
one that people should be quite happy to see, just given the way, the level that he can play with this pick. Flashes out, and that's just tucked into the corner. This teleporter's still here as Artist goes on a bit of a scouting mission. Forsaken now at risk of being caught.
30 seconds left.
I don't think Forsaken has any idea.
He's starting to stare
just
over.
turned.
He's worried about it. Obviously, he knew that Artist was there before. Does he note it now? No. Artist finds the perfect timing to strike right as the rotation was starting to come through. And speaking of rotations, NRG at it once again. Maximum use of these teleporters and finesse ready for CGRS as the door opens up. Allowing them to tie, but not allowing them to gain the lead. NRG putting their foot down as Jing has to drift away from the A site. They will go ahead and overtake them once more.
Yeah, just great stuff here from Artis. The patience there at Showers, kind of just knowing that PRX gets itchy, and they want to come out, try to take some space off of all that time at the beginning of the round that they were given. And it's a good kind of exchange of utility over at Octagon, where they wanted to use that Dizzy to get up and over towards the B teleporter, and then follow it up again, kind of trying to combo with Devi here, RC, GRS, and him, and it worked yesterday. Today, NRG is very prepared for it. They use a snake bite and a flash of their own to make sure that PRX can't find any damage off of that combo. So they're really prepared for that. That's something that I'm definitely noticing that NRG is really read into, is this combo of Devi and CGRS. Just knowing that, yeah, okay, you teleported last round, we know, we're aware. So now you got to try to come up with some different looks here for PRX. Be a little bit more sturdy, a little bit more stable. Don't give up those free picks to Artis. That's absolutely a must not, as he's only now one away from the Tour de Force, and as Devi just spins around the screen. The pinwheel of Devi.
His sink. We'll hope that that's not him getting flushed down the drain.
Oof.
It's been a little bit rocky so far here, but an opportunity to try to find some stability.
A couple rifles, one of them in Jing's hand, on the other side of Hookah there. Finesse now gonna line up the smoke for in front of U-Haul. Okay.
Bot to check close. Artis clearing that, backing away. As the wall comes up, Forsaken and Mind Freak here on the site. Pop flash in towards Lamps. Finesse creeps forward. Forsaken very wisely is going to be wary of this. Just keeping it noted. Poison Orb going to get picked up, so he can go ahead and try to reposition that one. TP over Devi. Joins in on this side of the map, sends out the Seekers. Bite. Just about at Forsaken's feet, but it's not quite close enough. Devi wins out the fight, takes down Victor. Spike now gets planted. The rush for the Classic at least forces him off of it, but Sam still wins the fight. The kill not going to be found. Man advantage here, very much so now for the side of NRG as Devi does get domed. Thrash going to be committed and everything, and now it's just going to be the full shift. Nearby, though, is Jing. Showstopper at the ready. Looking to catch one. Does find him. Spike now going to be dropped down onto the ground. Showstopper, and he's saying, you've got no time to work with. Sends out the Showstopper. Crashy's going to be dead. Cleans up Finesse. And the round victory is in the hands of Jing. A 4K to tie it up at 3-3.
It's just heroics for PRX, keeping him in this. And again, good things on both sides in the beginning of this round. I love the way that Devi uses the Seekers out of the teleporter to identify and isolate a pick.
Out of charges.
Out of Showers.
Remaining.
He gets a huge kill. Mind Freak's hiding from the flashes, keeping himself obscured. But then NRG has a great response, getting some big kills of their own. And then a beautiful teleport. That should be round, you would think, if they can just deal with Jing. But he gets there just in time and plays it to perfection.
Well, for the first time in a very long time, we're going to be seeing that Tour de Force come through from Artis. See what he can get done. For now, just sat outside the teleporter on the A side of the map. Starting to see if there's going to be any Showers presence, but once again, it's just this Forsaken Mind Freak duo, widely paying attention. Over here towards short. Dizzy up over the top, not going to spot anything. Free pickup for CGRS. There's a monstrous amount of ults available for the side of NRG.
Yeah, and this time they're playing a little bit further forward with Devi off the back of that Dizzy to see if they could get somebody to bite. Finesse wisely sitting back. Artist with that Tour de Force. Ooh.
Divide noted. Okay, Trailblazer will reveal just how close they are. The bite looking to force him back. Gets to read the Divide, swung out on the side. Has to pull away though. Molly at his feet. Jing thinking about pushing out. Gets the instant headshot. Victor dealt with. Does he find more? He's looking for it. The swing. Saw him.
30 seconds left.
Answers right back to keep it evened up at 4-4.
Now you got to keep yourself away from this tour de force. Mindfreak sitting on his ult as well and just going to buy some time here off the back of these Seekers, knowing that they wanted to push. Just going to cut them off momentarily.
Artist finding one. Spike, however, still down. Artist has a double back to try to grab it. I don't think they're going to have the time. He makes his way into the cove. Gets taken out, and Forsaken is good for another 3. As PRX will take the lead.
The delay here, the reaction from Mindfreak is so good, and then to just expect with the time that they have to come through, they have to push in, and he just comes in there. Yeah, he's traded, and then Forsaken using that cove so well.
Not only does it just get the delay, it destroys the 2 Seekers that were making their way out. So identifying the exact position of these PRX players on the side itself becomes that much more difficult. And Forsaken, rightfully so, on his feet with another monstrous round for himself. Will help force out this timeout that NRG wants to take. It's unsurprising. Coach Chet not wanting PRX to be able to really stretch this lead. Says, okay, they're 1 round up over us. Let's go ahead, pump the brakes, tie it up, and take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been good stuff here. I mean, a couple of these rounds, sure, are in the backs of unbelievably stellar plays from the superstars of PRX, Jing and Forsaken. But that's PRX. That is what they do all the time. You have to expect it that they're going to have those rounds. You have to just roll with the punches, and NRG certainly can do that. Now you've got that pit for Finesse. Try to find a way to use it. But again, another good thing there for PRX is they avoid any damage from that tour de force, a big-time ultimate that doesn't find much value.
And just the 1 kill.
Yeah.
That's what they pick up. The pit's still available. Som with an orbital of his own, 1 orb away. Victor, the showstopper. Those could be paramount in NRG in this round. We'll see what Chet has prepped them for. As for now, maybe the double peek, but they're getting a read on this. They're just sending the Reckoning, but Devi dazed up. Showstopper to try to chase them down. Forsaken will manage to find Artist. The spot into the double kill. Just hugging each other into oblivion. Victor breaking open the round, and PRX wanted to push the pace, but this completely falls flat.
Spike planted.
And as I call it, the Mobius strip of PRX, the wild plays, the up and down swings of this team. It is a constant. Finesse takes a chunk of damage.
Got the bite, the delay. Mindfreak needs to be the one that's really start finding something, but Crashy's up on the box. It's completely unexpected for him. He will fall. Forsaken now just going to see if he can get anything. Try to build up for that next Reckoning, given the wasted commitment here in the round. Just completely avoided and piloted well from the side of NRG.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Just that Reckoning off the rip again, like you said, to try to deal with that showstopper.
I mean, they're trying to get a clutch.
Yes, exactly.
Outside of Hookah.
Right.
But the Reckoning only goes so far, and
yes.
Victor just plays right on the edge of it. And then from here, it's just sadness.
Well, I think you're hoping that you can win that initial trade off of kind of the early chaos there. Maybe catch them as they're coming out of market. Just NRG isn't, bamboozled at all. They're really steady.
It's one of those things where if it worked, we say, oh my God, what a brilliant play.
Exactly.
But because it doesn't, it looks a bit foolish. We'll see if they ever go for it again here in this map. For now, tied up once more. Feeling a lot more like Pearl, where the teams were widely inseparable, just constantly pinging back and forth between one another.
They're completely ceding Hookah control here. And NRG is starting to work their way in. Gonna use that Trailblazer to push some space. The Mosh to try to keep him safe. The High Tide coming up as well. Flash to confirm the presence. But with that High Tide, he's giving PRX a little bit of time to shift Jing over here.
Flash and Nagarta not seeing too much there. Divine trying to counter spray through and tagged up Finesse initially, but then just get worked lower and lower, down to 56 health for himself.
And immediately I start thinking, well, they might just TP here. With all that presence, you know there's at least 3 over here with the Boombot, with the Trailblazer, and with the Mosh Pit.
Time on their side. It's just going to be the sound cut. Start drifting over. Forsaken is playing up close, but looks like he's going to back away. He's playing around a tiny little gap that he had in that cascade. Looking for one. Oh, gets him in terms of spike presence as well. That looks for a little bit more. Can't quite adjust for some. It's a little bit of damage down, but doesn't get the kill. HP bars, however, still quite low. Nade out. Some has to drop down off the box. The jump forward, Victor into the corner, wins it out versus the Vive. Mindfreak finally able to stabilize the aim, falls up for a second one. Artist swinging out, Mindfreak finds a third.
10 seconds left.
CGRS looking to push. Knows that he's around the corner, will be able to get finesse, and PRX take that lead right back into their own hands.
I mean, just Forsaken, just the absolute confidence he has to step up into this is absolutely nuts. And then Mindfreak holding it down. Great transfer, great hold. Just using that smoke to allow Forsaken to find the first. The Cove comes up behind it. Able to step back and try to go for another. Yeah, it doesn't work for Forsaken, but it harasses NRG, and then CGRS able to win on the backside. That lurk accounted for by finesse, but not able to be dealt with. Ooh.
Smoke down, Artist just trying to spray through. Not much damage found by either side. Meantime, the push up, Forsaken caught unawares. They're going to be this far forward. Now they have to go for this full rotate. Do they play a ring around the rosy once again? Opt for the teleporters. The site is empty. Looks like they're going to commit to the plant here. Also invest the pit. Golds at the ready. The nade not quite getting the bounce that it's looking for to get in onto the plant spot, but CGRS finding one. As Victor gets himself situated up on top here of the two. Finesse down low. A single bullet would finish him off and drop that pit. See if they're going to be able to find it. For now, the wingman coming out with the molly. It's perfectly timed. They can't get it to half. Time dwindling down. Finesse, however, needs to try to hightail it out, but he's going to get clipped up. Orbital strike finishes them off, and a double orbital strike from Som. Answers back, and now it's all on Mindfreak. Once more, the headshot. Noting his position, but he's running out of time. Som continuing the jiggle. Mindfreak having to push it. 5 bullets. The time taken out. A 4K from Mindfreak with a round victory. Goes to NRG. And we are tied up at 5-5.
Oh, that round is played so beautifully by Som. The reaction to that wingman, instantly the molly is out to make sure that it's not a problem. And yeah, sure, okay, Mindfreak's got his ult, well, so do I. And I can just shut this down. The layers here, able to survive behind those smokes in the garden. And yeah, Mindfreak coming up big with some kills, but the time dwindled, not able to get it done.
Mindfreak very much coming alive. Not that he was asleep in the first 2 maps, but didn't see as much impact, as crazy a plays that we know that he can pull off. He's starting to see it, but it's just not good enough to get them across the finish line there. So 5-5 inseparable could very well end up being a 6-6 half. Just maintain that ambiguity as far as who the hell is going to win this map.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine at this point. Could have convinced me either way. CGRS is so far forward here towards Market.
Needs to play up close. He's got that stinger in hand. No one else is splitting with Artis. So there's not going to be an immediate reaction, but it looks like he is going to be suspecting this, but he's not prepared to win out of the fight. Devi as well, finding some. CGRS is going to be taken out, though. They managed to trade this one back. A 3v3, the Seekers sent out by Crashies, just trying to spot them out. The rotation still going to be coming through as Forsaken and Mindfreak look to reinforce this B side. Jing into the corner, tagged low, jumps away. Vanessa exits out of hook, but Forsaken arrives just in time to get the covering fire. Shows up and trying to clear close. Victor going to be good for 1. Forsaken strikes him down, and suddenly it's Crashies versus Forsaken. 57 health remaining. Forsaken is playing this one out slowly. Crashies trying to hold the ankle, and Forsaken swings right into him. Just a lack of patience. Not opting to wait for the tap on the spike. He goes for the challenge and pays the iron price. NRG, they lock in 6 for the half.
This is a wild round here. It's kind of individual pushes around the edges of the B site. Net a kill apiece.
30 seconds
Thank
left.
God for Crashies here. Great job holding that down for the side of NRG. Clutch as always. for the NA squad. And this is just wild and all over the place. I don't know how Jing got that one kill. He just is magic sometimes. Now, Devi, you got the Thrash, you got the Reckoning, you got the Seekers. A lot of big ults here for PRX to push this to 6-6. Victor only one away from a showstopper, though. He's kind of looking to see if, with him having the spike, gonna try to get him into a position to get that down, but Forsaken already queuing up this Reckoning, expecting this push, and Jing's got one.
He does, but he gets traded back. Artist finding the kill. It's Forsaken just grabbing up that Vandal, Reckoning at the ready. He's gonna invest it now. Looking for the stuns. Saw him jumping to the side, manages to avoid it. Mind Freak taking so much damage there, down to 37. Thrash at the ready. Double TP gonna be used. Pulls it back to be able to get the quick recovery on the ult. But Artist and Finesse, they stay sat here. But it seems like PRX are not biting on the bait. That Dizzy goes out, gets a confirm 1-1, has to be destroyed. Gets picked up. Seekers now as well, very much telling the story. CJRS with the recovered ult. Doesn't get much. They clear it out very swiftly. Forsaken, first to fall, the Daze comes through, clear out on that boom bot. CJRS has to back away. Artist pushing up, finds the one, summon to the corner. Still gonna be good for it now with a showstopper. They know exactly where Devi is gonna be coming from. The rocket should be able to take him down. Does he note the cross, however? He does, but Devi avoids the damage. Swapping up the weapons. Finds the Vandal. Trailblazer. Try to guide his way forward. Sees one, flash goes Victor's way. Does he have a read on Finesse? 8 bullets remaining to try to clutch this one out. The push coming in behind Victor. Yep, the silent killer. Gets in, gets on top of him. And it's 7-5, NRG in the lead. As we get ready to swap sides and see the attack from PRX.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed with the way that NRG handles the pressure from PRX. You know, they're always throwing weird stuff at you, but they are layered. They are ready for these kind of, you know, it seems like sometimes once PRX gets one kill, they're immediately hunting for another, immediately looking to try to string those into these multi-kills, and a lot of times NRG's holding the line.
It's been neck and neck the whole way throughout. It's hard to say who's gonna take this one, but let's get the thoughts from the desk.
Honestly, it could not be closer than this. We were kind of talking about the comp change from NRG here, Mel, but I just want to remind everyone that this was the bind comp that they ran when they had the 15-2 bind win streak back in 2022, so you can see how reliable it is for them.
It's a bit of a throwback, and it's interesting because it allows the Viper util to be moved in different locations. If they can trust an artist to lurk up short for the Viper, then we can see that Viper smoke being used more towards long B. And it's kind of crazy you say 7-5 because I saw so many heroics. I could have told you that PRX won that half.
Yeah, exactly, and it was time and time again what you mentioned in the heroics, the individuals having some solo plays, them turning around a 4v2, and actually NRG running out of time in many occasions. Those late round calls, it's not even mid, it's late round calls of like, okay, let's make this last decision. And it was actually the timeout from Chet that came right off the bat of like, I believe 2 or 3 rounds in a row doing the same, being like, hey guys, honestly, just run onto them, just duel them, and it will be better.
Yeah, so what are we expecting from the Chamber, Mel, on the defense side of NRG?
I think they really want to condition this early off presence that's consistent versus the Sage. The Sage is really strong as well on defense, but you don't get that consistent, really strong like an op that can take over. But if you put an artist on this op, maybe he can get through these double controller util, maybe he doesn't get scanned by the Gecko util.
He needs to be very sharp, he needs to be very smart into how he's going to use it, because as you're saying, there's a double controller on the other side with movable walls when we're talking about Forsaken and the Harbor, and also a double initiator, so it's not going to be easy for him, so he has to be very smart in the timings that he's using to really have impact in the game.
Well, this is such a close match, but let me remind you guys of the stakes once again. This is going to be deciding who will be advancing in that lower bracket to play EG for a spot in the grand finals of Masters Tokyo. Achilles and Paperthin, there's everything on the line here.
There absolutely is. NRG just 6 round wins away from locking in that NA rematch to try to make it into the grand final. And this is a team that has always made it into the top 3 ever since, you know, as far as Masters and Champions events are concerned, not since 2021. The first champs that we had, where they were eliminated then under Team Envious. This core has always been present They've always at least earned that bronze medal.
You gotta use the molly to stop the W King. Oh, never mind, they're just going.
Okay, Cove down. It's taking lead for one, but it's gonna be he and Jing both taken down. NRG looking for another pistol round win to add to the scoreboard. CGRS finding one, but then just gets overwhelmed. Mind Freak, a late lurk arriving. It's got that safe defuse spot coming through. The Classic is just not gonna be able to do enough to really dissuade it, to really stop it, so they will just go ahead and hold it down. Mind Freak looking to, at the very least, maybe collect some additional orbs, but cannot finish off Victor. Takes him to 14. NRG. They start off the half with a solid pistol round win. And what, 5-1 in that regard across this series?
Yes, and that's a big problem for PRX. They really could have used another pistol here. I mean, yes, they've been able to recover before, but this is a moment where they needed, I think, try something a little bit more crafty. It's just a push right away. The molly initially, you know, you just expect them to keep going, and they do. And everybody's there. It's just a firing line for the side of NRG. Now Artis with a Marshall, taking space outside of B, but it's everybody out of hookah. Clear that rendezvous.
I mean, they're suspecting that they're going to be on the guard inside, as well as elbow. The wall comes in, they're trying to block that one off. Forsaken now getting ready to swing it in front of it.
He's got to cover and make sure he does it.
Wingman gonna be planted. Jing goes up hyper aggressively towards their spawn. Does manage to find one, but Crashies up there. Lab finds one, but as he tries to throw the pop flash, Devi catches him swinging around the corner. This will be a massive response here from PRX. We'll lose out on 3 members, but they will go ahead and turn it right on its head. Flipping the script and picking up the win. Drop the pistol, win the follow-up.
And they pick up the Phantom. I mean, this is a huge win. Coming out here with a bit of an unexpected, I think, stinger round. That definitely caught NRG a little bit off guard. They just start pushing space. I mean, you see this time and time again with this PRX team. You saw it on Pearl, you saw it on Lotus. They W key, and sometimes you're ready for it, sometimes you're not. And this time around, just not quite ready for it was NRG, so really nice change of pace for PRX to just swing this map right back on its head.
Forsaken with the attack. Judge, all likelihood, very much going to see, you know, the value of that one use if they can get into a post-plant position, but it's going to be a very similar wall, just looking to cut off that guard and access, but this time there's 2 players in backside. Nade's going to be let out here from Victor, looking for some damage, jump up over the top, going to be taken down, and yes, CGRS, he does end up getting eliminated by that one. Forsaken, taking low with the Judge, helping to find the kill. 9 HP, picked up. Mind Freak instantly finds Som. Now it's all on Artis. 5 Headhunter bullets to work with. Can he get anything done? The healing coming through. Devi gonna top it back up, but no, Mind Freak will just hold the hard angle. 2 members lost, but the round victory found. PRX 1 away from tying us up yet again.
Somehow able to stabilize on this site hit. It looked a bit rough off the rip. They lose a couple players, but then Forsaken just gets in there with that Judge. Laying the hammer down. And out go 2 players of NRG, and then the round's able to fall back into their hands. NRG going to dig into the well and go for the timeout to see if there's any water to get them into the matches this weekend. Certainly, anything's possible. I'm still no idea how to feel about who's going to take this.
I mean, it's very much up in the air. These guys have been back and forth this entire time, aside from Lotus, realistically, but, you know, the way that we started going to that OT, a 15-13 scoreline for PRX to take it, could very well be in our futures here on Bind. This is the buy round coming through yet again after the side of NRG. So Chet burning the second timeout. PRX have not let loose one quite just yet. Alex still has both of those to use in this second half. We'll see if they come into play, but for NRG, there's very, very close to having some key ultimates online. In particular, Som, the Orbital Strike, Crashies, the Seekers. They can find some orbs here. This could be the thing that really turns the tide and allows them to further separate themselves from PRX.
Well, yeah, I would expect normally that there'd be some contention over the orbs here, but this is PRX, so I have no idea. This is just the way that they're set up on the map. They are absolutely nowhere near any of the orbs. They're also close to, you know, everybody's close to these alts, and they're just kind of happy to just play in mid and try to go for, you know, maybe a pick. It looks like they're just waiting to see if anybody's going to try to come out. But right now, it's just allowing all this map control to go over to NRG, and they're going to try this hit once again, the same thing.
It's the, looks like just the attempt at the fake. It will draw the volley out from Zom. The rest of the players, though, hovering over towards A. Finesse and Artis not really budging from showers, and that trademark is there to go ahead and confirm some presence. Now Smokes is going to be dropped in. Teleporter can be used, and there's no control of the shower side of the map from PRX, so they can't really stop him from going forward. Now Forsaken, over on the B site, all on his lonesome. Does he call for a pivot? No. The plant coming down out into the open. Interesting spot here from PRX. Thrash now at the ready. Sending it forward, but doesn't even get close and is completely unrecoverable. Mindfreak trying to hold forward. Forsaken going to be spotted, killed in the back end. Orbital strike now invested. CJRS, Jing, both going to be taken out. Mindfreak with one of his own, has to send the ult, the swing out from Finesse on the flank. It's gonna be Sam who finds that kill. A bite down to the Vi's feet in a rough spot. Finesse will win it out. The timeout works a treat. NRG closing the round, now moving up to 9.
And I appreciate the fake attempt from PRX, but NRG again, stalwart in their defense, stalwart in their respect.
Just getting caught.
Yeah, and I am also a little bit confused again why PRX isn't maybe trying to, play a little bit more attention towards those orbs. That could, end up being a big part of the round. It wasn't super huge. It got the Seekers online for the side of NRG, but still, potentially maybe could have swung that round differently and not really being ready for that orbital strike inside of U-Haul.
Didn't have it until Forsaken died.
Yeah. Just seemed like that round kind of lacking a little bit of awareness of the ult situation for PRX hurt them.
They're going to be going for the same setup here. Cove spot. Whether that drops might be a whiff. Hard to see without seeing the wide angle of it. Victor going to be forced into the teleporter though by the paint shells, and Crashies caught with util in hand. For a second, it looked like he was going to be able to get out of there with his life. Jump up over the top. Sam going to be noted. Near the back of sight, still though, does find Divive. Jing will eventually take him down. 4v3 as the wingman gets the plant. Finesse wrapping around into the back of Elbow.
Artis around the other side from Fountain.
Showstopper at the ready. Jing gonna stave him off. Poombot has to call for that assisted clear. It's the wall, just wants to try to get the rocket through, but in the end, not gonna find too much, but it does buy some space. It buys some time, and Finesse bites the dust. Should be PRX once again, bringing it to within 1. Artist gonna linger around for a little bit longer, finds Mindfreak. Do they continue to push into him? Looks like the answer is gonna be yes. Okay, they're starting to drift in his direction, but he's gonna pull back. They know that he's gonna be watching the teleporter, so no one wants to challenge him there. They need to hold on to these weapons, but PRX will fight back. This time not with the fake, but with the actual execute here on the B site.
Yeah, this is a good use of the Reckoning to really lock down that garden space, and they crunch at it. We've seen this attempted in a couple different spots on this map with the Reckoning where they want to crunch on top of it, and this time it finally does come through for them. Let's see if they're just gonna keep using that same sort of cut the B site in half with Forsaken's utility.
Right now it's looking like it. In all likelihood, it's going to be the wave coming through, try to block off the flash, perhaps? No, okay.
Well, he uses it in a couple different ways. One way that we've been seeing a lot here so far is he cuts it right down the middle. The other is that he isolates a player in elbow. He tries to just kind of take it from right to this door on the right to all the way to the elbow on the left.
Stun on the Crashies. Trying to back off, full flash now on a Victor as well. Nid gets sent forward, trying to hold them back. So far it's working well. Colt might be coming through to try to make a retreat happen. Finesse taken down just the back of sight. Mosh coming up with a kill. Heals being offered up by Crashies to Sam to try to get him back to 100. We'll be able to do so. It's 3 members from NRG situated here at the B site. Artist still waiting back in Link to see if this rotation comes through to A.
They're just going to try to brute force their way through.
Flashes in, Victor noted, taken out. Jing now up on top of the box, just trying to spot a pixel, trying to find a head. Will be able to do so, but it's going to be Sham who finds a headshot, but it's quickly traded back. Forsaken getting revenge here for his fallen comrade. Now Artis, the last one left standing. Swinging out as Forsaken gets tucked away just outside the teleporter. Swings in, and he'll be good to win the fight. And we are tied up once again at 9-9.
Incredible stuff from PRX, just taking their time here to really make sure that they're watching for this lurk, being ready for it before they set up for this attack. And then it's just kind of the normal high tide. You don't see that all the time from Forsaken. He's got a lot of different high tides that he likes to utilize on this B site. This time they just go for the normal one, catch some flashes, get Jing in there, get some information. And Divide just looks like he's just another day at the PC Bong in Korea, man. Like, he just looks like he's having fun.
Artis situated forward. Headhunter around the corner, avoids the stun. He actually wants to jump back into this one, looks for the headshot, but CGRS actually draws his weapon back out a little bit too quickly. Swing out of the teleporter, and it's just absolutely stomped into the pavement there. As Victor can do nothing more than get a little bit of damage. The flawless round as PRX gain the lead once more. If we've learned anything from this, it's not going to be a lead for too much longer. It feels like they're just destined to trade blows back and forth.
I feel like we're due another overtime. This series has been too good. Absolutely would love to see it. But, I mean, now you've got a couple huge ultimates. You've got the Viper's Pit. You've got that Orbital Strike. The last time they were able to combo these very effectively for NRG, particularly Sam played that round extremely well. You have the op for Artis. So a lot of big tools here for NRG to get this back up. Meanwhile, PRX sitting on quite a lot of cash, so this round is oh so important for NRG.
Hit invested over towards Garden, but they are more than willing to try to just get themselves behind it and keep him zoned away from the site. Orbital Strike does come through. It cuts off Defy as well as Mind Freak, but Ching is all the way into their spawn. Zom crash, he's taken out. Finesse stranded as the plant comes down back site. And this is completely and utterly out of their control.
They're leaving, they're done.
Yeah, they have to call for the save. They know that their economy is completely and utterly screwed if they die. As we'll take a look back here. Just, oh yeah, all right. He's in the corner, and Jing's in the spawn.
Jing just literally just went right for the spawn and just kept going. There was no halting it. There was that high tide I was talking about to cut off elbow there to give them, or excuse me, cut down the middle to give them the space to just have to worry about whoever's in cubby or right behind the tube or maybe in tube.
Finesse slips away just before he would have been spotted there by Devi. Looks like that operator will crucially be held on to here by Artis, but it's PRX that do manage to stretch the lead. Already in double digits now, 11, 2 more to go, and they will be sending NRG home.
And there went those big ultimates. The Viper's Pit use completely just sidestepped by the side of PRX. Same with that Orbital Strike. That's a devastating round for NRG. Yeah, you can grab a couple Guardians. Yeah, you save the op.
They're altless.
Yeah.
And this needs to be a turning point for NRG. Need to bring it back, need to try to do something. You can't break the economy pretty much from here on out unless you start a very long streak and overtake them. So much money banked up by PRX.
Oh, look at their stack here at B. I mean, it's just been B over and over and over again for PRX. So now you're gonna try to just out-duel them.
Hidden, just trying to play safe, but the flash connects. He doesn't check back. Devi doesn't look for it. He's just so hungry for the kill. He ends up falling. Sam with a headshot now. Cuts off Jing. It's gonna be the Garden access taken away from them. CGRS as well fallen. The spike now down on the ground. Mind Freak and Forsaken, the last two left standing. As Artis' participation, not necessary. They will find him in the smokes. And that just leaves Forsaken all on his lonesome. Grab it. I mean, notes the hefty presence here on B. Figures, you know what, maybe if I can kill the 1, maybe 2 guys that are over on the A site, I could have an opportunity.
Surely he can't do it again. Surely not. And this is kind of the...
Be something magical if he could, but there's a swing out. There's the op shot. Artis just holding the angle, staying put. Participation necessary at the end of it all, and NRG will also get themselves the double digits. That's one step. They do it cleanly as well. And it all comes down to that. Divine really just blood hungry, bloodthirsty, trying to get that stun player, to get rid of Finesse. Victor just quietly sat in the corner. As soon as he regains his vision, it's all over.
No timeout from Coach Alex here. He's just going to try to trust his players. Let them, you know, they've been doing mostly a good job, but now they got to pivot away from B. Artis out here with that op on an aggressive angle.
Alex has turned off the targeting computer. Just let him fly blind. If this gets tied up, I do expect to see it again, but they are wary about this one. Yeah, Trailblazer will clear him off the position, forces that teleport back, so Rendezvous in the back of Lamps. That's gonna send Artis rotating eventually to try to get to Heaven. Looks like, yeah, that is gonna be the case. Boombot spots one on the backside, Som gonna be noted. Wingman plant does come through. Holdless on either side. Crashies, however, first one to fall. The op not gonna be able to see too much of anything. Jump around the corner, Som with that shorty will find one, but then Forsaken counter swings to take him down. The bite into the corner, finding a lot of value, but CGRS still wins out of the fight. And suddenly it's just Victor and Artis left standing. No reason not to play for it. He'll have that tour de force at the end of this all, but Divine finds Victor. Forsaken takes him down, and PRX will take it all the way to match point.
Just a beautiful hold here from PRX. Able to just get into the space. It's given up by NRG. Jing comes around the corner right ahead of those Seekers. Gets the kill and is able to get out. Forsaken, beautiful job being right there to trade off of his teammate. CGRS holding the line. Everybody coming up big there in that round for PRX. One more, and they will be seeing EG on Saturday in those lower bracket finals. Like you said, Artis now with the tour de force, but we're back over to B. Surprise, surprise, for PRX.
Trailblazer out of long. Now into Hookah. Poison Orb comes through. Finesse clears it rather quickly as Victor gets around the back, puts some damage down, but doesn't want to overstay his welcome. It's a little bit of damage and wisely just decides to back off. Knows that he's going to be outgunned. So for now, a bit of a stalemate here around the B site. But it looks like Crashies maybe suspecting that this is going to result in a bit of a shift towards A, but as we can see, they're still looking to grab Hookah for themselves. A little bit more damage out as Forsaken takes a bullet through the side of the box, down to 19 HP now. That is what looks like it will force the pivot.
Yeah, this is good. You don't have that high tide yet. Back up for Forsaken, so wait a little bit for that to come into play.
Yep, they just cut noise. They pull back. Finesse gets himself into a cheeky position, though, just outside of the window. It's Victor. Okay, spotting one. Rotations can now begin, it would seem, from the side of NRG. Finesse, Victor, gonna be blinded up. Finesse, however, still managing to find three as they drop in! Like flies into the spider web. Finesse strikes. He keeps their hopes alive here in the round. The teleporter gonna be taken. Jing, ooh, swings back through. A 2v3. Does PRX try to stay in this?
And now
try to finish this.
Jing's got the showstopper now.
10 seconds left.
That he does, but 41 HP. It's such a small window. No margin for error. Is the trademark going to be cleared out? Might freak out into the open. Finds one. Looks for Artis. Puts him down to 27, but now it is all on Jing to be the finisher. Spots him. Cannot get the kill. Artis will put him down and keep energy in this game. One more round to go for overtime.
Unbelievably smart play here from Finesse, as always. The big brain hiding himself in the corner and finds three for it.
I thought he had gotten blinded, but no. Avoids it and just drops out to kill off three. Absolutely gorgeous from Finesse where the team needed him the most. Artis as well. And that low HP, granted, yes, Jing is tagged up as well, but doesn't allow for him to isolate that 1v1 with that showstopper, because that could have just been it.
Yes, exactly. Now Victor one away from his showstopper. A couple big ones here. Mind Freak has his orbital strike behind this. PRX, spin beacon down. Victor grabbing the orb in showers. So far, just kind of taking their time, and they're going to use this.
Oh, dueling rockets coming through. Not finding anything, though, is Jing, but as he gets up on top of the box, still will find Victor, but it's going to be a massive trade-up. NRG starting things off with two, but now equalized. Divide catches Som. The plant still not coming in. Artis, instantly headshot, Mind Freak finding it. Just 2 more left to go. He's playing anti-flash, and now it's on Finesse! The IGL, the captain, to try to take us an OT, but the Vice says no! You shall not pass this point! PRX do the impossible! They eliminate NRG, a team that has not been outside of the top 3 at a Masters or Champions event since 2021. They stopped them dead in their tracks with 10 days of preparation and a substitute player. They are going the distance, and they are going to be challenging EG in the lower bracket final in 2 days' time.
I mean, this smoking hot run for PRX, nobody would have ever expected it. Nobody would have ever thought it was coming. And hats off to NRG. They played a hell of a series. They gave them everything they could handle. They had their Lotus completely downloaded, completely prepared for. But on these other 2 maps on Pearl, a map that at one point I thought was a done deal. I thought NRG looked like they were going to roll away with it. But PRX able to dig deep. It's everybody on this team right now performing. Forsaken and Jing, you know they're known quantities in their abilities. Devi has had some huge clutches. Mind Freak, some big ones today, and of course CGRS. What else can you say? Who would have expected that right now he is one of the big integral parts of this team getting to where they are?
Absolutely nobody. It felt like it was a done deal before the tournament had begun. But this team has continued to fight back, to persevere, and outdo everyone's expectations. He might not be here, but you have to expect that they are doing it for something. It's all for him. And my God, they find themselves now in that lower bracket final. Given what we've seen from these guys, how they've been able to shatter our expectations, who's to say that it can't be done again? Yes, EG, they look damn scary, but you never know what you're gonna get when W Gaming shows up.
But the expectations for this team, who knows? I mean, at this point, I think anything's possible. The way they play, it's so hard to understand them because they're very dynamic, and yeah, they'll make changes, they'll try different things, but then they'll go back to what works, what they've kind of prepared and practiced for, because they're so accurate, they're so clean with their individual mechanics. And they just sometimes can repeat things and you can't do anything about it. They're just that good.
And after that set, I might start believing in magic. I think it's real. It's a real thing. But good Lord, what a run it has been. Not just for PRX, but for NRG as well. Because there has been a shakier season for them coming into this one, but they still managed to fight back time and time again. They did not go down quietly. They fought to the bitter end, couldn't quite get us there to that OT at the end of it all. But PRX now, another lease on life. We will see them in the lower bracket final versus EG on Saturday. That does it for myself and Paper Thin. We're gonna go to a break, or we're gonna go to Taiga, on stage with Mind Freak for an interview. We'll throw it down to them.
インドフリーク選手にお越しいただきました。大接戦の試合でした。まず試合を終えての感想を教えてください。
It was such a close battle against NRG. Any thoughts on today's match?
I think they play really well on Lotus, and I feel like if they didn't make some mistakes on Pearl, I think they should have won that. So yeah, I'm just feeling relief and grateful that we won, I guess.
第2マップのロータスではやられてしまったんですけれども、パールは我々ミスがなければ勝っていたなと思える内容だったので、3つ目のマップ取って勝つことができて嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。そしてマインドフリーク選手は最終ラウンドバックサイトに自ら顔を出すというプレーで展開を変えました。自分たちの流れに引き込みました。立ち回りの気持ちを教えてください。
At the very end of the round, I think your play actually turned around and the play went into your side. Any thoughts on that?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Oh, in the last round,
yeah.
I think your play picking out from the round actually turned around the match, and I think you got the momentum back.
I think at that round, I think I kind of know that I need to make a play because like
they destroyed the wingman planter, so I gotta kill the shower guy somehow. But after that, my teammate, the Sky, flashed for me to the backside, and then the opponent turned around. So it's like 2v1, so I think it's more like I kind of know and I just need to make a play that round.
あのラウンドでは自分自身が、プレーをメイクしていかなければいけないというように思っていました。ウィングマン壊されてしまいましたし、でもそこでしっかりとスカイが自分のことを見てくれていて、私がちゃんとメイクできるような動きをしてくれていたので、あそこは自分の出番だなと思いました。
なるほど、ありがとうございます。そしてメンバーが変わってもなお強いペーパーレックス、どうしてこんなに強いんでしょうか。
So even if the roster has been changed, you're so strong and tough against any opponent. What do you think is strength about your team?
I think the strength is more like we don't have any expectation coming to this tournament because we're not playing as a full lineup. So even like yesterday, we come back against EDG, we kind of surprised, and today, like, yeah, I'm still kind of surprised like how we won. Yeah, so I don't know.
ですね、何も自分たちは過度の期待をせずに試合に挑んでいるというのが良かったんだと思います。今回もおっしゃる通りフルメンバーではなかったので、昨日の対戦に関してもサプライズだったんですけれども、今日ももちろん勝てて今逆になんでどうやって勝ったんだろうっていうふうに思っていて言葉がない状態です。
はい、ありがとうございます。トップ3でもまたねサプライズを見せてくれるでしょう。それでは最後に世界中の皆さんにメッセージをお願いします。
So there's a lot of fans around the world looking at you right now. Please give them a message.
Thank you guys for all the support, for all the cheers, and yeah, we'll try our best to keep winning the game. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for coming.
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。これからも勝ち続けるために頑張り続けますのでよろしくお願いします。
改めてトップ3に輝いたマインドフリーク選手でした。皆さん大きな拍手を。
Expectations. I feel like that's the key word of this entire tournament when it comes to PRX. And Mind Freak, Mel, so real for that. I don't even know how we won, but we just keep winning, I guess. Yeah.
It's like, I feel like this tournament, as you said, is just the expectations. And again, these are two teams, EG, and now joining them in the lower bracket will be PRX. Both have said, hey, we came into this with no expectations, and look to where they have risen. Top 3.
Yeah,
incredible.
And we need to think about that this is, you know, the seed 1 from Pacific. We do not have the seed 1s from the other 2 regions in the tournament anymore. So the fact that they make it to a top 3, I think that after that run that they had in Copenhagen where they made it to finals, this is their second best performance. So I think it says a lot about them and a lot about how the game has been evolving.
I know, and they're playing such great Valorant as well. I mean, I know people kind of like harp on them for like, oh yeah, they shoot, W gaming, all this stuff, which they do a lot of the times. But Mel, there were also things that we all saw in that Bind game in particular where you were like, what are they? The way that they're playing this game is just so right, and they were outplaying a legacy team like NRG.
Especially that second half. The first half had incredible heroics, things I've never seen so consistently from any team that they were able to pull up. But in that second half, I really do feel like their mid-rounding, compared to Copenhagen, how you said, has come such a long way. And it has to be like, you do have to shout out their system. Like, we can't continue to think, okay, there's only one viable system. They have shown us again and again and again against the best IGLs that this 5-man, this mind group think is working and at the highest level.
Yeah, and I want to give some props to Forsaken because I had some chats with him about their bind because it didn't look the best against Fnatic, but he says that he actually comes up with a lot of the ideas on bind. The strats, the protocols, it is all down to him and not a player, Kukuga, you would expect to come up with things
Honestly,
like this.
I wanted to highlight him because I feel like we talk a lot about Jing and, you know, it's I understand why we do it because he's a brilliant race, probably one of the best in the tournament, if not the best. But I feel like Forsaken, again, with the flexibility, with the ability to bring in so many different things onto the game, his performance today on Harbor on that bind, let me tell you, that gave him the match because, you know, we were seeing an NRG that decided to go back to that composition with the Chamber and with the Brimstone just moving away just because of what happened against Fnatic and probably looking for a different edge on this map. Forsaken did not care about anything of that.
Yeah, and you can really
tell Mel that he comes up with the ideas, because a lot of it does come, the initiation and the way that they execute as well. He's in the center of every single one of them.
Oh, and he's starting them, which is crazy to say as like a controller, is like he's the one initiating it, but he makes Harper look like a duelist sometimes. And it has to be his jet.
I think everybody in PaperX makes their agent feel like a duelist at some point. Yeah, but I think that it also brings another point to the table, and it's the fact that what I like the most about this kind of events when we go to an international stage is the fact that we prove that there's not only one way that you can play the game and succeed while doing this. There's many ways that you can excel at Valorant, and PaperX just has their own.
I mean, all three teams that are left, I feel like, have three pretty unique styles, but unfortunately, this is the end of NRG's journey here in Tokyo Masters. They are so consistent. They always qualify for these big events, and I just feel like the quality of Valorant, Mel, it just keeps increasing and increasing, that a team like NRG is getting knocked out before the top three.
It does speak volumes to how much we have evolved and how far we've come, and especially I'm excited to see NRG at Champs. I know they were knocked out today, but we got to see so many glimpses, and I do hope they can reach that final form that we've been like hinting at and like mentioning throughout the tournament.
And I think if we take a look at their year overall, I would end up with a positive note. I know that the year's still not over, and I'm looking forward to Champs because I know that improvement is going to be there. I know that they have lived in the tournament with a lot of notes on what they can do to improve, where the weaknesses are, and where they feel that other teams are most strong in, that they can actually combat against them.
I mean, this is NRG. Every single tournament, I feel like even if they're not at their best, they can still do stuff like this. And I think a lot of people were saying, right, they in this lower bracket, they don't even need to be at their best to be winning these games. But like you said, Mel, I can't wait to see them at Champions. But it's time to get a look, take a look even at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And this is Demon 1. Kakuka, you and I, we kind of lost our minds when we saw
exactly.
this.
I broke the sound barrier once again because I could not believe how clean Demon was on this flick. Especially, do we have him on slow-mo? Because I kind of want to see it again.
I don't think I'll be able to keep up even if it was slow-mo. He had 11 HP throughout this entire
we
match
have it in slow-mo, look.
Nah.
Even in slow-mo.
No.
Even in slow-mo, it's way faster than I could ever do it.
Dude, no wonder
That was unreal.
No wonder he's called Demon 1, because that guy's not human. Like, who does stuff like that? Who does stuff like that? It's just ridiculous. And of course, he's going to be back as well, competing soon. But before we take a look at the standings, let's see where we are at with the shorty counts. I think we got a few of them today as well. So this is going to be telling you guys how many shorty kills we have in total. 53. 53. We're getting there.
Nice.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
Yeah,
I love that. I love that. Thank you very much to every player that has taken a little bit of a risk or invested that 150 credits extra on the shorty.
Are you a shorty enjoyer, Mel?
I mean, while it's on clearance, for sure. Until the next patch where it's on 300. For sure.
We live on this patch. Exactly.
Yeah. I reckon we're going to see a lot of those moments as well as we go on. So let's take a look at the bracket and see what is going to be happening, because we do just have 3 more teams left, you guys, in this tournament. That lower bracket is going to come to an end very soon. The winner of that game, Kakuka, will be facing Fnatic in the grand finals.
I mean, I think both of them will be a rematch, because the last 2 matches that you can see on the top bracket that Fnatic has played against, PaperX and EG. Me personally, I would love to see EG again. I think that is something that many people are going to be sharing, because today's match was unreal. I enjoyed it from beginning to end. But I think that we end up in a very good note here.
What about you, Mel? Who do you want to see in the finals?
I want to see the EG rematch as well, but EG has to beat PRX first. And I feel like I really want to see how EG fares against that playstyle. Is it going to be a rerun of, NA, like NRG, or are we going to see something different? I really am excited to find out.
What I'm curious about is, let's say EG are the ones that do end up making it back into that grand final. Fnatic have 2 bans, which means they'll ban Pearl. And Mel, how do you think that EG will fare if Fnatic were to take away the Fracture? Because no one has so far.
That's going to be a huge advantage for Fnatic, is all I'm going to say. Their Fractures look phenomenal all event. And when you see a team that dominant, it's such a relief off your shoulders when you're able to just like, all right, bye. Now you got to prove your worth on the rest of the map pool, which could go either way.
But for PaperX, Kakuka, what do Fnatic take away for them? What do you think?
Maybe the split?
Yeah?
I think so, yeah, maybe, probably. I don't know, I think it depends on Fnatic, on how they're feeling that day. Honestly, yeah, we know that the Pearl is definitely not going to be there, which makes me a little bit sad. You know that I was cheering for EG a little bit in the end, just because I wanted them to have the two bans and see Fnatic whatever they have on Pearl. But what I do not want is a 3-0 final. I need it to go the distance.
I think we
deserve it after the tournament that we've had.
I think it would, and especially since if you guys remember that the winner of this tournament will gain an extra slot for their region, and all 3 regions are still in the running. I know, Mel, you probably want Americas, right? You want them to have an extra slot?
For sure.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, what about you? You said that NRG were going to be...
I mean, I want it for EMEA.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll say Pacifics to make it fair. You know, we can have a balanced desk here.
I mean, I was going to say NA, but, you know, I feel like some teams in our region did not
I think we secretly all want Americas, but thank you very much, Kikyo, for joining me. Thank you, Mel. It's been an absolute pleasure. Come back soon because you arrived and we got 2 gigabangers. So I think it was definitely the influence of you, Mel. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to you guys at home for watching. We're going to be taking a couple of days break, but don't worry, when we come back, we're going to be bringing you PaperX versus EG, and then, of course, that grand finals as well. But before you go and take a rest, make sure to enjoy our Prime Gaming post-day highlights, and we'll catch you in a few days.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
They're casting a spell. We're fucked. You can copy that, bro.
Yes, that's a win.
Both teams have been immaculate in the land of the rising sun, but today blood will be drawn. It's time for EG versus Fnatic, a match no one would have seen coming into the upper finals of a Masters event.
Ethan, though, can't do anything about it. Alpha slides in. Oh, Jorgo can't do enough. And Fnatic very prepared. Durka's position actually could be very valuable. 4 slightly deeper. EG take back towards the side. 30 seconds now. Durka delivers towards Demon 1. Showstopper set, he's still going to do it all himself. Welcome to playing against the big boys. Durka is just built a little different. Fnatic are making themselves look like, of course, as always, the team to beat. Durka, they're so blind. And they're still winning the fight, apparently.
It's just Boostio left, Sheriff in hand, but for a Fnatic to find, Durka seals the deal on a 13-3 to open this series, Lauren.
Yeah, this one is looking very good for Fnatic. Com already going to get towards that defuse, going to keep Alpha busy as best he can. That's Demon 1's job. Oh, the spray down is already going to get it to half. Demon 1's there, but do they have time?
There's no time.
This defuse, it's going to be so close. They've got it! They've got it!
I mean, that's actually crazy.
Holy f***, my fucking fat heart, bro.
Jorgamo's got stunning movement. He flies in, but Boomstar out of nowhere, finding 3. He's got a second lease of life. Jorgamo and Busio in unison, though, taking this one firmly in their hands. EG taking us to map 3. Now we got a game on our hands. The ult as well. He's throwing everything in and the kitchen sink, trying to toy with all the snap to attention from Ethan. And the follow-up from Ethan with the judge. It's all on Boostio. A 1v3. The denied on the first attempt. They might not be able to get to this. Oh, he's done just enough. Boostio. Heroics from further away. Maybe looking for an anti-flash position, but he's just in the middle of no man's land. Boostio going to punish on 1. Pop flash comes in. Not going to be falling for that one. Fnatic just kicking down the door here. Not going to happen. That's them on double digits. Ethan gonna spot the cross, but it's Leo's shot. Jorgamo! Ethan!
Oh my God!
Oh, Leo has taken Fnatic across the line! And like all dreams, it couldn't last forever for EG, but Fnatic facing down their demons here, making their way to the final. Fnatic were forced to work, and no one has done that to Fnatic for a long time.
This could be the elimination match of the ages. NRG, the legacy team that just refuses to roll over and die, versus a PaperX that came here with a sub. But today, one of them is going to progress and become a top 3 team, and one of them is going to be going home. Who you got your money on?
Finesse, shoulder to shoulder, but Forsaken doesn't peek the corner. Finesse mows down a 3rd! And suddenly it's on Crashies to try to avoid going into overtime. The flash connecting Divide with a 4K, 12-12, we continue onward. Suddenly it's just Finesse and Son left standing. He's trying to spray him.
but he just falls down. Forsaken will get the last one, and it is a flawless round for PRX to take it. 15-13, Pearl is theirs.
One for his troubles, puts a little bit of extra damage down to Crashies as well, pulls back lower sight, and oh boy, it's just gonna be Odin things, huh? Trying to hold the line, the swing in, it's a 4. Is he really gonna get an ace with the Odin here in round number 3?
Oh, Forsaken!
Dizzy as well, goes through, a nice flash, gets that full blind, as they look to swing around the side of Mound. By using that Trailblazer, but they know that he is close. Finesse with a 4K in the meantime. Over here in tree, Artis spamming through, finds the kill, looks to try to go for the hold, but Artis comes up with a second. 13-6, they come into PRX's Lotus, and they absolutely decimate them. Takes advantage of the vulnerable out on a Jing. Forsaken, however, finds 2 quick kills, finds himself a 3rd, finds the 4th kill. There's Artis left standing, and Forsaken is Jing. Showstopper at the ready, looking to catch one. Sends out the Showstopper, Crashy's gonna be dead, cleans up Finesse. Oh, victory is in the hands of Jing. They're getting a read on this. They're just sending Showstopper to try to chase him down. Forsaken will manage to find Artis. The spot into the double kill. Wants to jump back into this one, looks for the headshot. Just a flawless round as PRX gain the lead once more. PRX do the impossible. They eliminate NRG, a team that has not been outside of the top 3 at a Masters or Champions event since 2021. They stop them dead in their tracks, and they are going to be challenging EG in the lower bracket final in 2 days' time.